power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 here. It's week 5. It's me, Nice, joined here on desk for the English stream. It's Ingan. I don't know what that is, but how you doing, man?
It's an I.
Oh.
I'm doing great. Relatively fast day yesterday. There was a game number 3, but the last series between FNOP versus DLPH was really fast. Who could forget King Kong's game number 1? Fanny dominating the whole series.
Dominating. I was able to watch it over home yesterday. It was great to see, but yeah, I think it was a good start for the second half because that's where we are. It's the second half of the regular season, and we already know yesterday as well with the results that FNOP did secure their spot going into the playoffs.
Yeah, oh, okay, so the first team to secure a playoff spot. Ooh, you know, okay, apart from FNOP,
Yeah.
if you look at the standings, the top 2 to 5, it's really close. Because at the end of the day, you really don't know who's going to secure the playoff spot. And right now, I believe, I'm even not sure who I want to, like, you know.
Make the playoffs?
Yeah, make the playoffs. Because honestly, at this point, anyone could get in the playoffs.
You know what? So you're saying there's hope, even for the two teams there.
We're still halfway through Naisu. Anything can happen.
Hey, that's true. That's one thing I would say about the point system as well. Of course, you know how that works. But, you know, we have to see exactly what's going to end up happening here. I think for a lot of us that have been watching now up to this point, you know, you're 5 weeks in. You're getting to the point, it's second half of the regular season. All these teams have had plenty of time to adjust. And this is now where anything can happen. I think even if you're looking at teams like we see later for this matchup, this might be a stretch for some people when they're sitting there at home and like TNC versus FCAP. Is anything going to happen here with them? Because right now, this is what we are talking about, guys, at home. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the highlight here for Fnatic Onic, they already secured that playoff spot. They're still 8-0. We'll see if they can still maintain the win streak they have. But like Ingan said, look at this. Places 2, 3, 4, all 5 points at that match point here. And then even down below, Team Liquid, 4. RSG Philippines has 2. And then this is where we're talking about Blacklist International TNC Pro Team, 1-0.
Yeah.
But look at like who they have to kind of get ahead. They have to get ahead of RSG Philippines, who's just sitting at 2 points right now.
Yeah, okay, technically and realistically, RSG Philippines still has a chance to make it to the playoffs because of the new system. If you beat your team, you have 1 point, and they don't get any, regardless of the result. So still, these teams can actually, you know, bounce back. We're still halfway through. And again, the thing that makes second half different is that the home and away teams switch. So right now, game 1 can actually favor the home team who haven't had the chance to be a home team the previous weeks.
Yep. And I can't wait to get to this because today this is the schedule. It's jam-packed. And you can see those little flags there too, right? This is our highlighted match for the day. It's Aurora versus Omega. Because, hey, who can forget the Battle of the Roamers, the Rome face-off that we saw last time they met? Chaknu versus Renejay are going to be facing off once more. And if you guys remember, the first time they met was not too long ago. Those two roamers, those two players did so much for the team. They had amazing set potential as well. Probably some of the best roaming setups that we've seen so far up to this point. So I can't wait for that third match, especially the highlighted match of this. But, you know, starting off, and I know we'll get having our panel break this down a little bit more later, but TNC FCAP, are you still saying, based on, you're saying anything can happen, TNC could win this?
There's still a chance. I believe in the Wolfpack. I believe in every single one of them. And I think in 4 weeks, I think they build enough chemistry to go up against a Titan. Or at least game 3, you know. At least force a game 3. We never know. We never know.
I hope so, man. Facing up against the Titans like that, they've got to make it come together. But again, let's have our panel break this down for us. It's Rockhart and Renmar. We're going to throw it over to them to talk about the matchup.
Yo, thank you so much for that, and welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. It's me, Rockhart, and your boy Renmar right here, giving you the action from the panel. We're trying to break it down, make it easier for you guys to digest, because I know we're digesting right now. It's siesta time for most people in the Philippines.
Oh, that's true.
And yeah, just had our lunch. And just want to remind you real quick, of course, this panel, of course, is brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro. Same for the MPL Philippines. It's the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. And again, I'm still saving up. I have a new goal now. I'm going to save up 1 peso a day until I get that phone.
If it's 1 peso a day, it's going to take you a while. Because, dude, we also have, like, new skins up. So you're going to need to save a little bit more extra to get the new APBren skins coming out.
You're right. I think we had a little bit of a preview with, of course, yesterday with our Stingers. We saw the APBren Victorious skin right there. The Brody for you. APBren, the champions, of course, being M5 champions. And, of course, we have our FMVP, our finals MVP, Paquito Fist of Glory, to commemorate Flap TZ's finals MVP performance. And go ahead and unlock those very, very soon. They're also going to include the APBren Battle Emote, Elimination, Spawn Effect, Recall Effect, and more, man. So check it out in-game. and come experience them in MLBB. Mobile Legends Bang Bang still got a lot of things coming for you guys.
Yeah, it's not just the skins. There's a lot of goodies too. So what an awesome way to celebrate the World Championship win of the reigning World Champions, Falcons APBren.
And speaking of the World Champions, they're facing off against TNC Pro Team today. And our casters had some things to say. I would say I agree. Ingan's, I like the enthusiasm of this kid. Love him to death. He always brings me here on his Magic School Bus. He picks us up. We go on a little bit of a field trip, and I share his enthusiasm with TNC. I think TNC has had time. They've had time to build it up, and I have a lot of faith in these individual players. As individuals.
Yeah.
But the thing is, again, always got to bring it up. They're facing a titan, a literal world champion, the current world champions right now. How are they feeling, or at least game 3 is possible here, what the casters are saying?
I know they're supposed to have everything together. It's more than enough time to have chemistry. At this point, it'll be difficult to believe if it's just a chemistry issue. However, there was one thing that I saw and one thing that TNC can take into consideration. Number one, they're going up against a team that lost recently to the only team so far that have secured their playoff slot in Fnatic Onic Philippines, who defeated Falcons APBren last week in an absolutely killer matchup. But Falcons APBren looked strong there. So TNC just can't say that, hey, they're coming from a loss where we should be able to handle them better. However, there was something that Midnight pointed out in the Filipino panel last week, wherein you could even consider TNC is going to go into this with a little bit of an advantage for themselves. Something to boost them up mentally is, hey, we just lost to them. We're gonna face them again. We already know what they did to us, so there's no element of surprise. There's that familiarity factor that TNC will be facing up against Falcons APBren to potentially get back the series loss that they had and get their first series win of the season.
And I wonder if that's going to be pivotal with Kaizen as well against Kyle TZ. Kaizen, again, he's admitted to some interviews that, you know what, I gotta pick up on my assassin gameplay because, I have been so used to the utility jungler for a while now. And maybe that's something that he has worked on the off days that we've had. Again, we've had a pretty long week. I know about you. This week was long. Anyway, we're talking about Kyle TZ and Kaizen. We got a bit of a video for you guys, so let's check out what they have got to say here.
Personally, gusto kong i-improve yung assassin ko pa. Para nawawalaan pa talaga ako sa assassins ko. Siyempre, alam naman natin na utility meta ako nung nag-start na sa MPL, and yun, hopefully ma-workout ko pa yung assassins ko.
Siguro lang, ang kailangan lang namin i-improve siguro yung assay moment namin na kailangan maalis. At saka siguro kailangan lang namin maging disiplinado para maging pulido yung mga yung mga bawat galaw namin sa laro.
There you go. So just like we mentioned, he's very vocal about wanting to go back into the assassin groove. And for Kyle TZ, reduce the Asim/salty moments, right?
Yeah. Those are the times that they overextend.
There you go.
A little bit too eager and aggressive. When they faced off against TNC Pro Team, it was rare to see that. However, TNC Pro Team was competitive in that game. It was Ogwen stealing a Lord in game number 1 with his Lolita. It wasn't an ultimate. It looked like it was just a basic attack that was able to finish the job for TNC Pro Team in continuing their momentum in that game 1. And then game number 2, the fastest game of the season so far, 9 minutes and something. TNC Pro Team looked disheartened. And I want to go back to something I wanted to point out earlier. I saw a video that TNC released, and it emphasized Coach Wolf really just reminding TNC Pro Team, fundamentals, everything, we know what to do. Coach Wolf, Coach Itamax, our coaching staff has taught the members of TNC, this is what you need to do, this, that, this, that. What was highlighted was Coach Wolf saying, you guys just really can't let go. You can't let go of the belief that you win. You just can't let go of the idea that you can beat them. When something doesn't go our way, we can't just instantly crumble. Those weren't his exact words, but that's the idea that he was getting at. And I think now, that's why it's so hard to analyze TNC Pro Team at times. They're doing this, that right, but once it gets to the point where mid-game, late game, it's all about a game of doing whatever it is you can do, just your best. That stuff that coaching can't touch as much anymore, then your belief, your mentality has to stick in. And up against Falcons APBren, you really needs to be strong.
I actually believe that because a lot of people that I see watching the streams, they believe that TNC has a really strong early game.
Oh, yeah.
Minute 1, minute 2, 3, 4, 5. And after that, sometimes that's when it really does kind of make a difference. So we'll have to find out. I don't know about you guys, but right now, I want to know what you guys think is going to win, or who you think is going to win this matchup. Is it TNC or FCAP? Right there. We want to know if there are any believers of TNC out there in the comments section right now. I want you to let us know, is it a 2-0? Is it a 2-1? Press 1 if you're TNC. Press 2 if you think the Titans are just going to go ahead and take this game on a sweep. So let us know. I want to know what your thoughts are, and maybe if there are any surprises that we might have to look forward to.
You know what surprised me a little bit with our community?
What?
I don't know. Maybe TNC is just really good at winning hearts, but our community isn't as harsh anymore towards TNC Pro Team.
What are you saying?
Like in the previous seasons, they were very vocal. Quite blunt. Let's leave it at that. This season, I'm seeing a lot more people just going, hey, you know what? Just a little bit less blunt with their comments towards TNC Pro Team. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are people in the comment section right now just showing their support and showing that, hey, there's a chance still.
There it is. But you know what? Our personal predictions, I think we can kind of just put it out the table. FCAP is pretty
that's my
strong.
prediction too, yeah.
Pretty dang strong.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it's so hard. I have a lot of faith in the TNC boys, knowing them personally, knowing what they're capable of individually. And again, we're looking for that mesh, we're looking for that chemistry still that I believe can come out here, but it's still gonna be an FCAP victory for me.
Yep, same. At this point, even though they're going up against the Titans, TNC is the Titanic, Falcons APBren is the iceberg in the way. And that's the recall effect of Falcons APBren right now. Well,
there
still APBren.
So for APBren, I've actually never tried this recall, but we'll see. Hopefully we'll see that next week, right? I think it's next week. So right now, I don't know if you agree. We'll have to wait and see our teams walking into the MPL arena right now. Let's have a look and see who's playing today.
A busy day at the MPL Arena begins now. Introducing our marshals, Jeff, Chico, JJ, and Wilbert. They are aiming for that spot right next to Onic as they aim for another trophy in their well-decorated case. Welcome to the stage, the reigning champions of the world, Falcons APBren! Up against Titans, the key is to just take it one game at a time, because it's not over until the Wolf says it's over. Phoenix Army, it's your time to rise for TNC Pro Team! And their coaches for Falcons APBren, Coach Ducky. For TNC Pro Team, Coach Wolf.
It's time for the face-off. Kaizen, Kyle Teasy, step forward. Kaizen, paano mo mababawian si Kyle Teasy at ang Falcons APBren? Ano ang palag mo?
Siguro yung palag namin ngayon is bago jersey namin. Kaya bagong simula din to para sa amin.
Kyle TZ, para mo masisiguro na hindi mababawian ang koponan mo, ano ang palag mo?
Meron kaming magandang jersey kaya bili ka na kayo.
Palag kung palag, fist bump! It's the story of two teams with very different beginnings. Let's let the game tell the tale. Panel, pasok!
There you go. Absolutely no bad blood coming in for these two players. It does seem like it. And here are your world champions, Falcons APBren. Coming from a loss, I wouldn't want to face an APBren like this.
Oh yeah, especially Falcons APBren that acknowledges that they've been overextending a little bit too much and they've lost their discipline. How many times have we heard in the past that when Falcons APBren acknowledges, oh yeah, we've overextended a little bit, what happens when they acknowledge that, they win more championships. They acknowledge what their weakness was in MSC, and they won 2 more championships after that.
That's right, and that's something. That is a Falcons APBren that TNC Pro Team has to face. Again, probably going to be more optimal, probably going to be more precise and surgical. And again, normally, Falcons APBren just doesn't want you to play it. So wonder how TNC is going to play after that.
Yeah, we mentioned Kaizen and the heavy role that he has to fill in the jungle in terms of playing the assassins, winning retributions up against Kyle TZ. Because in terms of the stats of both teams, it's pretty much all Falcons APBren sided. So now, if you focus on one player, if you focus on Kaizen, what I like about him is, yes, you gotta acknowledge that he's good in terms of being the bridge for TNC Pro Team to have a better mid to the late game because they handle early to mid games well because of what Kaizen does. But now it has to be even more because Falcons APBren will look to instill controlled aggression. That is their Infinix keys to victory.
Yeah, these Infinix keys to victory are gonna have to get studied so hard, right? And for TNC, one game at a time. How many times have we heard that from our players? One game at a time, winning or losing, that is the mantra. And I think they have to keep with it.
Yeah, and work on the issues that you've mentioned. So pretty much run of the mill here in terms of just acknowledging what you have said to be something that you can work on, then work on it, show it. I really want to see TNC Pro Team, instead of just one game at a time, make it 1 minute at a time.
A minute at a time.
Instead of looking back and look at minute 1, look at minute 2. You can handle minutes 1 to 7, okay. You don't, that's fine. I feel like at this point that's muscle memory already for TNC Pro Team. But then look what happens at minute 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Take it 1 minute at a time, then maybe you'll be able to find better sequences for yourself to take so that you can eventually take the game and maybe even the series against Falcons APBren.
But you know what? Those minutes actually are crucial, right? If you feel like you're at 12 minutes and you feel like nothing's happening, sometimes that's where you have to be really scared because you know the enemy probably has something planned for you. And knowing Falcons APBren, they have steps planned for each and every minute of the game. That's how good they actually are. So for TNC, yeah, great. You'll probably have a pretty fair or pretty even minute 1 to 6. But then again, take it 1 minute at a time, plan out your next steps. And I think I've heard this as well before from them. Just have confidence.
Yeah.
Have the courage to make a play, right? And I think maybe from there you can get something, get an advantage out of the World Champ.
Yeah, have the courage to make the play and activate heads, please. Don't make sure that Heads isn't just passive and he's not just set up follow guy or set up no one is there guy. Play around the strengths of what Heads brings to the table and maybe things will get a little bit better. And when we were talking about like take it minute per minute, literally the time window to make movements in MLBB is a minute. Remember the spawn point, 10 seconds minion waves. Every 30 seconds a new minion wave will spawn. That's where teams go around in terms of the movements. Falcons APBren knows that very well. And remember the clips from earlier this year. It was Wolf reminding all of us saying, hey, remember minute 10, minute 4, second 10, second 40.
There
so
you go.
TNC Pro Team also knows that.
I feel like that should be their daily drill, right? If you're kind of living with Wolf, I feel like that is your every minute of every day. You probably try to plan it out as much as you can, but then again, you can only plan out so much. You can only control so much from the draft. Look at that draft, though. Very early on, Phobia's first pick.
even when
What a move! Instantly picking the Phobius. So TNC Pro Team are going to be forced to go into the Vexana, and then of course Heads will get his Turizla. Classic movements. You still have so many open. The Rogers, the Zasks, even high loss for Falcons APBren, which is 3 out of 4 for Ogwin. Or excuse me, I believe it's 2 out of 3. Is available for him. So power picks are all left up on the table. The difference is Edith and Harith were the ones banned out alongside the Assassins. So Julian and Nolan might be what we're looking at for here for Kyle TZ and Kaizen respectively.
Most likely, and I think Nolan...
Oh, the Haya, excuse me, also.
Oh, Haya, right,
Yeah.
right. Haya first pick has been a thing yesterday as well, so we gotta
right,
watch
yeah.
that out. You gotta watch out for the Haya coming into this one. But for now, you're right, Hylos seems to be the pick. If not, I feel like TNC might pick that up. It looks they go for, is that Valentina?
Whoa.
That's a Valentina.
Okay.
Pretty early on for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, there's a chance that we might be seeing the Roger pickup already for the Kyle TG jungle. And TNC Pro Team will decide to go pick up the Julian. So they want to take away strong frontliners. They'll ban out the Matilda. Interesting.
All right, that's a very specific ban here.
Yeah, if they're gonna ban out the Matilda, are they considering banning out the Jawhead, the Minotaur also? And but the Lolita of Ogwin is also there. I feel like it's more of just like we banned out the Lolita because right now with the Vexana, that might be like the worst case scenario to go up against.
And we can't forget the Hylos, man. The Hylos is a looming threat here.
He's just there. He's just waiting.
He's just waiting.
Come on, someone pick me. Someone pick me.
Waiting to get picked up, and I wouldn't blame either of these teams to actually do that here. That's a Tigreal band out.
Huh.
And I think, well, apparently Ingan is calling out to his crush.
He went all the way from upstairs to downstairs to get even more camera time.
That is effort. That is like, he really wants to get up in front of that camera. And that's, I can't blame him. I mean, if you got the energy, you got the, you can wiggle through the audience, go for it. Either way.
Wiggle.
There's Hylos. There you go.
Okay, good ban, good ban.
All right.
So what? Are they going to take away the Lolita from Ogwin, pick up a Minotaur for themselves? Oh, and of course, the Ruby going up against a Roger. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. So that goes into the hands of Escalera. What's her? Oh, wow.
Any surprises here coming in for Falcons APBren? Any weird roam picks, maybe? What's the weirdest roam pick they could pick here?
Weird?
Easiest is Lolita, right? That's the easiest, I think. Or
yeah, because you don't see enough pieces right now to pick up the Lolita, but they might consider.
Nah, jungle.
Maybe.
Nah, too soft, isn't it?
Oh, it might be a Minotaur even.
Minotaur is great.
Or maybe
I feel
something that can build dominance ice, because Flash. Well, they might go for something stronger. Maybe just Grok it.
Grok. That's a pretty simple.
That's
a Nathan.
Is that Gatot? Oh,
it's a
my God.
Gatot. They're hopping on, man. They know it's a thing. They know it's really good.
Wow.
And they're taking it for themselves.
It feels like this is now Falcons APBren deciding to flex. All right, it's time to switch up the picks and show some more. The carry? Yeah, of course, it's carry.
There's a carry.
Similar to yesterday, what we saw, and just being left with the carry. So, Falcons APBren, this is them building a lineup that could match up with the power scaling of a Julian, who, again, can gank at level 3, but spikes up really well at level 4. So you have the Nathan, Gatot, and Phobius to just be like, yeah, we'll be ready by then too.
It is actually really scary. And this lineup that we see here for Falcons APBren does feel like it's not something they probably use a lot. I'm pretty sure it's on scripts, but it's not something we see them use a lot. And for this, it's great for the lineup though, right? It's great against the current lineup of TNC, which will kind of force you to bonk on that guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So far, so good for both of these teams. Let's throw it over to our casters to bring us to the game. That's Naisu and Ingan.
And thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down there. Again, it's Naisu joined here on the desk with Ingan for the English cast as we kick off the triple header today, starting off with TNC and FCAP battling it out in this best of 3. You saw from the index, man. The index showed us that TNC actually has the quote-unquote, I'm doing air quotes, you guys can't see it, but air quotes, the better lineup for this one.
Yeah, especially knowing TNC, the panel, both panels actually mentioned this a while ago, that in terms of their playstyle, that they always dominate the early to mid game, but they have to work on the late game. And with their current lineup right now, they don't even need to reach the late game. They could end it early, 11, 12-minute marks, the usual average of our matches. But again, you're up against the Falcons APBren, the Titans.
Yeah, the Titan.
There's the early game. Nice.
Hey, they're up against the Titans, but they'll get the first blood.
Unbothered. That was a quick rotation onto the mid lane. That's a good kill onto few, especially the Valentina. We all know that Valentina, one of the few mid laners who can actually go up against the Lynx, the Fannies, most assassins.
Wow. Oh, okay. That's not going to be enough to get this kill on Flap, but do they push it?
Flap pops the Vengeance here and is surrounded by 2, and now he's going to get the kill. Wait, what happened? Okay, Flap is the one who fell.
Yeah.
Okay, only Flap.
You get thrown off there
I got
because,
thrown off.
hey, TNC, man, I don't know what they had for breakfast. Well, it's actually lunchtime. What they had for lunch, but they're off to a great start here.
Yeah.
2 early kills, 1 on few, then they get Flap later on. Great decision making, and going back on your point earlier, Ingan, they like to play the early game. That has been the story of TNC. If you haven't watched the past 5 weeks, that's what they like to do. And they're actually going to be looking for more here.
Going on to Flap TZ once again. Here's Kyle TZ on the other hand with the Lycan Pounce going right after Kaizen, but Flap's going to fall down. Next one is Kaizen.
Wow.
Kyle TZ manages to escape right on time because there is the first turtle, but here comes Escalera. Good taunt coming in from Ogwin. The clash will end.
Okay, still with the turtle up though. At least FCAP finding themselves on the board to be able to work on, but this objective most likely going to be just taken for TNC. And going back to the point, TNC has constantly controlled their early games when they're in their matchups. And it's all about wow, there's going to jump in from Heads?
Heads penalty zone onto Kyle TZ, but a counterattack coming in from Pew. Here comes Escalera, Lancy, and Kaizen, and I'm offended. Play, good pull. Heads suffering the damage coming in from Flap. Here comes the Infernal Pursuit. He's going to bring him down, but here comes TNC once again to bring down Master Ogwin.
Good flicker on out. I don't think they can get any more from that. Interesting. Again, you know, Heads gave the call, went in, initiated, objective secure. TNC actually got a lot in that exchange.
Yeah.
Not so bad that Heads actually went down in that, because right now it's all about playing on the momentum they have. And you said it well, the panel said it. If they can end this game early, you know, I'm talking even off that first Lord at that point, then that's going to be great for TNC against a team like FCAP. And right now it's playing around that kind of the power spike they're going to get here, because FCAP's lineup needs some more time.
Yeah.
That's the difficult part of it. And that's why also when you look at this, 2 Vengeance on 2 heroes that are naturally just annoying to deal with. They're so tanky, they can be in your face. And look at, Kyle might jump in there.
Okay. Those were the crucial, things that Kyle TZ was talking about during the interview. The asim moments, the sour moments.
The asim.
Yeah, if he didn't mature from the asim moments, for sure he's gonna go in with the Lycan Pounce with Flap TZ. Pops his Vengeance. He's not gonna out-sustain the damage of Kaizen, and Heads. Another pick-off onto the XP lane for TNC.
Can we explain asim real quick?
I think you should explain it.
Me?
Okay, asim is basically a term for overextension. Ogwin here, overextending with the AOG, but here comes Kyle TZ, still able to free hit. They're going to bring down Lancy, and look at the sustain from this Gatot Kacha. He's still going. Few's going to enter. He has the Eternal Guard, though. Is he going to go in with the Eternal Guard? No, they're going to stop, because again, asim moments, they're trying to prevent the asim moments. Nice.
It's
the sour moments.
It's so ridiculous when you actually translate it to English. But yeah, basically that's it. When you're very aggressive, you miscalculate your decisions, and you know it all comes down to that. But right now, TNC has been doing the right decisions for the most part. They're losing some of these skirmishes, some of these fights. They're going to lose the objective, but it's 1-for-1 right now in terms of the turtle. They're still putting pressure here, and you got to respect them for that. Escalera right towards the orange buff here. They want to force him off.
They know that there's no retribution anymore. Kyle TZ has to walk away. AOG from Ogwin. And in the middle of everything is Escalera. He has to walk away here. Flap TZ still chasing after him with the Infernal Pursuit and everything. Lancy is still going back. Kaizen, will he be able to escape? He's there, but Heads also. Okay, so that's going to be a trade for Escalera. But the orange buff, they tried to invade the orange buff because Kyle TZ used his retribution for the turtle. But Flap TZ happened again. Flap TZ, Ogwen happened, ready to protect the orange buff.
And that's the thing, Ian. Like, it's good. That's a call. It's a risky call, but it's got to take some confidence, too. And unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. So they might be able to find some focus somewhere else. They do hold on to a small lead, but that's been the story of TNC. We see them make those calls, and sometimes, more often than not, it's a mistake. And so hopefully that doesn't have a snowball effect, because once again, FCAP is just waiting for this lineup to really start to shine. And you're already seeing it. When Flap is up front tanking everything, especially when he has a Vengeance, he's kind of just up in front. He alone is enough to get the attention of TNC. And they're like, oh my gosh, this guy is just jumping in the air all over. Then he pops a Vengeance, and then how do we get him? But that's not even considering the fact that Ogwen is also on the Gatacontra, which we have seen a hero, you know, yes, it's popped up in other parts of the world. Now, especially with the Mamba bringing it out last week, I think it was, for the first time.
Yeah.
It's really been showing up a lot. And all this is to distract TNC from Super Marco just doing his thing, farming up on the Nathan.
And it's not just that, because we've seen Flap TZ go right after the kill. He went after Lancy a while ago with the Infernal Pursuit. So he's not just getting TNC's attention and out-sustaining their damage. It's also, he's like playing a Ling that's trying to go for those engages, but Escalera with a pull here onto Flap TZ. Here comes the distraction once again. AOG is going to be casted, but not going to connect onto anyone. Kyle TZ enters with like and pounds, but he's not going to get the kill onto Escalera. Ogwen here. A couple of hits more before he goes down. And there's the internal guard coming in from Lancy. Brings down Ogwen. That's a one trade for TNC. Will Kyle TZ still contest for this turtle?
Good fight here. Kyle TZ waiting patiently. Kazin too, quite low. The battle for this third turtle.
Oh, Entropy in from Super Marco. He's now activated. Look at the damage, but heads so far.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. Kyle TZ goes in again with the Lycan Pounds. Is he he's not gonna out-sustain the damage because Flap was also there. But then you see the damage coming in from Heads a while ago to Super Marco.
He had it, but then again, it's all a game for FCAP. And now with the focus here on the Tier 1, that's the thing they
Escalera! Oh my goodness! AOG onto the backline. I think Falcons wants to continue. The Vengeance will be popped in a double kill from Kyle TZ. So far, no sour moments from Falcons APBren.
Time and time again, this happens to TNC. They have a lead, a couple mistakes lead up to this, and now they find themselves in this position.
Oh, they're not even done. Going for the purple buff, but went for Kazin also. 2, 3, 4. You know, I like that you mentioned that because I was expecting that the turning point for Falcons APBren was at the 8-minute mark. But they made it faster. It was actually at the 4-minute mark for the second turtle. That was the time Falcons APBren was activated, and then they turned the tides to their favor.
And that's the thing. This is always, when you're watching an FCAP game, remember, this is a team that even the undefeated, playoff secured FNOP was like, yeah, we can't wait to play against FCAP again, because they're still the team that teams look forward to playing because of the macro level of play that they have. The micro as well. When you look at that last turtle take, that third one, they knew the advantages they had. They pulled in TNC to actually commit to the fight, and then they just demolished them. And it was a snowball effect, and that's what FCAP does. They'll punish when they find those mistakes, and then they kick it into high gear, and now they find themselves with a pretty good lead leading into that first Lord. And so for TNC, it's like they had the flames in the early portion of the game, and they've just been doused out.
Yeah, they got extinguished now. Ogwen. Oh, that was a 5-man gank for TNC.
Good pickup.
Good pickup here, right on time for the Lord. But still, Falcons APBren has a 3.3k gold lead. Took down mid lane turret, and now Few gets the internal guard. They can still contest for this Lord.
I think they're going to be able to. There's a conceal. This is theirs for the taking.
Oh, TNC, will they secure it? It goes to Kozin. Now they have to disengage. Could Flap TZ onto the chase. Kyle TZ going to try to cut him off. Kazin is the target. Lycan pounds in. That's one member down. Make it 2, because they went for the head. Escalera with an I'm offended play. He's going to fall down in the hands of Kozin. Trying to chase right after Flap TZ. Kozin gets a double plus the Lord.
All right, TNC, they light the flames again. Not only after the pickoff, before the Lord take, they get the Lord, and they manage to have some fight in them as well. So they find themselves in a better position than they were minutes ago. But this is where, again, the macro play comes into the play versus FCAP. They're going to force them out of the jungle at least. Escalera still really aggressive on this Ruby pick. They have the Lord going up top side. They get the sights here on the orange buff. They want to get these tier 1 down in the mid lane, and that's what they're going to focus on.
AOG from Oakwood. They're going to try to force a fight before the Lord reaches the inhibitor turret. They have to walk away here. Will they engage again? Escalera still has the I'm offended play.
Okay. They're waiting patiently in that bush. This is what they did earlier on, and they can wait for that I'm offended to be available. They're going to punch us in.
Okay, heads go. It goes in with the penalty zone, forcing Super Marco to use the entropy.
Oh.
Escalera is very low. Used up the I'm offended as well. And now Falcons APBren, with the initiation of TNC Wasted, they can clear this Lord up top.
If I were, TNC, I'm happy with that. They managed to not get completely snowballed out of control from FCAP with how things were going. They get a couple turrets to deal with that mid lane, and then the tier 2 up top. They're still going to work on this tier 1 in the bottom. But good for TNC. They might get a pick off here unless they're going to get run down.
TNC has been controlling through mid brushes.
Oh, he retreat.
They've been getting a lot of kills there, and now Kazin focusing on Flap TZ. Used up the red 3, but it's okay because 60 seconds before the second Lord spawns.
Okay, they can still push this tier 2 in the bottom as well. The minion wave is at least there, but it looks like they have their sights elsewhere. A couple hits, they'll keep up. Well, like you said, under a minute, this Lord's going to come up here. And now, once again, TNC in a much better fighting form than previously. They can do the same thing and go for a pickoff.
Another pickoff potential here, but AOG counterattack from Falcons. AP, look at heads! Went for 4. Entropy in, coming in from Super Marco, but Flap's going to fall down. TNC's going to be able to disengage. And a beautiful pickoff once again from the captain, Escalera.
Great decision to go for it again. Escalera has been very aggressive on the Ruby, like I mentioned earlier. But you keep doing that, it might pay off. It's not going to result in them just freely getting the Lord, because by that time, Flap will be back up for the fight. But if they can keep doing that, it's great. Kozin also picking up the Malefic Roar right now. He is going to be shredding this front line from FCAP, and that's exactly what they want to do. Kazin also picking up the Holy Crystal at this point. But as I mentioned on the flip side, Super Marco has the Divine Glaive. Lord being pushed.
Okay, but Kazin's going to get it. Another pull coming in from Escalera. Oh, it's going to fall down. Kozin has a really great game. 5-0-1 with this carry, outplaying Super Marco, leading by 1K. Now, this is a different TNC. This is the second half of the season TNC buff.
This is a great to see from TNC, and I want to see them punch it into the base of FCAP here. They've really been playing together as a team. They haven't slipped up too many times. There were mistakes in the early game, but they have calculated. And now they find themselves marching to the base of FCAP here with a good confidence boost with the way that they're playing around Escalera. You mentioned it earlier too, Kozin. Whether he outplays FCAP or not, the fact that he's on this carry and pretty much locked in item-wise, picks up his last item defensively, most likely here, unless he's still planning for a defensive item. But the Malefic Roar alone, like I mentioned, was enough to shred through Flap or Ogwin.
Yeah.
And even if the Vengeance is available, that's something they really have to be careful of and not overextend too much. And now they're ready to knock on the base turrets here of FCAP.
Falcons APBren needs to avoid those sour Asim moments, and TNC to capitalize on those as the Lord bursts down an inhibitor turret. Will we see Escalera again with magnificent I am offended plays? But here comes the discipline of the Phoenix Army. We're not going to force any more clashes because we got an inhibitor up top.
All right, they got that. One thing I can really say about TNC this time around, very disciplined in their approach. Now that they, it might have seemed like they were a little too aggressive earlier on, but this time they know they have a control. They don't want to lose it this time. Escalera.
There's a conceal. Escalera goes in again with an I'm offended play, but a counterattack coming in from Falcons. AOG not going to connect onto anything, but Super Marco finally gets a kill onto Escalera. Saves their inhibitor turrets. Kyle TZ going to work on the bottom lane, and TNC has to disengage.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. If they lose Escalera, if they get, very aggressive, they want to punch it in the base with a conceal, try to get the flicker combination off we see so many times, and they lose Escalera, unfortunately for TNC, they kind of have to disengage and back off from that, especially once the Eternal Guard is worked through and everything else. So good thing they didn't lose anyone else in that fight, because even if that Avatar of the Guardian was a little bit further from Ogwin, that could have been very bad and they could have got collapsed down on.
Yeah.
So FCAP playing that patient game when they need to. Now they're going to get ready for this next take, this Lord here. They're going to get pushed out of the bush. We're 20 seconds away from the objective.
Okay.
And so TNC wants to get control of this area, and they should. They have that map advantage. They've got a couple extra turrets against FCAP here. Escalera, no fear, will continue to do what he's been doing, and we'll see how FCAP decides to adjust to it.
Okay, Few still hasn't copied any ultis, still hasn't used the IMU, gonna use that internal guard instead, and gonna set up perfectly for this third Lord, conceal for Escalera. They're gonna try to get a pick off. They want to go for Flap TZ. Flap TZ manages to escape.
Oh.
I'm offended, wasted. Now counterattack coming in from Falcons APBren. Internal guard is here, gonna connect
Oh,
onto
Lancey!
Coulson. Look at Kyle TZ going after Lancey. He's gonna fall down. Now the chase is on. Kyle TZ will he go for the kill or for the Lord. Heads soaking up all the damage, but Escalera waiting patiently in the brush. Kyle TZ manages to find him and manages to force TNC out of the Lord pit.
Okay, you can see this. Kazin not even going to worry about this. He's going to make his own trip top side. Rest of TNC is going to go ahead and get eyes on this Lord here.
Oh.
Kyle TZ there.
Jungle versus Jungle 1v1! Will Kyle TZ fall down? But here comes Flap and the reinforcements. I think TNC, this is their plan. They can burst down the Lord though.
Good delay.
Okay, good delay.
They're not going to be able to get the Lord just yet, but that was enough distraction to keep even FCAP from taking the objective. So what this all means is we're back to this reset. We're back to the Lord take. It's half health here.
Falcons is the one bursting the Lord. Heads goes in with a penalty zone just to delay. But Kyle TZ gets the Lord. He's going to fall down. Open with AOG going up against 5 members and a monster kill coming in from Kozin. Few has to walk away. Flap as well. It's just 3 members for Falcons, but they got the Lord.
They got the Lord here, but TNC full force, full health here. Will want to possibly just deal with this and then push in the wave if they can. Lord's going to be taken care of. 2 down for FCAP at the moment.
No.
So they have to keep it together here because TNC wants to get in the base. And they won't find the connection with the I'm Offended either.
Okay.
So that might be enough to keep them from pressing forward.
Oh, Super Marco Entropy in! Gonna pop the immortality. Look at the bulletproof coming in from Marco, still deathless. Already picks up a kill. That was on to 3 members of TNC. Super Marco was alone. He went in.
That's that scary move from the Nathan. You know, like for a while, once he's locked in, you get that Nathan burst of damage. And he can do that, especially when the entropy is available. And that's something that you have to watch out for. TNC, look at this. Again, he's at this point where Super Marco is going to be a huge threat, but it's also Kozin that is the threat as well, that he's locked in. The hard part is this entire lineup from TNC. It's been Escalera, but maybe it's time to switch things up. Let Heads go in for the initiation. Or maybe it's Lancey, because earlier on you saw it. Lancey was off position from the team, and then he got just picked off by Kyle TZ, and that's the problem, right? He's not going to be too fast. He doesn't have a flicker right now, too, so he's got to be even more cautious approaching this next fight, which, again, we're still a minute away from that Lord being up here.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, TNC also, as you mentioned, needs to switch things up. Maybe Heads is the one to start things. But again, the problem is it's hard to go for a penalty zone when you're out of position. It seems like Escalera always in a better position compared to Heads, and now Conceal from TNC, Falcons APBren. They smelt the aggression of TNC. Has to walk away, but has control of the mid brushes though. And even if they lost an inhibitor turret, look at how they manage their minions. It's like they're not bothered, even if TNC has enhanced minions up top.
Yeah, the way FCAP's dealing with the waves, again, it's their team known for the macro.
Entropy.
Oh, Super Marco.
Entropy from Super Marco. Escalera has to use the I'm Offended. That's okay, but at this point, you can see and respect the damage from Super Marco. That was a couple of seconds. A damage coming in from Marco, and Escalera's health was almost half. So you have to respect Super Marco right now. Is not even popping the Purify. And now TNC. But although although Super Marco has been performing well, there was an instance wherein the problem was Marco for the opposing team, but they just didn't mind Marco instead. I think it was the game last week.
Yeah. And that's always something for, I mean, any gold laner. You really get to shine, especially if you're ignored for a majority and your positioning is on point. That's one thing that you can do. Especially easier, I would say, for the Nathan because you have the Entropy and you have a Purify as well. Kozin, he has a Flicker, and then you got to just rely on, you know, being able to maneuver your way through these fights. But at this point, you find yourself 20 minutes into the game. TNC has a good composition to actually fight this out. It's mainly just landing those setup potentials in it. Like I said, so far, yes, it's always going to be Escalera, the best option for it. And then Heads follows up. And we've seen him do it before. Land 3 people in the penalty zone would be great for them. But you can see this, FCAP knows how to play this. They've done it so many times. Escalera will go in.
Oh, but, oh, I'm offended. Continue, plus the Flicker. Venge is going to be popped as well as the Immortality. But still, Flap TZ is alive. Heads up play for Escalera. Those are 2 resources expended for the side of FCAP.
Okay, they know that the wave has to be managed top side. They send Flap back. This is TNC's opportunity to try to go ahead and take this Lord, but they won't because of the threat still from FCAP. Already quickly dealt with that wave. They're back full force for the fight here. Escalera.
Okay, use the IMF. And then now Super Marco Entropy in. Okay, now this time Falcons APBren full force. Kyle TZ was able to clear out the minions. AOG is going to be casted onto Kazin.
Oh, no.
No more Retribution holder for TNC.
You'll lose Kazin. You're most likely just going to lose this fight in objective here, but TNC.
Okay, will they contest this time? They're not going to go for the Lord anymore. They want to go for the kills. Super Marco working on Heads. He's going to fall down. 2 members down. Now back to the Lord.
See, look what happened there. Again, TNC wanted to stay around. They lose that base turret from the push of the minions. FCAP zoned the members left alive just with Flap TZ alone while they were still working on the Lord, and they end up doing it all. And that's why people so often say, man, FCAP is the best team macro play style here in the world, and you can see it. So with that, even the damage being there on Kozin, they have their backs against the wall for the defense.
Okay, have to respect the damage coming in from Kozin, and another pull from Escalera. Popping the Immortality of Ogwen there. Manages to escape with the AOG, but they got the inhibitor up top. They still have a Lord in the bottom lane. Now sets their eyes on the mid lane inhibitor turret.
Gonna work in the mid lane here. Last turret TNC's holding on to. FCAP will put a little pressure here, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to actually get the last turret. Very slow and meticulous about it, even with that Lord push in. But once again, TNC, with the lineup they have, good clear, good way to defend. They hold on to 1 base turret. So now if you really look at the advantage here, FCAP, they hold on to 2 in the base. They can play with that minor advantage leading into the next Lord eventually. But because that's still a minute and a half away, TNC could look for a pickoff, could potentially find something. But we saw how many Winter Crowns have been used, how many Immortalities have been popped, and Escalera won't find that. I'm offended. FCAP's not going to fall for it anymore.
Okay, 6.1k gold lead from Falcons APBren right now, plus inhibitor turrets. Still have to. And this is where Kyle TZ's mantra comes in again. We want to avoid those Asim sour moments. Because prior to getting the, after getting the bottom lane turret, if this was the old Falcons APBren, I could safely say they would try to go and bring it down. That mid lane turret, they would force it for sure.
I think, and part of it too is just they're respecting the lineup that we saw, even from the index, right, for TNC. And you still got to say, Kozin's been doing a fantastic job. He is deathless right now in this carry. A lot of the team has been able to peel for him as well. And that's the thing. He's always going to be a threat. Even the knock-up, the enhanced chains coming out from Kazin is always going to be a threat for FCAP. And that's why they can't actually just throw Ogwin into the back line. He can't just jump into the back line the way some people might think he can because of how much peel is there for TNC. And if they somehow isolate someone from FCAP, then they're easily going to get shredded down. And that's why you see FCAP kind of being a little more cautious on how they approach these fights and would rather fight towards the objectives, fight in these kind of choke points, and even the bushes here to play with that advantage.
No, Few knows. He knows. Few knows. He's just testing.
The few cents.
He's just baiting. He's just baiting TNC. He knows, he knows. I mean, that's few. He was here since season 1. A conceal from Escalera. He's going to get few here, but he pops his Purify. Because Falcons APBren are bursting down this Lord. It's going to be a Retribution battle. Heads goes in. Flap TZ secures the Lord. Has to walk away now. They have minions onto the bottom lane. Pops his Vengeance. AOG is there. Going to connect onto 2. Plus the Eternal Guard. Super Marco still hasn't used that Entropy. Look at the free hits coming in from Marco. Gonna bring down no one, but the minions are bursting down the crystal.
What it? MVP! Minion! Yeah.
Nice too. This is the definition of Asim. Literally, this is Asim.
That's sour.
This is sour.
You pay so much attention to the Lord, you forgot the real MVP. The little minion with the wand. It wasn't even the cannon.
You know, according to one of the most famous quote-unquote influencers, but I'll let the panel explain instead.
Oh man, I would love to hear what the panel has to say about this. Panel, who's your guys' MVP?
I think we gotta do our jobs, man.
We gotta do our jobs, man. I can't.
We were talking about this earlier.
I
Minions! Timing around the minions!
I'm okay. Minion aside, let's let minion aside, right? That minion didn't exist. That one, it wasn't a tank minion, by the way. It was like a long-range minion.
Count easy, you deserve it, but put up the minion in there.
Put up the minion.
Put up the minion as the MVP.
You can both be there, right? Because definitely the MVP is the minion, and whoever actually was able to kind of trick TNC into taking that fight, even though they knew fully well that the base was breaking.
Yep. All right. Let's backtrack it just a little bit. Let's start things off with the MVP, Cal TZ. For TNC Pro Team, you're always watching out for the Roger when it comes to team fights. Roger is one of the kings of longer engaged team fights, and especially with coming back and sweeping in. Him being able to shift out into wolf and human form, maximizing the Lycan pounds, the basic attacks you can dish out as well in human form. There are so many ways that you can play this Roger, and KaoTZ was able to do just that. And that's what TNC Pro Team would watch out for in a lot of the engagements. Now, as we look back at the highlights of Falcons APBren, again, instill calculated aggression.
Yep.
There was one play, I believe it was after the first or second Lord that TNC Pro Team were able to get. Falcons APBren were able to take down 2, which sent back 3 members of TNC Pro Team. Kyle TZ and Flap TZ overextended that time.
Yeah.
And then they were caught out. But then every time Falcons APBren would have an error, they'd make something happen. They'd commit a play that would turn it around and get it back. That's why Kyle TZ is the MVP here, just finding the right timing, and timing is key for a hero such as Roger. When you now look at Falcons APBren as a whole, again, the kings of the macro. Not just the micro, the macro too. And this is what we were saying in the panel earlier. 10 seconds, 40 seconds, making plays around your minions. TNC Pro Team, I feel like one of the things they were thinking about is the minions will spawn at around 40.
Which it did.
Which it did.
Yes.
Maybe they have a chance to defend it. It did not. That was a big fat minion wave in the bottom lane. Falcons APBren were taking of the top lane that TNC Pro Team kept split pushing. That's why Kaizen wasn't there. He was split pushing. That's what Kaizen was pressuring during the objectives. That's why Falcons APBren, it wasn't so always clear cut for them in the objectives. But inversely, TNC Pro Team should have taken care of that bottom lane as well as they were pushing the top lane.
So overall, it was...
I'm not angry.
Not really not angry. It just feels like... Honestly...
I'm impassioned.
No. I get it, right? Because everyone who's watching is probably was probably enjoying that battle.
Yes!
Everyone was having pretty locked in. I can see it. The audience, they were on the edge of their seats, literally.
That was a damn good game.
That was a good game. Until those minions... Until a miscalculation here by TNC that resulted to them losing out in that game with a minion hit to their base. And you're right. In that Lord take, man, when Flap TZ and Marco got caught out, or sorry, Kyle and Flap,
Yeah.
the TZ brothers got caught out. They didn't die, but they went back to the base. And then 5 people from TNC were on the Lord.
Yeah.
So they probably could have gotten that. Maybe this game probably would have ended earlier.
Yeah, that was the sequence in the third Lord that you were
Third Lord.
mentioning.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, Flap TZ got taken out first. His immortality was popped, so that's a -1. Cow TZ was brought low, -2. But TNC Pro Team, I feel like one of the reasons why they didn't push that is because they've expended ultimates. Lancy, Eska, Kozen had no more ultimates at that time, and they were still watching out for Super Marco, which at that time they didn't have information
Wait a
yet with,
second.
which I understand. But come on, it's what, 4v3, 5v3. You take those chances, you try and commit so that you can get something. You already had the advantage.
Yeah. I like this comment from YouTube where Pew Pew noticed that Heads was going to clear it, but someone called to engage. Well, that does sound accurate, right? That did seem like it. But then again, you can't leave those moments.
Yeah, it's still a minion wave. It's
still a minion
big,
wave.
Big minion wave. That minion wave was bigger than I was. That's gonna break a base. Even if your minions are gonna spawn at 4. Again, I'm not mad.
No, he's not mad.
I'm
He's
just
very
passionate.
about
I'm
it.
passionate about my
Very
job. I'm
passionate about
passionate.
it.
Well, what we
But-
do about here, which is it's so. It's depressing for TNC Pro Team because you already see them taking care of
It was
objectives.
they were at the edge of it.
Yeah, they were at the edge of it. They were taking care of the objective fights. They were taking care of split
It was
pushes.
pretty good
In terms of pressure, but in terms of taking care of the defense, the off far lane that they kept allowing to just push and build up, it was, yeah.
That was,
You can do it, Wolf.
That was, oh man. I'm sure Wolf is doing he literally passed right behind us. I feel like that is a tricky thing. That's a tricky thing to manage, obviously. But then again, if you're in the middle of that fight, guys, I know what you're saying. I can see what you guys are writing. And if you're in the middle of that fight, you can imagine, right? And you're against FCAP. Sometimes that will happen.
Yeah.
It will happen that you will miss out a calculation of number of minions spawning, number of minions going up on the broken inhibitor lane.
Yeah.
And then, you're focused on the fight. You're in the middle of it. You're tunneled into the enemy. You're winning, by the way. They were winning.
Yep, you said the keyword, tunneled. They tunnel vision the Lord winning, the top lane, everything.
2 down already for APBren in that moment.
Yeah, exactly. The bottom lane was just left wide open. You
Yeah.
can do it, lads.
Yo, got it.
We believe
Yo,
in you.
got it.
Not mad, just
Man, it's a full
I'm
man.
not mad.
He's not mad. He just sounds mad, but he's not mad. He's very passionate.
I'm passionate about this. Yeah.
So, honestly, I like the early game for TNC, as usual.
Yeah.
I think both panels, Ingan mentioned it, pretty much hit on the nail. Minute 1, we were mentioning until minute 6, but then again, they were doing well until minute 8, 9.
Yeah.
And after that, APBren got overtaken. They didn't overtake. And then TNC actually overtook again.
Yeah.
So it was overall a pretty impressive fight. So, sans a miscalculation, right?
Yeah. And I feel like Ingan and I also did a terrific job. That's why we were focusing on the last moments and the last Lords.
Yep.
Because they did a terrific job of just telling with us like what was done right. It was non-stop aggression for TNC Pro Team. They knew when to push this, push that button there. That offense. It's like if this was another game, their offense rating would be like 90 plus.
Absolutely.
And then their defense rating would be, I don't know, I'll be nice, around 70.
I don't know who's going to be... We're going to do some calculations before that. But guys, which match should be the Week 6 star match? Answer that right there. Is it A, RSG Black, B, TLPH versus Aurora? That sounds pretty good. C, TNC versus FNOP. That's also kind of spicy if they can pull out the win here. Or D, is it TLPH versus Omega? Let us know who you think. You're the one watching. Who's going to be star match? A, B, C, or D? Comment now. And we'll try to read up your comments right now. All right, so real quick, what about what do you think?
Week 6?
Week 6.
I
like
the sound of TLPH versus OMG.
OMG, right?
Yeah.
D sounds great, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like Liquid versus Omega. There you go. A lot of people are kind of in it. Then again, I really wonder what TNC's cooking right now, and again, it's gonna be a challenge for sure. So while we're waiting for them, while they're kind of just catching their breaths,
Yes.
we got something going on here in the MPL arena. Obviously, for you guys who are here, I don't know if you guys are watching on your phones, but we are looking for the next Index Salon beauties. We got our friend Nina over here, who is very supportive. Almost every game of Falcons APBren, always there. And there you go.
And she's an FCAP fan.
Very
She's wearing
nonchalant.
yellow. Yeah.
Very nonchalant.
What does it say? Ma'am, we can't read your phone.
We cannot read your phone.
Can't read your device.
But you know what? That's the trick. If you're being flashed through the camera, put your brightness a little low. But that one was too low.
Yeah.
So,
oh, she won! She won!
She won! All right, all right.
Ma'am, accept the prize.
You have won.
She was just like,
She's
oh
like,
no, I'm shy.
really?
I'm shy.
I wasn't. Oh my god! I can't. Very demure. Very respectful.
Yeah.
All right. And very chill. There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay. We'll wait for a bit. We'll wait for a bit. Breathe in. Breathe out. A lot of TNC members are walking behind us. You can tell they're like full swing. They're kind of just talking to each other.
Yeah, I was worried at some point they're gonna hear me. He's like, is this guy mad? And then, you know.
I think
cool.
Latsi did hear you.
They're zoned in. They're
He
zoned
doubled
in.
back.
He doubled back?
He doubled back. I swear. I'm not
Sorry,
even kidding.
Latsi.
But Latsi, we were, if you had only heard what we were saying, TNC on blue side now. TNC's red side win rate was like 12% earlier. Maybe their blue side might be better, but I don't know how many games they win. 2? 3?
Can't even remember. They've
4.
won one game.
I think 4.
No, they've won one game.
One game?
Yeah, one game, no series. Right, they've won one game.
I will double check that. Interesting.
They've won one game. You know, I'm gonna check it for you. I'm gonna check it.
Right, all right.
I know they.
'Cause I feel like
don't like
the victory again. I know in the earlier parts of the season.
No, it's just one game. They got one game against Aurora. That was on September 1st.
Huh. Last
Yeah.
week.
Was that last week?
Last week there was also
Yeah.
one.
No, it's all 0-2s, dude.
Damn. All right. Yeah. All right. I think there was almost.
You overestimated
I
it just a little
overestimated
bit.
that. Way bit, I think. But yes, I feel like if you were gonna take a win, you take it against these guys, right?
No, brother. At this point, this is one of those moments I wish that Tambayan had some drink, some juice.
We need some juice, man. We need some
I
drinks.
love some juice here right now.
Thank you if you're Vindy,
peanuts.
Vindy, if you're listening, please. And then again,
Hi.
we're walking up into the draft here for game number 2. And again, I don't know if that's gonna rattle them. Sometimes, if you play competitive games, previous games will get to you, depending on what happens. And that was a pretty big event. And again, stuff that rarely happens in MPL Philippines.
Yeah. Okay, so what, Roger, first pick, yeah? Sounds good, or Edith? I don't think anyone wants to go Jushin here. It's a all-assassin ban for TNC. That leaves Nolan, Roger, Julian. You see Coach Ducky mulling the possibilities as well. So Edith, Roger, first pickables if they want to. Still the Jushin, though. People still respecting those picks.
For sure, for sure. And now, obviously, Zask is still a very powerful first pick. I wonder if they're going to be coming up with this one.
Oh, that allows them to play aggressive.
Yeah.
If
Like
they
we were
have the right
talking,
pieces, yeah.
you like TNC looks good with their aggressive, man.
Yeah.
Right? Zask is great. Edith is still open. Usually a very good first pick for most teams. They will have an option to go for picks like a high loss if they want to go that route. So if they go for that route, maybe they want to try to, I don't know, boomerang that into something good.
Yeah.
Last 2 picks, or next 2 picks rather.
Just the Roger, Edith.
Terizla? Wow, a head's priority.
Huh? Oh, you know what? He's in the zone. He's feeling it.
That's
He's
not
feeling
often.
it.
It's not often that you get a priority to Rizla anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so that still leaves a lot of power picks available. So now FCAP will have to juggle between Zask, Roger, Hylos, Harith, Edith.
Jawhead maybe, if you're feeling it? Not, probably not. Third pick.
No, yeah, you don't see enough. Yeah, third pick. Yeah, you're right, you're right. If they're going to go Jawhead, that's going to go third. So you have like 6 power picks that you're trading around.
Oh,
that's why TNC Pro Team opted to go for the Terizla instead.
Big pool.
Yeah. So it's like pick your own poison.
All right. It does feel like that Natan did pretty good, but the Roger's going to be the one going to get picked up. And the Edith, you know, usually very hard to ignore that hero if it's open.
Yep.
And this is what we're talking about. The boomerang into the next 2 good picks.
Hylos Harith.
Hylos and Harith.
They look good. They have a high win rate together.
That's like great
Or
combination.
is it Hylos Zask? I'm remembering.
I think it's Hylos Harith.
Yeah. Oh, but the thing is they need to lock in their jungler.
That's a Julian.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a Julian lock-in. And
to live is to trick the ruler.
Huh? Cool.
That's pretty cool.
Cloud's open though.
I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I like it. It can be a great Natan lineup as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Lolita Hanabi like. No, I'm not even kidding. That could work. You got a pretty good front line with Terizla.
Yeah.
Buffed up. Lolita buffed up as well with the NetherRealm. Now Hanabi can do some damage, but then again, it's gonna put a lot of pressure on the Hanabi to perform.
My problem is Edith might have a good time in the early against that. Because they won't have enough damage to completely take her out. Might just give her Primal Wrath stacks. She'll be brought down to around like 20-30% health and then turn it around with the full stacks of Primal Wrath.
Right.
So if they're gonna go into that, that's a big risk.
That's a big risk.
And
I
again,
know.
it puts a lot of pressure onto Kaizen. So they'll go for the high loss instead. High loss Edith. I'm gonna have to recheck. As far as I remember, they have a very high win rate as a tandem. So Tigreal gets taken out. They're taking away picks from Escalera, which, to be fair, the Lolita's still open for him later on.
Not bad. Does feel like. And again, I like Lolita against the Edith just because if you're really, really itching for it, Guardian's Reflection is pretty good against the Primal Wrath. And maybe another mage. But then again, you also want to use that against more conventional marksmen, which is not the case here for FCAP. So there's the Nolan ban out. Possibly. Now that's like a 4-man jungle ban here for TNC. Look at that.
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
So they want to force the Roger into the hands of Kyle TZ?
That's it. That's exactly the play. One more jungle ban probably.
Yeah. With Carry getting taken out, the gold laners, they'll still be available for Kyle. By the way, Edith and Hylos this season, if they're in the same composition, are undefeated. 5-0. So that's what TNC decided to give Falcons APBren. I understand that the Faramis is also a block pick from Few, because, come on, that's a World Championship winning Faramis. So, you know, the more I think about it, the more I understand it.
There you go. 5 jungle
Wow.
bans.
It's Haka Kyle.
If you're not Rogering this game, Kyle, I don't know what you're doing. Because that's what they're forcing right now.
We can just go Harith.
They're
It's
going
Harith, Hylos, Edith together.
Yeah, they're going for a big risk. They're going for a really risky play here, leaving everything open.
Harith and Edith have a 75% win rate together. Hylos, well, 50% for Harith and Hylos. But Harith, Edith, Hylos together sounds good with a Roger.
Lock in
However,
Harith
that
here.
makes them all close range up against the Faramis. Oh.
And the Terizla, who love playing close range.
Yeah. Okay. The more I see it, the more I'm starting to understand. TNC Pro Team might actually be drafting Falcons APBren into a corner, and that's why they're deeply thinking about it. And they go Eve.
I love it.
Against the Faramis.
Big haymaker here coming in from FCAP. The Eve pick coming in. You want to play close? Play into my box.
Yeah.
Walk into my web, you know?
Yeah, and if that's going to be a Harith later on, that's going to be terrifying, even though they're all up close. Oh, you're right, you're right.
Eve is great. Eve is great. Oh my goodness.
They need a little bit more range here. Hell, just go, ooh.
Natan?
They already have early. I wouldn't mind an Ixia or a Melissa. Oh, no, Melissa up against you know what? Yeah, Melly or Ixia. I'll be okay with it. Because the carry's gone.
I played the Melissa against a very similar lineup yesterday. It didn't go well.
It didn't? Okay.
Yeah, it's a Claw. There you go. That's
Okay,
a safer,
yeah,
that's
okay.
a safer pick.
I got a little
And
bit too excited.
What else? Matilda, keeping everyone alive.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It's the idea of picking the high loss against a Zask because it breaks into the formation easily. So up against an Eve, you break into the formation easily. But who are they going to be hunting right now? Whatever this pick will be for Kyle or Marco?
Probably Marco, right? Probably Marco.
What is this, Brody?
Classic. Wait, that's not bad. That's not bad. Too bad the skin set isn't out yet. That's a Harris.
It's the Harris
that's
that
the
we
easy,
mentioned
That's
earlier.
what you mentioned,
Yeah.
the high win rate combos. So, there you go. There you go. CalTZ forced on the Roger, but I think he's pretty happy to take that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. And Flat Easy on the Edith this time around. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Falcons APBren actually got a little bit ahead here on the draft. They don't need to overthink with this draft. It's pretty easy to execute, pretty easy to pull off, easy to farm as well.
TNC Pro Team just needs to get Claude out of lane. Make Claude win lane right away if you can. If it's not that, if you're not going to win the gold lane, win the EXP lane. You have to win one of the side lanes within the first 6 minutes if you're TNC Pro Team. If not, it's going to be so hard.
Hey, you know what? CNC, they're really good in those first 6 minutes. Let's see if they're going to pull it off and maybe bring us to a game 3 against FCAP. Nice winning, and go ahead.
And we will take it away. Thank you very much, panel, for breaking things down.
Legends.
And, you know, we got to move on from what just happened in Game 1. And now for Game 2 here, we'll see if TNC can replicate at least the early game from the last one. Let's see if they can do that. And you heard it right from Renmar and Rockhart, both pretty much agreeing that the side lanes are so important this early game that TNC needs to control. It's either got to be heads or it's got to be Kozin in, that first 6 minutes or so to deal with. How do you feel about that, Inga?
Yeah. I think if they replicate, as you mentioned, game number 1, they dominated the XP lane because their first rotation after getting a pick off onto Few onto mid was XP.
Yeah.
And it worked for them for the, first 4 minutes. I feel like if they extend it to 8 minutes, they can end games in 11 minutes. But right now, again, the pull from Lancy.
Oh, wow, he's going to jump in? Okay, he's fine. But playing on the edge here for the most part. But, yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like, is it going to be Lancy that's helping them win that early game this time around with this Faramis pick here?
I think as soon as the first turtle spawns, first 2 turtles, yes, he'll definitely be a factor. And if they want to go overextend and gank Flap TZ, Lancy's really going to be a big factor as soon as he reaches level 4 like this. Because they're going to go for the gank onto the middle lane. Kyle TZ, first man down. Kazin gets a kill.
There it is. First blood going in the hands of TNC. And like you mentioned, Lancy, big part of that too. This is the use of that Stampede, that Shadow Stampede. You get to go ahead and pull someone in for the team. And
here's
the guys are set here for Flap.
Here's the gank onto the XP lane. Flap TZ. Can he out-sustain the damage? I think not. And Heads picks up a kill.
Great movements here coming from TNC. Starting things off strong in the early game. Heads now has that level 4. Perfect timing for the first objective, just like we saw in Game 1. Pretty much doing exactly how they did it. Controlling things, pushing FCAP off. Not going to be able to contest at all for this first objective. So TNC already off to a great start. Now, because of that, what can TNC do differently this time? We saw that shift. I think you mentioned in Game 1, it was really that second turtle when things started to shift for FCAP.
Yeah, I think it was the moment that they tried to go for the wait. The minute Kozin goes in with a Blazing Duet just to get a faster clear here onto the minions. I think it was the moment when they got the second turtle. Kazin didn't use the... I don't know. FCAP got the second turtle. Kyle TZ used the second, his Retribution. Kazin didn't, so they went for the orange buff steal. And that's where they fell off. I think their over-aggression, because they thought that they had a huge lead that they could pull those things off and extend their lead more by depriving Kyle TZ of his buff. So I think they have to play it safer. More calculated, extend their lead, but not at a huge amount right away. Just step by step, minute by minute, as Renmar said. Take it minute by minute.
Minute by minute. They have to, like, I agree, be a little more calculated in that. And I think, again, they're just... This is a team that likes to take the chances, you know, and sometimes, like I said, it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But at the same time, we go back to that point where they have to be able to control this early game, especially the side lanes under, you know, that 6-7 minute mark. And so for them, in order to do that, I think TNC still has to utilize the amount of utility that they have, that they can juggle around with. And anytime you have this Matilda, even the Faramis available to you, that's what you're doing. You know, you're not really relying on Claude to be the main damage dealer until later on. So then play around the fact that you have Kaizen and Heads here. And even to an extent, like we all know that Faramis, depending on how it's utilized by the different players here, can do quite a bit of damage.
1v1 between the two gold laners, but
there it is.
Here comes Escalera with a guiding wind and circling eagle to bring down Marco. 0-1-0, off to a good start for TNC as they extend their gold lead.
Yeah, this is going to set themselves up for the second turtle really well. And they have a better lead now than they did in Game 1. Should be able to just get this objective, but you can already see FCAP. They're not going to go for it. That's turtle secured. Kyle TZ just working on the buff. So this is great momentum for TNC. They're playing with the momentum that they have. They're controlling their sides of the map like they should. And if they can keep this up even to the third turtle, that's great for them, dealing with what FCAP brings to the table in this game too.
You know, at the rate that they're playing now, close to perfection, their only problem coming into the mid game is honestly themselves. Their main enemy is themselves. To avoid the over-aggressions, to avoid the 50-50 risky plays, just really wait for Kozen's power spike to arrive. He picked up already an assist, is dominating the gold lead, so it's not that hard, it's not that far for Kozen to be activated right away without suffering any casualties for the side of TNC.
Yeah, I think this... Oh, hold on. Phew.
Okay, here comes Kaizen. RWM is there. Lancey picks up the kill. Now they have to walk away here. Circling Eagle is there. Flap TC onto the chase as well. Oh, Glorious Pathway will be casted. Kozen goes in with the Blazing Duet. Not enough damage. Goes right after Ogwen, but Lancey's going to fall down. Flap TC pops his Primal Wrath. Has to walk away. That's worth it exchange. Few for Lancey.
Yeah, Flap gets a kill in that exchange.
Yeah.
So, but you can still see where this lineup from TNC is able to pull these things off at this point in the game. And this is now the 6-minute mark. So just like our panelists mentioned, you know, they had to pull the trigger on these side lanes, and they've done that. Looking at that as well, you know, you've only got it. Okay, he picks up the DHS now. I was going to say, you got the Corrosion Scythe there for Kozen. He was close to DHS, locks it in right at the 6-minute mark, so that's great for him. And even there, Heads, he's only got the War Axe, but he's also enough, he provides enough of the frontline tankiness and then relying on, you know, the utility that they have for TNC that he can play around being aggressive on this Terizla pick. So it's FCAP that are kind of like, whoa, we're trying to catch our breath a little bit against these first few minutes against TNC, and the third turtle's up though, and they have the control for this.
So this might be the turning point for Falcons APBren because they have the control. Ogwen being the front liner here, Kyle TZ will get the turtle. They have to disengage, but here comes the chase coming in from Escalera. The Circle Eagle is there. RWM will be casted. Ogwen's still alive with the Revitalize. Now that was a trade for Falcons APBren they're willing to take. Oh, wait, a pull coming in from Few. Here comes Edge, chases him after penalty zone, but Super Marco comes in with his Salmon Force. Lancey with a save for the Nether Realm. Flap TZ, Primal Wrath. Here comes Kyle TZ, a pull again from Lancey. 1v1 between the junglers. Still no deaths for TNC. Only Few was the casualty.
TNC holding on. They're actually going to get the tier 1 down too.
Another pull from Lancey, plus the Blazing Duet from Kozen. What a play from Lancey and Kozen. They're not even done, forcing the Glorious Pathway and Salmon Force. Want to go right after Super Marco. 3.7k gold lead plus the mid lane takedown.
This is as far as TNC has found themselves in a lead against FCAP so far in the series, and they're doing it very well. A lot of that you could see from that team fight. It might have looked a little messy, but they were just responding to what FCAP was doing. A lot of times, too, FCAP was trying to peel for each other. They were there. Even the Salmon Force and the Glorious Pathway being dropped down. Good responses from TNC, though, to kind of be patient. They're still aggressive, but they're a little more calculated on the way they're approaching things. Even the fact that they had Kozen pushing down bot, and then he came to the mid to join the fight. Great usage from Lancey with a Stampede again from the Spharamis, and that's all highlighting the fact, again, the amount of utility from TNC is what FCAP is really struggling with. The damage from them isn't necessarily even there just yet. Once Kozen comes online with the trinity of items that he needs, and even to an extent where Kaizen is locked in once he gets the penetration on this Julian pick, that's where things kind of get worrisome for FCAP here. And so for that, they're still finding themselves behind, especially leading into this first objective. With this kind of lead, TNC should clearly take this First Lord without a problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think FCAP freely gives it away. They're trying to get vision, but they might be too late.
Yeah, they're going to be too late because TNC is going to burst down the Lord. Kaysen successfully gets it, but TNC wants to go for the fight. Circling Eagle coming in from Escalera just to force out the Glorious Pathway, and now they're going to disengage. And going back to your point, I do agree. TNC, in terms of burst, looking at the lineup, they don't have that much burst, but the fact that, as you mentioned, they have a lot of utility, it's easy for them to extend the fights.
Yeah.
I mean, you thought, prior to that Lord Clash, you thought that the Clash was over, but Escalera goes in the Circling Eagle, or the chase from Heads with the penalty zone flicker play. And I think he wants to do it again, because Escalera, Circling Eagle, will connect. Ogwen soaking up the damage, the Skunts coming in from Kaysen as they get the purple buff of Kautizi.
They took the purple buff, now they're going to work here, trying to put some pressure on this mid lane, the tier 2. Lord's still up as well, so FCAP has to clear that out. And you're wondering, if you're looking at FCAP, you know, when does this power spike come into play for them? They're 10 minutes into this game. They've had plenty of time to farm up, at least for Super Marco. Few, just this utility mage trying to set things up. They're going to try to withstand this siege into the base here.
Okay, Holy Shield's been popped. Heads just really waiting for the perfect opportunity here to use the penalty zone as they work on the middle lane turret, but Falcons APBren says no Glorious Pathway. Okay, they want to go for the engage, and TNC has to back away. And now this time they can counter engage because there's no more Glorious Pathway coming in from Ogwen.
Yeah, there's none from them, but FCAP will just go ahead and clear things up. They hold on. They only lost that Holy Shield of the base turret on the bottom side. They're still holding on to the tier 2 mid and still keeping things together. Now this is the part where TNC is put to the test. It's always at this point in the game. Every time you look at all their matches from the past 5 weeks, they have a great lead. They've been in this position before. Now can they cap out this win here?
Okay, they're just going to zone out Falcons APBren to contest for this orange buff. It's a 5-on-5. We're going to wait for the penalty zone from Hands, connecting onto the backline. Kozen with a beautiful blazing duet. Winter Crown play. But he's not going to be able to burst down anyone. Lancey has to use the Nether Realm, respecting the damage of Falcons APBren. Now the question is, who got the... Kozen got the orange buff.
Everything from TNC was utilized there. You couldn't have asked for a better set. That was a great setup, but also a great response from FCAP. Despite being down how they are in terms of itemization, no one went down in the exchange. They held their own. They keep farming up. You can see the items. You know, they are falling behind. Look at the gold difference for the gold laners. Super Marco so far behind, what, almost 3,000 gold behind here. So he's still trying to work on those next items following up to match up against Kozen's firepower. And then, so that's what they have to do. They have to somehow keep staying alive from those setups that TNC's thrown at them. And with that, keeping that in mind, again, they might be better off leaving this Lord, letting it go. But it's FCAP. We don't think that they're exactly going to do that. As you can see them trying to get in a position here. Full force to TNC with a massive lead. We'll see if they're able to pull through with this Lord, or if they're even shoved off from it, as FCAP still stays on the front side.
Okay. Falcons APBren willing to trade, willing to contest for the second Lord. And going back to your point, the utilities of TNC, I mean, you have to think about the Nether Realm, you have to wait for it to be popped. And apart from that, so far, all penalty zones from Heads are connecting. Not every penalty zone results to a kill, but almost all results to objective takedown. So we're gonna see and wait what Heads, what Escalera will do to secure this Lord.
There it is. They're going to start it up. They're going to give the green light for it.
Okay, bursting down. Circling Eagle will be casted just to zone out. Kalti's just waiting for a perfect opportunity. Goes in with a blazing duet! Penalty zone in as well with the Nether Realm. Few is going to fall down along with Flapteezy. Perfectly executed for TNC. An uncontested Lord take.
And TNC will be rewarded. 2 kills, objective secured. This game should be theirs. 13 minutes in, a massive power spike in their favor. Heavily outgunning FCAP. Now knocking on their base. This is as perfect as it can be for the lineup they brought, and now they push it through the mid.
Oh, penalty zone again, on to 2. As the Glorious Pathway is there. Now Flapteezy and Few are here for the defense. Lord still marching into the bottom lane. Again, the Holy Shields has been popped. Now TNC, they can utilize this Lord by taking down 2 inhibitor turrets or even ending the game at this point.
Still going to put the pressure here. Lord has to be worked on. FCAP will do that. Charge going to come through. Going to try to hold on in their base the best they can, but it should be a fully exposed base of FCAP, TNC, looking to take it to Game 3 against these Titans here.
And the penalty zone from Heads, and all the combinations from the Phoenix Army. It's just too much for Falcons APBren. Ogwin is going to fall down as their base is now fully exposed. Kyle Teasy goes in with the Lycan Pounds, but going up against 4 members. Oh, look at Escalera trying to bait out Kyle Teasy here. He has Kaizen beside him. No casualty is only Ogwin, plus the inhibitor turrets. Again, another perfectly executed penalty zone from Heads.
Heads has been on point, man. He is just finding the right entry points, finding the right moments to lock down at least 2 to 3 members of FCAP every single time. And you can see this too. FCAP will still stay in the game. They lose all the turrets in the base though, so TNC, massive lead. They haven't lost a single turret. This is usually unheard of for FCAP.
Oh, circling eagle combination, and here comes the stuns coming in from Kaizen. Flapteasy. He tries to evade it with Earth Shadow. Look at that! Penalty zone, plus the Blazing Duet again. Who's gonna fall down first? It's gonna be Few. Flap is the next target. Double kill for Kozen. It's just 3 members left for Falcons APBren.
Just 3 members. They lost Few, they lost Flap, but they won't lose the game just yet. Somehow, someway, FCAP keeping up the members when they need to. They'll clear the waves out. But TNC, you can see how much synergy they're showing in Game 2, making things work. The utility is there. Kaizen feeling pretty good about it as well. But it's always this, you know, Kozen has not been touched. He's been able to get to the back line so easily, so confidently against FCAP. And I don't know, man, Few on this EVE pick, it's tough. It's tough because, the whole reason you pick it up, you have that Deathbox real-world manipulation, you set things up, and that might be playing a part on why this game hasn't ended just yet, because you still have to respect it. Even when you're up this far ahead like TNC, you still have to expect the fact that when real-world manipulation is up and it's Amin forced to deal with then the Glorious Pathway, it's a lot that can turn things around. So FCAP, knowing all of this, even with all their base turrets down, they'll still stay up front here, getting vision on this Lord take. And TNC, they can play around on the macro level. We'll see if they pull it off here. Or what Heads does. He has a flicker available with the penalty zone. He has the information he needs. FCAP will clear the waves. They have to manage the top side as well. And Lancey will jump on in.
Okay, zoning out Flapteasy. Kyle Teasy has to deal with the minions up top. Falcons APBren wanting to go for the kill, but no casualty for TNC there. And now this is going to be a hard defense for Falcons APBren. I mean, that's what, the 3rd Lord?
Yeah.
3rd Lord plus the kit coming in from TNC. So far, even Lancey, I really want to commend Lancey because the Nether Realm was always casted on time. Like, not just casting it as soon as the clash starts, but he's waiting for the perfect moment wherein almost all his teammates are really low to, like, get bang for the buck for that Nether Realm.
This is where we see if this lineup from FCAP is able to have a successful defense like they've been doing. Again, they don't have any movement to work with, any map presence to really work with. No turrets down, but they got to deal with this Lord and the push from TNC.
And here comes Heads again with the penalty zone. Flapteasy popping his Primal Wrath. Goes in onto the backline with the Blazing Duet. The Lord will be bursted down. All members of Falcons APBren are low. Kyle Teasy focusing on the minions, but the tower lock from TNC is there as they force a Game 3 against the Titans.
And TNC will keep the embers burning in game number 2, completely stopping FCAP from getting anything, any turrets at all. And they'll take us to game number 3.
Wow. Naisu, we're right beside TNC. I can see their whole body language change. Like, we've seen it in the intro. They're like, okay, not as confident, but this time it's like they're on top of the world. They know their capabilities, and they were able to show it in this game up against Falcons APBren.
Against a team like FCAP here, this game number 2 has to be a morale boost for TNC. They need to go ahead and take this and bring it to game 3 and hopefully win the series here in a reverse sweep. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they think of game number 2.
You know what? We were talking about an APBren, a Falcons APBren coming from Molas. You don't want to face that?
Yeah.
You don't want to face the TNC who got their base broken by a minion because they were fierce.
Yeah, like, to be honest, no other way to put it, they look pissed.
They look pissed.
They look not angry, not just angry at APBren, the minions, but they look angry at themselves that they brought out the best TNC game that we've seen so far this season. We mentioned it. You have 6 minutes. That is your time window for this lineup of TNC Pro Team to dominate right away. And because Escalera set the tempo with the Matilda 1-1 and 10 on the KDA, it was easy for him to pressure the jungle of the Roger. Because in this metagame, if you're mid 3, your roam and your mid, alongside their jungle, can't rotate faster than the opposing team, most likely you will lose the side lanes. Escalera rotated very quickly. So he got 2 feet.
2 feet, man. And he's flying. He's flying.
He's flying.
He's flying, man. And again, I think you hit it right on the head.
Yes.
We hit it right on the heads where, you know what? Cut the rotations early on. Man, if Falcons APBren wants to move this way, we stop it.
Yep.
Plain and simple. And I think somehow with this one, they got the right recipe. They got the right tempo.
Yeah.
And cut it the moment that Falcons APBren least expected.
The first 2 highlights we're seeing here, the first one, Kyle TZ went down early, Flap TZ going down early, that's it. They tick their condition. 4th minute, they take out their Super Marco, and before the 6th minute, the top tower was broken. That's it. That's all of the conditions that TNC needed to hit already checked. They just needed to execute and finish. But because since they were able to check out their early game conditions, it was difficult for Falcons APBren to get a win, to find a pick. They get a pick here and there, but it's very rare, especially if Heads is jumping on you with the Terizla.
That's right. It's really hard to maybe formulate or counterpunch against that, especially if they're already in your face. And again, the Eve was actually a pretty slick move, pretty slick pick.
Yeah.
But then again, at the late game, did you even see a difference that made? That was pretty nuts. And probably at 7.5k earlier, one of the biggest leads a team has ever had against Falcons APBren.
Yeah,
TNC did that.
Exactly. This was an 18-minute long game, almost there, but it was a one-sided affair.
Oh, yeah.
At around, I believe, the 8th or 7th minute, there was actually a 2-level gap already between Kozin and Super Marco. It was hard for Super Marco to climb up. Every time it felt like Falcons APBren had the damage, they were still lacking damage from Fuse Eve. And TNC was bold here because even though TNC Pro Team had the lead, the sustainability brought out by the Revitalize of the high loss made it difficult for TNC to get substantial wins. They'd get a poke, they'd get a big poke, minus one,
Yeah.
that's it.
That's it.
But TNC said, nope, we don't need to build the Dominance Ice as early. The only anti-healing item that they had really was the glowing wand of their Faramis. No one built Dominance Ice early on, no Sea Halberds early on, no other glowing wand as well. That was it in terms of their healing reduction. While Falcons APBren had 2, but again, they were severely lacking the damage.
And that was maybe also, again, kind of given to us by the choice of mid laner, right? The choice of mid laner really slowed it down. The Eve is more like a pseudo support, right? It's not really bursty. You can walk out away from it, and then again, you need that execute damage. I guess that's what Falcons APBren were looking for here. Maybe waiting for Kaltizi to go onto mode.
Yeah.
Maybe waiting for the Super Marco to go into mode, but neither of those happened.
Exactly. Eve is utility. She's a utility mid laner.
Slow him,
you
burn
revolve
him.
around exactly. Slow him and burn him. That's what she does. Slow him and burn him. But if your opponents are playing faster, that your main damage dealers in the Harith and the Roger are playing catch up, that they were smothered early on, couldn't get the resources early on, then the utility that Eve brings to the table just looks like a weakness.
Exactly. It's those moments where you feel like, oh, maybe you could have picked a better or a different mid laner.
Yeah.
But yes, but you're right. Absolutely. In that, it made a lot of sense in the draft, to be honest. But look at that. Falcons APBren were barely able to touch a tower.
Yeah, it was just
100 tower damage.
It was just a little bit of a tickle from the Edith that was the tower damage that they dealt. And
it's probably the bouncing lightning.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. A little bit of that, the basic enhanced basic attack of that Edith.
Oh my goodness.
You have to credit TNC Pro Team, Coach Wolf and Coach Itomax for drafting this way. Absolute swerve of, again, at the beginning, I was questioning their first 3 picks, Terizla, Julian, Faramis, but then as their bans were rolling out, as we were seeing out the picks, and finally, once we saw that early game rotation and how they executed it, this was such a perfect draft sequence by TNC Pro Team. A surprise Terizla priority.
Yeah.
They get the Julian and the Faramis. They take away 2 strong heroes for Falcons APBren, while at the same time that a hero that will play to their strengths, that will allow them to go aggressive, and then they rounded out with a Matilda that eventually just became, killer for Falcons APBren to deal with.
So that's basically the way to do it, apparently.
Yeah.
5-man jungle band.
Yeah, and a 5-man jungle band too, exactly. The Fanny, Hayabusa, Ling, Nolan, Joy, all banned out by TNC.
Unbelievable. I don't think anyone's ever tried that.
No.
Against Falcons APBren. You kind of always have to look for the chip, you look out for those big ticket items, the high loss.
Yeah.
They said, you know what, let's just remove Kyle TZ heroes and see what happens.
Yeah,
and right there.
And consider the fact that what TNC ended up giving Falcons APBren were some of the most high win rate hero pairings. High loss, Edith,
Harith.
and then with the Harith and Roger together, that's just 4 power picks with 1 pick to support them, Eve supporting the rest. But then it was countered by a Matilda. I didn't see it initially in the draft, but once we saw that first 3 minutes, I was like, oh no, it's such a struggle for Falcons APBren.
Yeah.
That was a genius pickup by TNC
genius.
Pro Team to pick up that Matilda.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys expected that, but yeah, it happened. TNC with their second game win.
Yeah, second game win
of the season. There you go, just to clear it up. Whew. But if you are watching here, maybe you have gifts, by the way, you want to give to the teams, to the players. Like if you want to give TNC some pizza, I don't know, for that performance. Do you have a community? I don't know why I bought pizza. I want pizza. Just go over the MPL Arena. We have drop boxes right there on the entrances where you can give the players gifts or letters or whatever. Show your appreciation. It's really nice. And sometimes the people who send gifts are also invited over to the panel segments or future panel segments, I think. So they want to do that. So you get to be part of the Infinix Game Tambayan. That would be pretty cool. So go ahead and do that later on. But yes, just a quick reminder for everyone who's watching. Now, we're in game number 3. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? We'll have to wait and see. But before that, I think we also have to remind you guys that We Are Legends is actually happening.
Yep.
Every Monday. That happens every Monday right there. I think my shift is done. I did all the previous Mondays. It's pretty insane. A lot of MDL teams are going crazy, and MDL stats, teams that win in MDL are actually losing there.
Oh, so it's like a reverse.
It's a big reverse on the teams that are losing are winning for some reason. Argu Kaito, undefeated in the previous season, were actually, I think, eliminated already.
Wow, so it's like the mirror realm of MDL for We Are Legends. That's what you get with this tournament right here, powered by WeTrend.
It's insane. So go over to the WeTrend Facebook page, check it out. The action's all there. It is wild. Get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds. They gave away some diamonds there. It's pretty cool. Check it out. So, yeah. So that is, honestly, I'm still a little bit rattled. Still rattled by game 1. It's a very rattling game with a minion win. Game 2, a very mad TNC.
Yeah.
Or very angry or very, I don't know. What's a better...
Mad at the world. No, straight up, dude. That's it. Mad at the world, mad at the minions, mad at Falcons APBren, mad at themselves.
Yeah.
Get the win.
They want to tear up the base. They want to tear up the Land of Dawn, man. And it's a really scary TNC to fight here. Now for Falcons APBren, what's the mojo? What do you do to take that back? That was pretty decisive. And Falcons APBren, by the way, going for blue side right now.
Yeah, right now, I'm trying to go through my head in terms of what they're going to be, the prioritizing, the picks, and all that.
It's all pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Falcons APBren are going to switch things up, maybe. Then they're just going to end up playing to their strengths and rushing the fastest draft possible.
Fastest draft possible.
The fastest lineup in terms of dominating early. It's not weak side gold lane, play strong side gold lane, and pick up a roamer that will rotate faster than Escalera and Lancy. So I'm excited for this one because I'm having a hard time trying to think of the sequencing that Falcons APBren would want to do on the blue side and how TNC Pro Team will punch back on the red side.
That makes a lot of sense. You know what? If you're Falcons APBren, if TNC wants to play minute 1 to 5, let's give it to them, right? I think that's a great way to do it.
Exactly.
Falcons APBren has done this before. They have taken games. They did the 9-minute game
against TNC.
Against TNC. So why not? Right? Not the coach. Why not do it right now? That sounds like a plan. But then again, are they willing to do that? Or maybe they don't want to be too... They don't want to jump the gun too much.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think Falcons APBren should do? Should they just do what they want to do or what? What's FCAP side selection priority win rate?
Yeah.
So if they choose a side, they
win.
win 66%, 2 out of 3 times.
Yeah. 2 out of... Well, I think it's more than 3. Is it 2 out of 3?
2/3.
Oh.
2 out of 3.
Oh, 2/3 of the time.
2 out of 3 times.
I get you. No, I was thinking of the specific value, like it's been 3, but it's been more. But I get you.
There
I
it
get
is.
you now.
So most of the time, they will win if
Yep.
they pick a side. Now, I don't know how accurate that is going to be here, especially since it's blue side, which is pretty normal for them anyway.
Yeah.
But then again, we can't really push that aside. Coach Trevor, really scary force to be reckoned with.
I was revisiting the drafts that happened in the 9-minute and 52-second game that we
fast
saw
one
between Falcons APBren and TNC Pro Team. So what happened was the priorities of Falcons APBren were Hylos, Moskov, and Julian. I think that's one of the reasons now that we're seeing the TNC Pro Team are heavily contesting the Julian away from Falcons APBren because that was the picks of Kyle Teasy. He played 2 Julian games when Falcons APBren beat TNC last week.
Moskov snubbed in the past draft.
Yeah, and Moskov has been snubbed too. I don't think we actually saw a Moskov ban, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so. I would pretty much
there was
remember that.
there was no Moskov ban at all.
Yeah, so maybe go back to your roots. Go back to your winning lineups, right? For Falcons APBren. Let's see if that's going to happen here as we go into game number 3 draft. I like it. I mean, Moskov is literally speed.
Ooh.
Right? He is speed. He loves to play that fast game. But I don't think not making an appearance yet, it is going to be a Phobius still for the first.
Interesting. Okay, so they're really leaning hard on this Phobius pickup. Instead of chasing after the high loss, which I thought that they'd go for the adjustment, TNC Pro Team stick to their strengths and go for Matilda Turizla.
Huh. When is that Turizla going to get banned out, right? Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder. But then again, TNC are back on their red side with 11% win rate so far in the season. The lineup looks very similar to what we saw in game number 2, though.
Will it be an early carry or take away the Julian? Maybe the... Oh, no, they banned the Julian themselves. Excuse me.
Get the jungle out first? Does that make... I don't think they need to rush it right now, but maybe...
Get the carry or the Moskov, I feel like.
Alpha!
Oh, they swerve it. They go back to their Alpha roots.
Super early, and finally Moskov making an appearance.
So this allows them to play aggressive around the Alpha while having the Moskov handle the side lanes. Because I think the last one was too objective focused for Falcons APBren, too fight focused. This one now they'll at least have like one pick that will take care of the sides and then they'll join in. So I imagine a very tanky 4. The Roamer, Jungle, EXP, and mid laner. Well, not a tanky mid laner, but you know, a lineup that can fight well as 4 while the Moskov just split pushes.
So Alpha on XP, Jungle most likely. Right?
Good spirits, they're just laughing.
I like it. I like it. And there's a Zask again, very powerful pick, picked up by Lancy. This will do well against whoever that 4 you're talking about is, right?
Yes, you're right.
That's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, I agree with you. Zask was great. It makes the team fight that Falcons APBren is looking for. The 4v5 while the Moskov is pushing just a little bit harder going up against the Dominator's Descent. TNC needs to contest the high loss, I think, or take it out.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. That sounds perfect so far. But then again, we still have some leeway to maybe ban it out, right? Ban out that high loss, make it a lot harder for the FCAP lineup to move. Or
okay.
banning out the Valentina.
Yeah, the Valentina would have been great because it could have taken the Dominator's descent
there it is.
of the Zask, and
Good
it would have
point.
made the team fight the Falcons APBren stronger. I think the TNC Pro Team now, they just don't care about the high loss. They're more than happy to just give it, and their way of thinking might be, we rotate faster, and okay, sure, break our formation, but our EXP and mid laner are difficult to take down. It will take some time. So they ban the carry. Oh, gold lane.
All right. Kind of forcing the attack on the gold lane, maybe forcing it
Yeah.
back into a Claude, right?
Yeah.
But then again, this lineup, like I said, the first free is great with skirmishing. That Claude's probably going to have a hard time here.
Yeah, considering that the Phoveus might be packing Vengeance, so it might not be so clear-cut for Kozin. Might be something different here. Hey, you know what? If you're Kozin, you can pull a page out of the book of Keller and Beniguti, and you can... You know what? I'm not going to hate on it anymore. Pick up the Clint.
Pick up the Clint.
Pick up the Clint.
That sounds like an X-Borg for...
X-Borg Jungle.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's why they were laughing. You know what? Maybe they said, Coach, try this. Coach was laughing. You know what? Maybe we can go for it.
Matilda X-Borg. So few now will be forced into picking up something like the Aurora.
Explosive, right? Just to chill out. You know? Literally chill out while he's taking the heat. I like it.
Chill out the fire. Because you can't pick Farsa into this. You need burst. Vexana is still an option, but I feel like I would personally prefer the Aurora here.
Yeah, that's true. Aurora and the high loss is great.
Yeah, but still, oh, that makes a team fight us 4 of TNC so difficult.
Time to go to the Arctic
Oh, Lolita
Lolita
Lilia
and
is the
Lilia
way.
instead. All right, that's a different trajectory here.
Yeah.
A big difference from what we were thinking.
So they do have sustainability. The Lilia will have the black shoes to reset any damage. TNC Pro Team need to take care of how much they're gonna use in terms of taking this Lilia down. Because that was one of their sicknesses in the first game, that they would use so much abilities, and then when they have an advantage, they wouldn't be able to continue the fight because they've already used their ultimates, while one or two key ultimates on the side of Falcons APBren would still be up. In terms of the gold lane, honestly, because of the Lolita pickup and the zone out provided by the Lilia, I'm having a hard time picking up of names.
Wow. Iksha! Oh my goodness!
I thought this would come out earlier, but now she came out here.
My girl coming in hot with the Iksha. I love it. Personally, really love it. All right. Because obviously I play this hero a lot, but yeah. If there was ever a lineup, you want the Matilda in, you want to use that Matilda, and you can distract the enemy with the Zask and the X-Borg. I like it. It's more 60-40 for me for TNC in this draft.
Yeah. 4 protect 1. TNC built this lineup with their Ixia in mind. And I gotta agree with you there, because looking at Falcons APBren, they don't have a clear dive. They just have to brute force and slow front-to-back team fight it to reach that Ixia. But this will call for great positioning from Kozin.
Can they pull it off, though? Can the Ixia finally get a win? Throw it over to Naisu and Ingan to give us all the action.
Thank you so much, guys. Breaking it down once again, Rockhart and Renmar to bring us to this game. Now on desk, it's me, Naisu, with Ingan for the final match in the series, final game in the series, game number 3 here between TNC and FCAP. You know, coming into this, we didn't think that we would see how game 1, where it was Winions, and then game 2 went, where TNC completely controlled the game against FCAP, and now what is in store for us for game number 3. Let's start off with this, Ingan. What do you think of the lineups here? What do you think of the compositions?
I think TNC, I agree with Rockhart and Renmar, the 4 protect 1 strategy. Gonna double down on the damage coming in from Kozin. Coming from that performance during game number 2 wherein he didn't die.
Yeah.
Plus the kit that they have right now, again, doubling down with the Escalera and Heads heroes. I think if they execute it to perfection like game number 2, it's gonna be a really fast game.
It's interesting too, because Kozin, even with how, you know, unfortunate game 1's ending was for TNC, Kozin played the game really well. Heads.
Oh, okay. Forces out the flicker. Okay, so this time, Falcons APBren are replicating what TNC did, focusing on the XP lane.
Yeah, focus on the side lanes here because of the fact that, you know, Heads had an amazing game on the Trizza previously. But that's the thing, Kozin, going back to the point here, this is an interesting pick that you do not see often. You don't see the Ixia picked up by a lot of teams. Certain players like to do it. And Kozin has had a phenomenal series, I would say, because he's barely died. You know, and even in the, like we saw when he played the carry in game 1 and then the quad last game, it's been great for him. So I'm just wondering how this glass cannon type of hero, this Ixia, is going to work out for him. He did run the Warcry emblem, so he's looking for even more of a glass cannon build than just setup here. And that's great that they brought Escalera on the Matilda again to help with that utility and escape. And now for the first turtle here, who's going to get it?
Oh, it's still going to go to Kyle TZ. Now uses the Spear of Alpha. Flap TZ goes in with the last Insanity. Oh! But the jump's coming in from Flap. Kaizen has to walk away. The flicker coming in from Flap will bring down Kaizen.
Okay, so a whole lot actually there for FCAP. This is a little different than last time, right? For TNC, they usually had the lead. Full barrage going to be dropped down. Not enough there. Again, Ogwin dropping up that big shield to deal with too. So going back to it, FCAP got a lot. They got the objective. They got the first blood. You know, and this time around too, Flap TZ has the flicker instead of the vengeance that we have seen him play on this Phoveus in the past. And so, you know, with that, he gets a little more play-calling ability.
Oh, Ogwen on the other hand here. Last Insanity to bring him down as he charges the Numinum Blast. But the question is, were they able to get the purple buff? Wait.
Yeah, he's got it.
Okay.
He's got it locked in. Kaizen was able to grab it. Retribution was used as well, so he'll go and get the orange here. Few takes a couple shots from Escalera, but this is the thing, you know, FCAP playing with a little bit of the lead they have. This is where I'm saying, you know, we've seen this time and time again too, Super Marco on the Maz Kav, and it's something that TNC wants to deal with. If a game gets out of hand early on, I feel like in this sense, TNC will find themselves kind of struggling a little bit. They have good damage profiles, magic and physical, you know, throughout all stages of the game. But just playing with the utility that they have, again, is what they need to be able to come through with. And that's really all on Escalera right now for the Matilda, making things work. Heads, if he continues to play like he has through the series, is also going to be crucial for TNC.
And I think for Falcons APBren, although they lack the kit for the clashes, their split push potential and pickups are immense though. So I think Falcons APBren, they really just wanted to divide and conquer. As much as possible, avoid those 5v5 clashes. Avoid activating heads with the penalty zone or the aggression coming in from Escalera's Matilda. But right now, look at this full barrage coming in from Kozin. Super Marco flickers in to avoid the full barrage. Just the last effort to save himself, but he's going to fall down in exchange for the turtle of Kyle TZ.
That's a whole lot you really can't escape, whether you use the Purifier or not. You know, you try to get out of range for it, but eventually just a whole lot going here for FCAP. Again, an objective in their hands. They're going to play around to the macro level a little bit more, take some resources, but TNC answers back as well by getting, you know, some of this gold on that plating here up top. So it's a trade. That's what's happening here for both of them. And TNC, oh, look at the setup here, FCAP. A lot of members here on the top side.
Numinum Blast, gonna charge up, circling Eagle, coming in from Escalera. They're not going to go for the engage instead, trying to avoid those sour moments, those acid moments, but I think Flap TZ wants to go in. They still have the Spear of Alpha. Here comes Kaizen. It's going to be a 4-on-3, but TNC has the turret. They're going to burst down Kozin. TNC has to walk away here. It's 4 members of Falcons APBren getting a kill.
Yeah, and that's tough because, like, Kozin had the flicker, but really, even if he had used it, it was just way too much presence from FCAP there. So it's better, you know, even with, and that's the unfortunate part, even with multiple team members there, Kozin really didn't have any other option to really play around with. Retribution going to be used on Kaizen. Look at this, they already get the Insanity out, last Insanity.
Oh, still manages to use the Spear of Alpha onto Escalera.
All for the turret.
All for the turret. A lot of resources expended for TNC, and Falcons got the turret for Marco up top.
This is, and you saw that, right? Few also just using the black shoes here. And this is going back to the point earlier. I think it was tough the previous game when you saw that E picked up for Few. This time around,
it's a Lilia.
It's a Lilia, and part of his job is literally just to be annoying enough to keep people from initiating. Earlier that was heads. Now he's also doing it over here to Lancey. And when you start to build up those items on the Lilia, the damage is actually quite surprising, especially with the blooms here, and then the black shoes being able to escape a lot of those initiations. So this third turtle.
Oh, heads goes in with the penalty zone and circling eagle combination again. Goes in. Full barrage, able to free hit. Falcons APBren has to catch the back line as Kyle TZ soaks some damage from the front line. Flap TZ goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. Kozen's gonna fall down all of a sudden for TNC as they work on the turtle. But Flap TZ continuing to jump right after heads. They have to walk away now. Falcons APBren with 2.2k gold lead still wants to go in because Super Marco goes in. Look at that Flap. This is a Phobius without a vengeance. So he's going to fall down, a 2-for-1 exchange. And now TNC on the driver's seat once again. The Black Shoes has been popped, but here comes Marco. He still have the Spirit of Destruction. He can go in anytime because Kazan is also low. Super Marco going right after Escalera, has to walk away. Heads again with the penalty zone onto Few. He's going to burst him down. There's no Black Shoes. And who's going to get the turtle? It's going to go on to Kozin. That was a long clash, but I feel like TNC won that trade.
Man. Talk about an extended team fight. It all started off with them starting to take the turtle. Oh.
Look at the combination of the Dominators, the Sentinel full barrage.
Okay. That's it. And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, when that full barrage is dropped down, it's hard to kind of play against that if you're full front of it. But TNC, going back to the last fight, great discipline there to wait for FCAP when everything was utilized. Then they came back swinging, and they end up getting objective. They lowered down that gold lead that was building. You know, they still have to work against it, but you can see the items starting to fall into place. Still, Kozin only on the Corrosive Scythe, though. Once he gets locked in, you know, 2-3 items, then that full barrage will hurt a little bit more. You can see now he finally picks up the DHS, and he's going to work on this Tier 1.
Okay.
He should be able to get it. Okay, it looks like they do. They'll back off TNC taking the discipline route. And we'll see them. FCAP, how are they responding across the map?
Oh, I think there's going to have a clash here onto the middle lane as the mid trio of TNC working on the mid. Okay, it's going to be a 5-on-5. Who's going to initiate first? But okay, for Falcons APBren, I mean for TNC, it's nice that Escalera can be aggressive and at the same time be defensive as much as possible. But they can't just keep relying on heads with the beautiful penalty zones. Because the moment the penalty zone doesn't connect, it's going to be an opening for Falcons APBren that clearly they always utilize. And for Flap TZ, oh wait, Kozin's ranking among all gold laners.
TNC Kozin leads all gold laners in average damage per minute at 2,838. And damage dealt sharing among all gold laners at 29.68% during the first half of the regular season. And that's why I talked about him earlier. You know, Kozin, through this series, he's had a great series so far. Nearly was deathless, if I recall right, in the last game, but if not, very little deaths from the carry to the Claude, and now the Iksha here.
He's going to go to a Lord Dance once again as Super Marco works on the bottom lane. TNC trying to burst down the Lord. Flap TZ surveying the scene. Now Few.
Super Marco bottom.
The picture, okay. Super Marco still at the bottom lane as Ogwe charges the Numinum Blast, and the full barrage is also there. Retribution battle. Kozin gets the Lord, and now TNC has to walk away because they're all low. Lancey flickers out. No trade. Spear of Destruction is gonna miss.
Right
so TNC, what a play.
So Super Marco decided to go push that Tier 2 on the bottom side. TNC manages to get the Lord through it, but it's still FCAP going and knocking down these Tier 2s now. So even with that play, TNC, they're going to lose some space to work with, but they have the Lord. What can they get out of it? They still need to work down on the side of FCAP's map, but that's the thing. You saw that setup potential, you know, and this is what we've been talking about a lot. Especially when the full barrage is used, FCAP can't just blindly walk into it.
Yeah.
And so we saw that happen here. So now we'll see. TNC, they've got a little bit of an advantage to work with. They want to take this gold lead and whittle down as much as possible.
Okay, Kazan uses his Retribution onto Flap TZ. And now the Lord marching into top lane. With Falcons APBren's lead, for sure no inhibitor turrets will be taken down unless Heads comes up with a miracle penalty zone once again. I think he tried to cast it. It's going to be cancelled as Flap TZ starts things off. Look at Ogwen. Numinum Blast going to connect with the Circling Eagle. Guiding Wind will save the members of the Phoenix Army. Flap TZ goes in deep. Look at Super Marco working onto the backline, but he's going to fall down first. Flap TZ nowhere to be found. Kota with a full barrage. And now the TNC, they've turned the tide to their favor. Kyle TZ working on Kazin. Still has the immortality. It will be popped. Kyle TZ so good. The damage up against 3. He was up against 3, but he's still alive. Last Insanti's going to bring him down. Ogwen and Few left against Lancy, Kazin, and Kozen.
Oh, you don't see that often, but man, Super Marco went in, thought he might be able to go ahead and kill Kozen, but Kozen says no. Bulletproof, Marco, you're not bulletproof today against this Ixia. And it's starting to be a very big problem for FCAP in these team fights. A lot of the times we see that, the initiation coming out from Flap TZ, going forward with the Infernal Pursuits, but TNC has that fight in them. They have that Phoenix in them.
They have the Phoenix, the burning passion to bounce back from the first half. I mean, that was a good initiation from Flap and Ogwen, but TNC just really standing their ground. Clearly, there's synergy and chemistry. They've worked on it for 4 weeks. And this is up against Falcons APBren. I mean, one of the Titans along with TLPH. And this is how you perform? This is what you're doing right now?
I mean, put that into consideration here. TNC, second half of the regular season. If they are able to win this series against FCAP, I will truly be a believer of what you said earlier leading into this. Anything can happen.
I told you.
For the second half of the regular season. And we saw, again, you guys, you've been watching, your viewers out there, you know TNC has struggled in the first half. But even with that being said, if they somehow win things, starting with this, they're not too far in terms of points to get to the playoffs ahead of them. And now they want to control this Lord here, starting things up. Super Marco still on the bottom side.
Again, heads with the penalty zone, not going to connect onto anyone. Just trying to zone out Falcons APBren, the Lord. A fifth of his health gone now. Flap TZ goes in. Kazan still going to get the Lord. Spear of Destruction is not going to connect, so TNC wants to go all in. Flap TZ continuing with the Infernal Pursuit as Lance Insanity will be popped. He's very low though, so Ogwen casts a Numinum Blast. Look at that from the backline. Kyle TZ goes in with the Spear of Alpha, and the damage coming in from View is just too much. Lancey, Heads is going to fall down. Kozen answers right back. Kyle Tazi's going to fall down as well. The sandwich coming in from Falcons APBren. This time the Bulletproof is here. It's going to be a wipeout for Falcons APBren!
Unfortunately for TNC, they lose the fight, but they got the Lord. But it's only Lancey coming up. Can he stop 4 members?
That's up against 4. Super Marco doesn't care as they try to work on the Dominator's descent.
That's it.
And the Crystal, the base, the momentum, back to the Titans.
And FCAP will turn things around, douse the fires of TNC. Just in a fashion we've seen them do it before, man. Unfortunately, TNC, they had it there, they had things together, but FCAP, the team fighting that this team, the Titans of MLBB, show is what makes them so strong. The macro decisions that Falcons APBren has here. I'll still say TNC's got to hold their head high here.
Yeah.
Better showing than we've seen them, I would say, all season long.
Clearly, huge improvements, especially for the team captain Escalera. I mean, Game 2 was a phenomenal performance for him, along with the rest of TNC. For Falcons APBren, that Game 3 win was actually poetic because their last bout, their last loss, was Super Marco was on the top lane, trying to push, and now this time they went all for top lane push to secure a victory against TNC.
Man, you don't see that often, you know. Super Marco, I think he only landed maybe 1 of the Spear Destructions there. Missed a couple, but still, the positioning was phenomenal. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Ingon. We're going to throw it over to the stage to hear from FCAP.
Congratulations to Falcons APBren! Nakita ko nag-uusap kayo. Actually, may konting delay kanina. Nag-uusap kayo ni Wolf, ni Etomax. Nagtatawanan kayo. What were you guys talking about? Can you share with us?
Unahan nila kami sa plano namin na kunin yung Matilda sa kanila. Kasi sinecond pick agad nila eh. Tapos sabi ni Etomax na halata daw, ganun na kukunin namin.
What did you think of that match? Actually, kinabahan kami para sa inyo, lalo na after ang ganda ng game 1. It could have been anybody's game. Game 2, that was one-sided. Then game 3, you guys were able to turn it around. What did you think of this matchup? What happened with you? What happened with TNC?
Sobrang exciting nung match kasi kitang-kita na nag-improve na din talaga yung yung TNC, lalo na sa drafting, nakuha na nila yung tempo nila.
Ngayon, actually, that was very impressive on TNC's part. Talagang napahirapan kayo, pero napakita nyo na kayo ang world champ. Ito naman, sige, MVP na pala. Now it's time to announce our MVP. Can you guys guess who it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Idol ng mga kids! Few! Ang susunod na laban nyo, kontra sa RORA. Paano nyo naman itong paghahandaan? Ano bang mangyayari? May mensahe ka ba para sa kanila?
Feeling ko si Ojin yung may message kay Renejay.
Tingnan natin bukas kung makakaisa sa akin si Renejay.
And that's gonna be very exciting. At exciting part nito para sa ating mga fans dahil magkakaroon tayo ng one lucky fan who will take home 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Akala ko kilala mo eh. Hello, congratulations, repping the hat. What's your name?
June.
June! Sino dito ang favorite player mo sa Falcons APBren?
Si Captain Pew.
Si Captain Few. Okay, tabi kayo. Kwento mo naman bakit si Few, alam natin na idol ng mga kids, idol din ng mga adults?
Siyempre, kasi since season 1, dominating na siya hanggang ngayon pa rin. Dominating pa din.
Sige nga, magbigay ka ng isang trivia. Simula season 1, isa na alam mo tungkol kay Few.
Hindi siya nagti-TikTok.
Bakit nga? Kailan ka mo magti-TikTok?
Di ko rin alam eh. Di ko talaga mahiligan.
Paano, pag umabot kayo ng finals, pwede bang makita ka namin mag-TikTok? Pwede ba? Gusto niyo ba yon? Pwede ba?
Nasabi niya na yun nung M5, naantay.
Nasabi mo na daw nung M5. So pag nakarating kayo ng finals, gagawa ka na ng TikTok.
Sige, pag nag-qualify kami sa M6, sasama na ako sa kanila.
Sige! Thank you! Because of you! Nag-promise siya. Okay, we're gonna hold you on that. Congratulations! Bigyan ng 3,000 diamonds! Now you get to be with a team sa Walk of Victory. You can, sa center ka daw, sabi ni Few. Falcons APBren, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Exciting yan para sa ating mga fans. Sabi ni Few, kapag nag-qualify sa M6, gagawa na siya ng TikTok account and you're gonna see a different side of Kapitan. But we're gonna break that game down for you. So mabalik na tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
What a match! What a match! That was given to us by Falcons APBren and TNC Pro Team.
Yeah.
Gave it over. I don't know if it's Brigida and Chantel doing it over on the Filipino stream, but they had, and you know what? They do result to very interesting games, don't they?
Yeah, it went to 3. It was a close series, competitive.
Yeah.
Falcons APBren, Captain Few himself was the one who admitted, we were tested by TNC Pro Team. And, well, it was this Lilia performance by him. I was talking about it with Antianara over in the Filipino broadcast. It was so funny. We were talking about how it was hard for them to reach the Ixia. Few said, I'll be the one to reach the Ixia.
I'll do it myself.
Once the ultimate of the Ixia goes down, once it's full barrage time, I'm going to be the one throwing the bombs here. And at the same time, him being low, and then it was a little bit of a bait play. See Few, bang, able to reset just in time, making TNC believe, hey, you can take me down. Nope, I still have my ultimate. And then the turnaround. Beautiful entry, by the way, with Kyle TZ with the Spear of Alpha. Perfect.
Bang.
Picture perfect. And it really was just TNC overextending Falcons APBren said their sickness is they've been overextending recently, but in the most crucial victory that they got the Lord. They were about to complete the turnaround after a rough early to the mid game because Falcons APBren, as expected with their lineup, if they played aggressive, they would control. They controlled, and TNC Pro Team just lost their grip.
And then that last scene, they were also doing it while juggling tower aggro. So you would say their aggression completely controlled here. And I for a moment there, like for just a few moments there, I saw TNC taking the W, taking it all the way in after they got that Lord. But then again, Falcons APBren knew exactly what to do in that scenario. Push them out, take those kills so they can capitalize on the Lord, and then take the base for themselves.
Yeah, look at the emblems right now. You have the mystery shop for both Ogwen and Lancy. So they want to get their items faster. It makes sense for the Lolita because you're rushing to get the high and expensive magic items to empower your Numenon energy core and the shields that you provide. And it really just goes to show as well with the Rupture going into the hands of Lancy that this Zask was built so that he'll be the zone out and creating the aggressive plays. In that last Lord, it was Lancy who was way too far ahead. And again, it really looked like TNC were just like, okay, Lancy, sacrifice yourself. We're going to be the ones to get out, hold them back, and then we're going to leave. But again, they decided to fight, and that was questionable to me. Falcons APBren, they smelled blood. They knew, they continued, and that was the right call by Falcons APBren. That was their veterancy showing.
Yeah, great punish in a situation where they knew they had the advantage, right?
Yes.
And it felt like a really easy call. There was no hesitation at all whatsoever. And when they decided to fight, people were committed, all four of them. Low HP, 10% HP, 20% HP, no problem. We'll take it to them. And they got that dub. And there you go. It was close. It was cut. It was 10-9 on the scoreboard, by the way. So really something here in this game.
TNC, this would have been an MVP Iksha performance from Kozen if they were able to win this one because it was just really great overall from Kozen. While for Falcons APBren, well, yeah. They just responded to things well. I like the aggression that they showed. Again, there was a chance that it would have been just really aggressive from TNC if they won that first turtle. Unfortunately, it was the X board that was taken down, and Falcons APBren getting that first turtle. So, yeah.
Obviously, after that, after their objective control was immense, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I feel like it was still up to whether or not the carry of TNC could actually pull it off. And somehow he did.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could see the power, the firepower kind of falter there at the later stages of that game. And then that's when, the veterancy, like you mentioned, for Falcons APBren really kicked in. And they took advantage of a very good scenario for their team. And speaking of that team...
A duck? I hear a duck.
I heard a quack.
Hey, Coach.
Hi. Someone spawned right next to us.
Hello.
There you go. What's up? This is Coach Ducky from Falcons APBren.
Yes, I am Coach Ducky from FCAP.
That's right. What a way to introduce yourself. Ducky, the first of his name, right? And so, quick insights, man. What did you think about that game? What was your feeling while that was happening?
I'd be lying if I say I'm satisfied. Because obviously I'm not. There are several things, there's several key points that I wanted to emphasize on my team on the next training sessions that we would have probably next week. But for now, we'll celebrate. It's a small win, or it's a win.
Take the win, right?
Yeah. So we'll take it. We'll celebrate for a bit. But right after that, definitely we'll start working towards those things that I personally myself identified, probably the team as well.
Yeah.
They have identified some key points.
Yeah. This is go in line with what Calteasy mentioned in the interview earlier in the little video that we showed that the team has been overextending in some specific moments.
Salty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, there was a moment in there I was like, oh my lord.
They should have
done
just like forward.
You want to mention what exactly that moment was? We're all curious. We were all watching.
No. I don't want to mention.
Okay.
Okay. I'll probably
later
discuss it with my team.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like overall, let's do a panda thing. If you were to grade the performance of the team right now out of 10, what are you giving them?
Just from this game
one
alone, from the series, I'd probably give them a failing mark, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Less than
Yeah.
half? Less than 5?
No. It's half is passing.
For me, half is passing. I don't know about you.
I don't know. I think we all went to different schools.
So his standards is pretty damn
Yeah,
high.
yeah.
So,
but
yeah.
I'd probably give him a 6. Yeah,
6.
a solid 6.
Okay.
All right. So again, this is in line with the challenges that Falcons APBren seem to be encountering, and the teams themselves, the players themselves, seem to be aware, right, of what they need to kind of work on.
I want to hear your thoughts, and I'm sure our viewers right now would want to hear your thoughts also about TNC's performance. So, with them pushing it to the limit, was it more of you feel like there were just a lot of errors from the side of Falcons APBren, or more of TNC just really showed up damn good today?
I don't want to take anything away from TNC.
Yeah.
Because I definitely feel that they stepped up.
Yep.
Comparing their games from last week, the macro, the planning, the control of the map is there.
Yep.
Those are the several things that I noticed, and I'm really hoping, please, that they continue with this. I'm pretty sure they can still bounce back. They still have a chance, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
They still have a chance, and I feel that this is a good start. If they take it one step at a time, and I think that's what Wolf is doing, well, they'll definitely get there.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Obviously, TNC look like they're starting to get those W small wins for them. One win per series, I think, in the last 3 series. Last 2 series, I think.
Yeah.
And so far, I would say that despite the failing mark, who do you think stepped up today to kind of save it for your team, and how did he do it?
I think the MVP of the game.
Oh, Few.
Yeah.
Few?
I was listening to their comms. I wasn't really watching the game. I was listening to their comms.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you just have to listen.
Yeah.
So I think the MVP is.
All right. Woo, Capitan, of course. Now, and last messages before we go.
Well, shout outs to all who's watching MPL PH Season 14. I do hope that you continue watching the MPL. And please continue supporting all the teams. So, thank you so much for watching, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ducks. Rockhart Renmar. Quick break here. See you guys later.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Fun fact, mid-season special. So for this episode, I'm just gonna be using random copyright-free stock footage of cute animals and B-roll of myself editing this video in cinematic angles over voiceover. Let's start things off with the bulletproof leaderboard. At the mid-season point, King Kong leads with 9 bulletproof games. Kelro and Super Marco are tied with 8, and Benny Cutie and Doming are tied with 7. By the way, important thing to note, Super Marco actually leads the league in least deaths per game. Now let's look at the Maniacs. Demon Kite has 2 recorded Maniacs so far in Season 14, while Kelro and Super Marco has 1. And hey Demon Kite fans, he's also the multi-kill leader for Season 14 so far, with 2 Maniacs, 5 triple kills, and 10 double kills. There have been 65 games so far with an average game time of 16 minutes and 21 seconds. The longest and shortest games of the season were both won by Falcons APBren. So there's actually also this really cool fact where 66% of the teams that got the first blood in the game and 63% of the teams that got the first turtle eventually won the game. That's pretty cool. Hey RG boys and girls, let's look at the most picked hero per role. In the jungle we have Nolan. In the gold lane, Moskov. For the roam, Jawhead. EXP lane is dominated by Edith, and in the mid lane we have Aurora and Valentina. Go read the numbers, I'm not saying all that again. Let's look at the highest win rate heroes among heroes that were picked 15 times or more. Tigreal, Edith, and Roger. Read the numbers again. You can do it, I believe in you. So here's another cool thing that I want to share. It's the win rate of the most used hero pairings in Season 14. So that's all of that there on your screen. Look at Roger and Zask, 11 times picked, 82%. Look at those two little overachievers. And then there are the others. Yeah, I'll just move on to the next one now so that I can finish this video. The #1 most first picked hero in the league is Roger with 13 picks. But the 4 most picked heroes and the first 2 picks on the red side, that's these two right there. Yeah, that's it on that slot. It's Edith, Harith, Zask, and Roger. So let's look back at stats that focus on the players. We have King Kong getting the most turtle kills so far with 40, and Kyle TZ has the most Lord kills so far with 20. And so far in Season 14, Kyle TZ and Benny QT are tied with the most game MVPs with 5. Hey, thanks for watching. See you on the next one.
Coming up in MPL Philippines Season 14 Week 4, the star match of the week. Witness a potential banger as FCAP and FNOP face off in a fully fierce fist fight for first place. Will the Super Fam keep their momentum alive, or will our world champion Titans break the streak? I mean, that's, if they beat their prior matches between TNC and Chief respectively. Will Kelra, the gold standard, be able to withstand a literally bulletproof Marco with a Lolita Hanabi combo? What are we calling that, by the way? Lolabi? Lanabi? Hanalita? Look at the moves, look at the shields. Damn that CCMU. Feast your eyes on the star match of week number 4. FNOP versus FCAP. Live in Green Sun, Makati City. It's not that sunny. I know it's been raining like hell. Which effer are you? Who the F will win? We'll see you then. Stay safe, stay dry.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arm, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas.
para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Lakas ng Pinas!
And welcome back to the English desk here for day number 2. It's now match 2, week 5 here, MPL Philippines. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan. And as you guys just heard from the mic check, that was our last series that we just witnessed, TNC and FCAP. That was the mic check with the Winions pushing the base. Game 1. And we got 3 games. I would say that's probably the best that we've seen TNC look so far. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to go ahead and win the series against the Titans like FCAP.
Yeah, but still, you know, the synergy, their chemistry is really brewing. Something positive at least is happening. But for Falcons APBren, I'd just like to go back to their Game 1 win. I heard over at the Filipino panel when they interviewed FCAP, Flap and Kyle, they didn't even notice that the Minions was pushing. During that, they were so locked in during the Lord fight. Even Falcons APBren didn't notice.
They were locked in, we were locked in, and I'm sure a lot of people were just paying attention as well. But that win does bring them up to the 2nd spot here now at 6 points. Again, if you're looking at this for the first time, Fnatic Onic secured their playoff spot yesterday. So, of course, they're still holding on to that undefeated record. They're 8-0 right now. We'll get to see if they continue on that trend once again. But, yeah, unfortunately, TNC, as good as the improvement looked, they're still sitting at 0 points, and that you can't count them out. Like we said leading into this, you know, it's pretty close there for the rest of the team still battling it out. And, you know, they're only a couple points away from getting to where RSG Philippines is. So I would say pretty promising from what we saw in the last match. I hope they can just fix some of the mistakes that they kind of need to handle here. Because before we talk more about the matchup, I got to ask you guys, are you guys feeling bored with your usual ranked matches? Because right now you could spice things up with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's Season 6 already, so why don't you guys check that out?
And it's time to step up your game and face off against the best of the best. Sign-ups open for all qualifiers. Just head on to esl.gg/SPSMLBB. There.
Whole lot of MLBB action for you guys still, not only here, but just around the world. Can't believe it's already going to be Season 6 for them, but always great to see. So again, good luck to everybody joining that for the qualifiers. Now, again, we're going to throw it to the very big brains out there, the smart guys, the panel to break this down. Redmar and Rockhart, let's talk about the matchup.
Thank you so much. I don't know about big brain, but you know what? You guys are pretty big too. You know, like a really big guy.
Yes.
And a really big muscle guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. I was caught by surprise there.
It's
Welcome
alright.
to the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Rockhard. This is Renmar.
Hello.
And we are walking up into match number 2 here today. It's a Blacklist International who just had their first win against the undefeated Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough here, especially if if what we saw on the waiting screen is right. I want to look at Fnatic Onic Philippines first. It's like, how are you going to introduce that new element for Blacklist International? You're playing with your usuals. You're playing with a team that you decided, okay, this is going to be it. And if we're going to focus on two, I feel like we have to focus on, well, it's another OHEB and Kelra matchup, Rockhard.
Ah, yes. If you've been watching MPL Philippines for any amount of time, you'll know that these two gold laners have been at each other's throats for the good part of like 2 years, right?
Beefing.
And not just in game, a little bit outside, but overall I'm pretty sure they've kind of settled into their places right now with these stats that we're showing right now.
Yeah.
Rekindle rivalry.
Their overall meetup, OHEB, actually leads Kelra. 9 match wins over 5, 24 game wins over Kelra's 17. So historically, this rivalry has fared better for OHEB up against Kelra. But over the years, we've seen that change things up a little bit. Earlier this season, we saw Fnatic Onic Philippines defeat Blacklist International 2-1. Although it's a different variant at that time, that wasn't OHEB playing. It was still outplayed, actually. But now we're going to be seeing the OHEB versus Kelra matchup. And it's going to be interesting to see where OHEB is at and Blacklist is at, because we definitely know where Fnatic Onic Philippines is at right now, still undefeated, as you mentioned.
That's right. It's really important to also mention that, you know what, the people behind these two guys are a lot different compared to where they were before. The family, and there you go. There's the complete hero matchup we see for their Week 1 Day 3 matchup. And it was a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah. This was the Dilar outplayed variant of Blacklist International. So today I believe we're going to be seeing Lord... Oh, I thought I remembered it being Dilar. Excuse me, it was actually Lord JM. But this was the Bane Matilda game, the Blacklist International. Played an MVP performance by outplayed in game number 1. But King Kong and Kelra just eventually took over in games number 2. This was the first time we saw Kelra draft Ruby Gold Lane. And that's where it got its first win. It was Ruby and Harith. And it was here where we were starting to see the trend of Fnatic Onic Philippines of picking non-traditional marksmen as their gold laners. Harith isn't a traditional marksman that we consider. He is a traditional gold laner, but it breaks the marksman tradition, and we know that Ruby does that too.
Yeah, and this was that game, by the way, that we just showed you was a reverse sweep as well. Where,
yes.
Yeah, in terms of hero pickings, we're not gonna see like people, two gold laners shooting at each other like it used to be back in the day.
Exactly.
Beatrixes, carries, Claude, bang, bang, bang. It's a bit of a different scale, a bit of a different atmosphere for the gold lane right now. So if you've been watching again, you will take note that Harith is still pretty good, right, for Kelra. Either one of them.
Yeah.
And Ruby also being adopted by OHEB as well in his previous games.
Yeah. So
keep that in mind.
I'm glad that you reminded me about that. Yeah, so let's see if Blacklist International might actually take a page out of Fnatic Onic Philippines book and then pick the Ruby for themselves. But my question is, what's Spider-Miles gonna play? It's a different meta. He was a healing type of guy. Roamers are very different now. We know that he can play that Arlot, but what other setup style roamers does he have in his book that he can play with great precision as well as he does with playing Matildas and heroes like that?
That's right. If you missed it, Spider-Miles is actually playing today.
Yeah.
So Spider-Miles is really prevalent in a time where utility junglers were big, and you know what? I think he was almost exclusively picking up healing heroes.
Yeah.
So, and there were times where people would ban 5 roams against this guy. All exclusively heals. Lauren, Matilda, you name it. It's banned out. And they still get a win.
Yeah.
Well, that was, again, like a different family, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know. It's such a big question.
At least we still have Lolita. I think Spider-Miles Lolita might be a safe consideration.
That's right. I agree. The Lolita sounds like a really good pick for a lot of teams. probably going to be the same for FNOP. And now, who do you think is going to come out on top? Is it Spider Miles' debut win? Or do you think Blacklist is going to pick their second victory against FNOP? Again, it's an uphill. It's an uphill climb, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But it can happen. We saw stuff happen earlier as well where we probably didn't expect it. So we want you guys to vote on the online poll who you think is going to come out. If you don't see the poll, just comment who you think's winning.
That was my prediction. They passed out behind us.
They passed right behind us. Right there it is.
Fnatic Onic Philippines for me.
Fnatic Onic Philippines. It would be highly unlikely for them to, to lose, honestly. I'm going to vote that way as well. But I am ready to be surprised. And wouldn't it be poetic if between all of the teams that are playing, it's the team with OHEB who gives them that first loss.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
If you paint it that way, that'd be an interesting story.
That would be poetic.
If this streak of Fnatic Onic Philippines is snapped here right now, and it's with OHEB there, it's Blacklist International. Again, it was Fnatic. It was Onic Philippines all the way back in Season 8 that snapped the Blacklist win streak to 11.
There you go. So there's a history element here. Historically, as an organization, Fnatic, Onic, and Blacklist has been, pretty toe-to-toe.
Yeah, man.
Just recently have the gap been really widened.
Yeah.
Right? So it's really something to note. And again, if you're a True Blue agent, comment down below. We want to see if you still are out there. But right now, the whole, I don't know, a lot of the people right here are just really, really roaring for the Sonics. So we want to know if you guys think the same way. And I really wonder, is there something that Blacklist has introduced? Maybe there's something that came up in their in their rest days or their drill days.
Hopefully. There has to be, especially up against a super fam who is very flexible.
Flexibility of the super fam going to be tested here for sure. But for the meantime, we are going over to our teams on the MPL Arena to see who's playing into the battlefield.
For our second matchup of the day, these are our marshals, Jeff, Joshua, Pat, and Wilbert. You've been in this situation before, but you've never wanted to give up as you continue to break the code and find the right combination. Unleash your hero within Blacklist International! Their opponents, the first team to secure a playoff slot this season. Now it's a quest to continue the streak and see how far it goes. Let's hear you cheer as Spider Miles is making his debut in Season 14. It's Fnatic Onic Philippines! Leading their way and up on the stage, it's Coach Esson for Blacklist International and Coach Why Not for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
It's time for the face-off. OHEB, Calra, step forward. OHEB, paano ka babawi kay Calra and the Super Family? Ano ang palag mo?
Parang sila dapat yung dapat bumawi sa akin last season.
Calra, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang ating mga agents? Ano ang palag mo?
Basta ako, alam ko na maaasahan ako ng kakampi ko sa late game.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. Can the agents break the super family streak? The action continues in the Lanadon panel. Pass up.
Oh my. The tension.
I don't know. Kelra really coming in form here.
Yeah.
Reliable teammates is what he's called. That's his bet. Right now, this is Blacklist International. You know what? Olub's actually right. I feel like he's ahead, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
That's in personal record, but in terms of team record, bro.
I'm just gonna be. I'm looking forward to the dude. It feels like we haven't seen this in so long. I mean, Blacklist International isn't in top form, but it's OHEB coming back here. It's Fnatic Onic who is in top form. Kelra who is definitely in form right now. But how will Kelra, King Kong, Super Prince Kirk mesh with Spider Miles making his Season 14 debut? That is the biggest question mark above all our heads.
Yeah, a lot of people have been missing Spider Miles so far. It's been a while since we've seen this guy, and again, he was prevalent in a time where Estes was a regular in almost all these drafts. And now we're going to have to see him maybe coming to form with heroes like the Minotaur. Still has some of that healing, has some of those sets. But then again, we don't know what Fnatic Onic practiced on the, behind the scenes. And for Blacklist, I wonder if that's, that last win that they got is going to be enough to push them forward here.
They were able to get that game win up against Omega Esports, but eventually lose in 3. As we look at the infinite keys to victory, just continue trusting the process. As you mentioned, they already got that game. You can build from that. Omega even acknowledged that Blacklist International are showing improvements for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Continue doing what you're doing. I mean, come on, you're already in the playoffs. Just keep it up.
What you do, right?
Just do what you do. Keep that chemistry up, especially since your roamer is different. And with your roamer being different, create the play that will dictate the pace of the game. Spider Miles, Perks, you guys are gonna have to set the tempo.
That's right. Most of those definitely going to be up to the roamers, XP laners, and maybe that mid lane we're looking for here. For both of these teams, Super Friend's been super underrated, and yesterday, really vocal apparently. Something that we just recently found out. He's really loud, apparently, and he's a really funny guy.
Yeah. Super Friends.
Coach, why not?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. So he's actually more vocal than we thought he was.
I'm surprised.
He's a joker.
I barely hear him talk.
Yeah.
Even on site. Like, if I pass by him, he's just silent.
Yeah, actually I could back that up, because I remember we were able, Leo and myself, we were able to spend time with Fnatic Onic Philippines before the playoffs in MPL Philippines Season 13.
Yeah.
And when he mentioned that, and now that you're reminding me, I actually got to see a bit of that. He was still relatively quiet because there were some more people there that isn't like the usual squad. But when it was just the boys, when it was just Super Friends and the rest of Fnatic Onic Philippines, dude has some zingers prepared.
You gotta get ourselves prepared for that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have him on the interview. Maybe Vale have it on the interview. But right now, update right now is Blacklist going for a blue side select, and I think that is pretty fair. And if I was looking for some potential counter plays, I don't want to show my cards very early on. You want to wait for a possible roamer here for FNOP. We want to see the route. I think even Blacklist right now is quite apprehensive of what Spider Mouse can bring to the table. How good is he on the setters? Or is he even going to go for the setters? Is he just going to play the Spider Miles way?
Yeah, is it just going to be healing? We see Matilda still an option, but not all the time. Yeah. Lolita is definitely an option, but let's see if that might get banned out or taken out. So black side selection priority win rate, when they're the ones picking the side, it's 11%. Again, they have been struggling this season.
Yeah.
So if I'm Blacklist International, I wouldn't overthink the Spider Miles factor too much. If you think about one factor amongst many others, you're just going to forget. This is one of those scenarios where you can hear the coaches to tell the team, let's just focus on us, focus on our draft. Yes, we'll acknowledge a little bit of what the strengths that we know from Spider Miles, but this could be a completely different Spider Miles that if you overthink it, Blacklist International might struggle, so it's safe that they decide to pick blue and be the ones that set the tempo of the draft.
And it's Coach Esson, by the way.
Yeah.
That's Coach Esson, of all people, coming into play here today. Probably one of the biggest haymakers that Blacklist can throw. Let's see if that's going to affect their play as we head to draft for game number 1. And yeah, no surprises with the Fanny Insta ban here. Chip as well on the red side for why not. He's becoming very adept on the drafting here in the season specifically. I love what I'm seeing here for FNOP.
Yeah. Take out the chip as usual. I have lost count. That's a lot of games already at this point. The chip hasn't been picked up. So no high loss here. Still very strong first pick. Oh, they're the ones to ban the Jushin. Okay.
All right.
So we still have a lot of power picks up. The Rogers, the Harith, the Edith. We also have the Zask up. The Assassins as well, although Fanny has already been taken out. Ling, Roger. Ooh, lots of open.
All right, so this is going to be very interesting here. Lots of stuff. I think Ling, you can't really forego the Ling too much. It's going to bite you in the butt eventually.
True. I agree.
So try to get that as soon as possible, maybe on the bans. Not surprised we'll see like the Hayabusas pop in here again once in a while.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I will have to wait and see if that's going to come into play here.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually ban out the Roger against Blacklist International. I think still remembering what MP the King was able to do with Roger up against Fnatic Onic of Indonesia back in MSC 2024. So with that respect, I think Edith might be good, but no, they decide to swerve and go Nolan Rush.
Straight for the MP pick. I like it. So Blacklist International, they're not afraid of showing their trump card very early on here. MP the King still one of the most, I would say, mechanically gifted players here in Blacklist so far.
Yeah, when you rush jungle like that, that means King Kong's pick can come later. It can come third if ever. If you just want to secure it, they can go Edith if they want to here. Or Super Friends has been one of those Zask players. But Lo Yi is also still open if Fnatic Onic Philippines want to go that route.
I am the priestess of
But
primal lightning.
Edith?
You can't forego the Edith. It's too good of a pick.
Yeah.
Especially on first rotation, you want to pick it up as soon as possible, I guess.
Yeah. Highest win rate hero in the meta right now. And she's 100% contested in all the drafts.
There it is. Doesn't get permaban like Chip does, but you know, it's always going to pop up either in the bans or the picks sooner or later. Showing up with the Harif once more, so it's going to be the Kelra Harif for sure. And again, a big throwback to maybe some fights we'll have. I would not be surprised to see a Ruby here.
Ooh, yeah. Ruby for FNOP or for Blacklist?
Sorry, for Blacklist.
For
Yes.
Blacklist?
Maybe.
Ah.
Well, Oheb just...
Oh, this time it'll be Oheb going with the gold lane Ruby.
For the Bang Bangs.
Let's see.
To the Magic spell throwing
Yeah.
tournament. I don't know what you call it.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
Let's see if that's going to be the pickup there. I mean, the Moskov is still available if they want. Ooh! Dude! What a throwback!
Oh,
this is all the way back to Season 7 when they were facing off each other for the championship. And in MSC, Lunox Harith in the gold.
Lunox versus Harith. And there you go, the Ling coming up for King Kong. We're about to get themselves some good old-fashioned MLBB.
Yeah, this is Blacklist International and Coach Esson just deciding to go, hey, you know what? We're going to set our own identity. We're going to go Harith. So they throw it back. They were going to go Lunox. They throw it back to the Lunox-Harith matchup. So both teams have strong frontliners. Let's see if this, well, most likely this Edith does go into the hands of Kirk. I will have to revisit Spider Miles' win rate with the Edith from last season. So, yeah.
So if ever that does go to the Edith, I think it's safe to say that it's going to be a bit of a different kind of Spider Miles will probably see the day. At the same time, I am ready, again, I'm ready to be surprised by either of these teams. Probably going to be a bit more surprised if Blacklist is able to get one here. How's this Edith so far? I feel like the Edith obviously can be good in almost anyone's hand.
Yeah, last season though, no recorded Edith game from Spider Miles. No. Zero, nada. Actually, Minana Eve was back then, only played Edith twice, and that was in the EXP lane.
Good stuff, all right.
Always on the way.
So, for some reason, Jawhead getting banned out. They're still looking for maybe possibilities of removing heroes from perks. Not going to be surprised to see maybe heroes like the Kufra could work out against... yeah, there you go. Perks getting his Cho banned out as well. Again, I'm thinking maybe... stuff like the Kufra, the Minotaur here for perks, more of his style. And on the other side, We're still not 100% sure where this Edith is going to go.
Yeah. We still have Kaja and Minotaur available for Fnatic Onic Philippines. It could be a Kaja Loyi in the end for Fnatic Onic. They already have the Harith, they have the Edith, the Ling. Kaja Loyi might be good.
That's good tempo, yeah.
Good tempo.
Like
you clear mid lane really fast. You rotate very fast. And you break. You can surprise your opponent.
Yeah, 66% win rate on that Harith, by the way. Can't ignore those numbers.
Sure.
For Kelra right there. Then again, is it possible that Kirk just holds on to this Edith? And what we see, another healer come into play. They're not showing it yet. They're leaving it until the last pick.
Yeah, wow, they're really conserving their roam picks. Actually, that's one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onic Philippines. On the blue side, one of their last picks is usually the roam, and on the red side as well. So Blacklist decided to go for the Tigreal with all the dive heavy of the Ling, even the Harith. You can force out Purifies with the implosion of perks. Well, let's see. Is this Marksman or another Mage? Oh, they go Faramis.
Super support. Almost purely magic damage for the most part, except for the Nolan here.
Yeah, that's why they decided to go for a Burst Assassin, because they knew they're going to be going for more magic.
That's right. Again, the difficulties of that is they might have some problems with turret taking if they don't win these team fights.
Can they go Diggy? Against the Lunox and the Faramis, so Diggy might be tough.
A double setter combo here, you know, Terizla with a Tigreal, you could go for Diggy, but...
Or Jella?
Yeah, I'm thinking more that route. More of the keep the Harith alive kind of.
Yeah. Angeling, Angela Harith, if they go
it's
Jella.
Angela, yeah, it's Angela. You think?
Yeah, it's Angela or... I don't know why I can hear a hoot hoot. Oh no, of course. Old reliable.
Like we mentioned before, if you're slowly transitioning into this meta, get the Minotaur. You have the Setter, and it's also a healer. Right?
Yeah.
So ease yourself in, right?
Yeah. Let's see if it's gonna be tanky enough though. I think this Minotaur might.
It could disappear to the Nolan.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if it's gonna be the typical flask of the Oasis build up for him. We'll see in the emblems later if he decided to go for Mystery Shop so that he can get it faster.
Yeah, it's definitely a great pick, but at the same time can kind of be really squishy against the Lunox and the Nolan. So we'll have to wait and see if Fnatic Onic can actually take this game, or will Blacklist surprise us today with the Lunox gold lane. Throw it over to our casters for the game.
Thank you so much, panelists. Again, Renmar Rockhart, for breaking it down leading into the matchup here. Second one of the day. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the English desk with Ingan. And we're kicking it off. Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Blacklist International. This rivalry that was talked about on the panel in the gold lane especially is something to keep an eye on. But also the fact that now this is a different version of Fnatic Onic Philippines than what we've seen for the majority of the regular season, the first half, if you will, with Spider Miles in. And real quick, taking a look at it, they got 2 Warcry emblems. And, you know, just to answer Renmar's question, yeah, there's no mystery shop there for Spider Miles to build that up first, but he's just going pretty much pure tankiness. He's got the firmness, the tenacity, and he's going to be playing with that concussive blast as well.
And for Blacklist side,
first blood!
Off-camp kill there. Kirk! Wow! It was Kirk. I think there was an overextension from Lord JM, or he did an onward, so that the turret will indeed damage Lord JM, but the lover boy, not the lover boy, the heartthrob Kirk.
The heartthrob
picks up the
Kirk?
first kill. Heartthrob Kirk.
He's got the buff, I guess, here for game number 1.
Literally.
You guys will see what I mean by that later. Anyway, Kirk getting the first blood this early on a Warcry Edith. It's kind of scary because that should actually give him an advantage already.
Again, Kirk with the onward onto Lord JM, but this time King Kong is here. Defiant Sword will not bring him down, but will he go for it? I think not. And for Blacklist side, as I was mentioning a while ago, it's also a different lineup that Fnatic Onyx going to face, because the last time that they met, again, it was Outplayed.
Outplayed, yep.
Who played? Now it's Oheb. And speaking of the rivalry of Oheb and Kelra, there was one stream where Kelra said Oheb's prime was really S8, but Super Prince almost uses the flicker. There was the rivalry during S8 was for Kelra the prime of OHEB. Because for Kelra, OHEB was really dominating Kelra one-on-one laning phase at the gold lane.
And I think that's just, you know, again, both the gold laners here have a lot of history, have a lot of accomplishments themselves. But that's the thing. I always like to look at what's happening currently. And you look at Season 14 and especially even last season here, you know, OHEB specifically, he's had some time where he's had a little bit of struggle. Kelra even on the flip side himself. You know, they both have gone through different teams and iterations to get to where they are. And looking at it, for OHEB, a glimpse of OHEB's mage era. Throughout his MPLPH career, he has played Lunox 14 times, sporting a 57% win rate.
So for OHEB and Kelra, having a 1v1 here, Zaman Force, OHEB gets the upper hand there. This is basically old reliable also for OHEB. Lord JM has to use the penalty zone, but got outplayed by King Kong with the 4 blades.
Oh no, flip side though.
Oh, onto the bottom lane here. Spider Mouse uses the Minoan Fury as Blacklist works on the gold plating of the bottom lane turret.
And as they take this gold, you're going to see a trade across the map.
Ah, here comes the implosion. No more Minoan Fury for Spider Miles. That's a kill for MP the King. And Fnatic Onic. Kirk is here all the way from the top lane.
I don't think he pushed that. He doesn't have Primal Wrath. So maybe if he had the ultimate for the Edith, then he would have given a call, but better they just back off. And, you know, going back to it, because this is what we are highlighting as we go into this matchup, that gold lane, you'll really see that experience that OHEB has as Lord JM in trouble again.
Here comes the Primal Wrath from Kirk. Lord JM once again suffering the damage from 2 Sonics. Not a good start. 0-3-0 for Lord JM.
And I was going to say, where you see OHEB shine on the Lunox with the amount of times he's played the hero, but Kelra, same thing with the Harith. I would hope we get to see a glimpse of the specific stat for Harith for Kelra.
Yeah.
But let's just put that all aside right now, Egon, because right now Lord JM is getting just demolished.
Yeah.
He is going to be of very little use on the Terizla, at least for this early portion. We'll see if he can at least land this penalty zone. That would be... Okay, nope.
Okay. Penalty zone not going to connect onto anyone. Lord JM soaking up the damage. And here comes Haji with a correction under the realm plus Shadow Stampede. Look at Perks with the implosion play as King Kong gets the second turtle. Going right after Lord JM once again. Spider Miles for a turtle. Sonics, I think they won that trade.
So they traded out now for one of the turtles here for Fnatic Onic. And that's what I'm saying. You know, you have to be able to find some win in these exchanges if you're Blacklist International, and that's what OHEB's doing. He was working on the start. You can see the damage. Even King Kong's got to respect it. But OHEB has to catch up. He's got to be able to build up as fast as he can, and I say catch up in the sense of catch up for the team, because that's what OHEB is going to be on this Lunox. And you already know you're struggling elsewhere. Oh, there it is.
Fast
Lockdown.
rotation here for Fnatic Onic. Going right after Lord JM once again. This time, he's going to be able to escape, but that's 5 members of Sonics going up top. King Kong.
1v1?
1v1. Brilliance is pop. King Kong still has the Tempest of Blades. Will he still go? He uses the Retribution. Now Chaos Assault. Tempest of Blades. OHEB's going to dodge the Tempest of Blades. Wow. The Filipino. What's he called now?
Well, because he's playing Lunox?
Yeah, I think the Filipino. That's it.
I'm sure maybe our panelists have a name for that. We'll see. Before we coin it, we'll see how he does on the Lunox.
Let's leave it to Redmar.
But right now, with this, you know, Kelra, he's looking to do the same things that he on the Harith. And one of the things that pops up in my mind with this, in terms of that battle, that gold lane matchup, when we get to the objectives, whether it's going to be the Filipino Sniper, Filipino Savage on their respective heroes, it'll play a big part of the fight. Now, the problem, like I was saying with Blacklist International, is who's going to be that set guy? So far, it's been Perks. Perks has been doing a great job at landing the implosions.
Even Haji with the Shadow Stampede.
Haji with the Shadow Stampede, he's got that too. But then eventually, Lord JM will kind of balance it out. You know, he had a rough early game, but penalty zone is still, it doesn't matter how many items you have. As long as you land the penalty zone, you're pretty much setting your team up for success here.
Okay, King Kong going all the way from the bottom lane. Okay, so they're gonna give the turtle because King Kong doesn't get there in time. And now, I just note that Super Friends actually already suffered the death because yesterday, Leo mentioned he's the top KDA among all players and didn't even die once during a 2-game series. But this time he has as King Kong works on the bottom lane turret to even things out at the gold lane.
Okay, so they even it out, but you can see the push happening here. Cross map, same thing happening. And so this is great. Both teams really finding that space to push across the map, leading into the first Lord, and that's where things are going to be important here. Kirk will go ahead and spot things out. Perks is going to be fine.
Bottom lane,
Look at the bottom lane, though, yeah. Very patient there from King Kong. The rest of the team's going to kind of manage that wave, though. We'll see if they actually try to make a play here, but I don't know.
He goes in with a fracture. Not going to be enough to bring him down. Almost, almost. Imagine a couple more items for MP.
They would have been a kill.
Yeah.
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 Would have had enough damage, most likely there. But looking at the items, too, so far, this is what I'm talking about. Kelra 2, not exactly there. You have a Holy Crystal Glowing 1 already locked in. Malefic Roar now picked up for MP the King. Also, the Enchanted Talisman. So those first and second items being locked in. On the flip side, Fnatic Onic still trying to catch things up a little bit in the lanes. The Thunder Belt is there for Kirk. And that's what I'm saying. Like, most of the damage early on that they'll have for the objectives is going to be surprising that it's going to come from Kirk because Thunderbelt, Warcry, Kirk's Conceal.
Oh!
Too fast.
King Kong too fast. He knows. He's been there. I mean, even Brusco has been using the Tigreal, so he really knows the capabilities of that hero. Now, counterattack can ensue here for Fnatic Onic. That's 2 major resources used up by Perks.
All right, they get that out. But again, I think they just kind of stall this out, delay it. No Eternal Guard as well for Super Friends. And so they'll play it slow. They can play around the fact that they have sustainability, they have the heal. And so it's really like a battle of playing against the Netherrealm, playing against the heals from Spider Miles, right? And so with that, Spider Miles will be a forefront because same thing, not only the heals, but a setup with Minoan's Fury. And that's why they slow things down. I think this is going to happen for a while. It's going to be a shuffle, you know? Yeah. No one's actually going to want to commit. And maybe even for Lord JM, just because he's not there item-wise, they might just rely on Perks to get that setup with the Conceal because he doesn't have Flicker. Lord JM does, though. So Blacklist could play with those options. Right now, they're just going to go ahead and focus down what they can in mid side, but Fnatic Onic waits for King Kong. Whoa!
Oh, MP!
Whoa!
Brings down the top KDA hero, Super Prince. And an implosion coming in from Perks, but got cancelled by Kirk. Now Spider-Mouth goes in. It's going to be a 5v4. King Kong just waiting for the perfect opportunity to enter. A soft reset here from Blacklist.
That was a burst.
That was a burst. I mean, Super Prince didn't even have time to react. Didn't even have time to cast the Flicker.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that Malefic Roar that MP the King picked up. Enough to go ahead and burst down through a mage. Now they're going to go for it.
Oh, penalty zone this time for Lord J and will connect, but Spider-Miles answers right back with a Minoan Fury. Here comes the Netherrealm coming in from Haji. There's a kill onto Blacklist. King Kong with the 4 blades. OM, Perks, Haji will fall down, and all of a sudden, the tides have turned for the King of the Jungle. A maniac for King Kong.
King Kong, a maniac already. We've seen him play this sling before. And now we get to see it again. The Infinix Instant Replay here. Looking at this setup come through. Beautiful, beautiful set things up. The counterplay as well. And, you know, they try to run, but how far can you really run from a Ling, from King Kong, fighting in this area to top it all off? Wow. As he gets that last kill, picks it up with Maniac. And he was close, man. He was really close to the Savage. I think it was MP the King that got away with a sliver of his health.
I have to commend also Kelra for setting things up for King Kong, doing the initial damage. And who could forget, of course, Spider Miles. Despite soaking up the damage, was still able to cast the Minoan Fury and Flicker combination. Caught Blacklist off guard, even though Haji was able to cast the Netherrealm on point. The damage from Kelra, as soon as he casted the Zaman Force, was just too much. It was easy for him to break the Netherrealm, and now the Lord, they have it on the bottom lane, plus a 1.2k gold lead.
So with this, they're going to push in.
They have 2 Lords.
They got 2 Lords basically down. Mini Lord and List Lord knocking down the tier 2. Meanwhile, King Kong will go ahead and just solo push top side. So Blacklist, shields are going to be popping here on the base turrets, but they'll hold on to them. Oh, MP.
Oh, 1v1, the jungler again. The conceal play, but Lord Gayhem catches him with the penalty zone. Now he has to walk away. That's a good use of a conceal to save MP the King. Lord JM heads up play there. They were able to defend all inhibitor turrets and save the second tier turret in the middle lane.
All right, they hold on, like I mentioned, they're going to hold on to the base turrets, but this is looking kind of dicey now for Blacklist International. It's a part of it too is just, you saw that with a good catch from Lord JM, but they didn't have the follow-up. If they can shut down King Kong, that'd be great. That'd be one great step for Blacklist International to try to turn some tides in their favor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
MP still gets the purple.
Purple's still going to be secured. They got to fight for it. Again, there's really nothing else for them to fight for right now. They're still waiting that 38 seconds or so for this Lord to come up here. And so you look at the last fight, Blacklist International, how do we adjust from that? Spire Miles had a great set. You mentioned this earlier on, even for Calra laying down the Zaman Force. They got to be able to counterplay all that CC also thrown in their face. I mean, I didn't even mention the Edith, the Eternal Guard from Super Friends. Like, there's so many things here that Blacklist International has to play against. And again, that's why the Fairness is great. But you got to be able to pop off as well against what Fnatic Onic has done. And MP the King, he's been doing a good job at finding his targets, but at some point the Nolan will start to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's gonna
and
fall
then
off.
you're just waiting for Fnatic Onic.
Just as much as possible, try to wait for a pickoff, but we all know King Kong, we all know Kelra. In terms of positioning, in terms of map awareness, it's hard to pick them off, especially during this big Lord clashes. And now, Fnatic Onic, 1.9k gold lead. I'm a bit worried about Super Friends because he's at 0-0. It's going to take a toll on his total KDA.
Yeah, well, for now, all he's got to do is drop down Eternal Guard. They're waiting. The Flickers are almost available for Perks and Lord JM. Lord's at half health here. Do they give it a call? Blacklist International might take the risk. They might send a Lord JM or Perks to go ahead and fight for this objective. They know they have another round.
Okay,
but no.
They're going to burst it down now. Fnatic Onic gets it, but Kurt this time will secure the Lord. Here comes another realm and the jump. Lord JM will fall down. Haji has to walk away. No trade for Blacklist. And that was quick thinking for the Sonics.
I think they were just like, I don't know, man. Blacklist just looked like they didn't know if they wanted to go or not. And then by the time Lord JM's like, yeah, I got this, it was too late. And Fnatic Onic knew that timing was in their favor. They end up taking the Lord. They take Lord JM as well. And now they'll go ahead and get ready to march and knock on the base of Blacklist International. Yeah. Lord JM will be up for the defense. But hopefully this time they can stay in the game where they set up. And that might have to be Perks this time around. Base, the eyes are set here for Fnatic Onic on that base as they wait for the Lord to push in here.
It's a tough job for Perks because, again, Kelra still has the Purify, King Kong still has the Tempest of Blades. Pretty sure you're only going to catch Super Friends off guard here as the Lord marches in the bottom lane. Takes down Inhibitor Turret, 1v1 again for King Kong and MP the King as the Sonics work on the middle lane. Are they going to try to burst down the middle lane? Perks is still there, waiting for the perfect setup as Kelra pops the Zaman Force. Really want to work on that mid lane turret. A lot of setups still available, but the Sonics, the discipline.
Send Lord JM. I feel like that's every single time. Blacklist, send Lord JM. He will land one. He has the flicker now.
For sure.
He's got the penalty zone, and it's unfortunate because even with Perks on the Tigreal, you saw how fast he got to half health or lower just from a couple shots from Kelra. And these are your front line. These are your tanky guys for Blacklist International.
Okay. So they're just going to give away the purple buff. They're not going to contest for it anymore. Fnatic Onic holding on to a 4.3k gold lead. And now in this case, even if Lord JM connects his penalty, so the problem is the follow-up from Blacklist because he has to use the flicker to connect. But the flicker makes it also harder to reach for the remaining members of the Asians as they burst down the top lane Inhibitor turret. Only one turret remaining for Blacklist.
I think at this point for Blacklist, this is kind of like where you're almost in a situation that you have to throw the Hail Mary. You got to go for the play, especially when it comes to this next Lord. They cannot do that play they just did for the last one. They can't wait too long. And maybe that was part of the plan. If we think about it, like maybe that was, we can withstand another defense. Let's buy a little bit more time for Oheb, for Haji, even for MP the King to get the items they need, because looking at it, they're pretty much more or less there. One more item can be locked in here for Oheb, but relatively he has enough damage. Even MP the King, he already has the Endless Battle and the BOD locked in as well. So they should be able to fight. When you think about it, they've got all the tools in their favor. It's just unfortunate because it seems like there's that hesitation to actually initiate the fight because of so much crowd control from Fnatic Onic.
Need to full commit. Need a lot of backup if ever Lord JM, if ever Perks has a beautiful setup as Fnatic Onic works on the Lord. A while earlier, they bursted it down because they know Blacklist wasn't going to contest, but this time, Blacklist really has to contest.
We go, Lord JM at the front of it all. Once again, quarter of the health on the Lord, doing enough damage as well to Lord JM. We'll see Spider Miles healing everybody up. They go!
Okay, but Kirk still gets the Lord a second time as they work on Lord JM! Perks with an implosion play onto the backline, but there's no follow-up because Spider Miles was able to zone them out with the known Fury. Now Emmy the King's gonna fall down. Lord JM as well. A double kill for Kelra. King Kong comes in with a Finch Voice Defiant Sword to bring down Haji. It's just Perks, Oheb left, but Haji has the passive. So there's still 3 agents.
No.
Oh, they canceled the recall of OM. Here comes Kelra! It's going to be a 1v1. I hope Spider Mouse and Super Prince doesn't go in. Let's see who's going to be the better gold laner as King Kong works on the crystal. The Winter Crown will be popped. They have the minions. And Fnatic, the Sonics, takes game 1.
Oh, and just when you thought Blacklist could do something about that team fight, Fnatic Onic reminds them, while they're still undefeated, even with a switch up, they still make things work. That super family, that synergy, still clearly there. Good attempt though, again, a good attempt. Trying to delay it a little bit further from Haji at the end, but man, it's just Fnatic Onic playing out of their minds every single time.
I want to commend Spider Mouse just a bit. Debut match, performed very well. Even if Perks had a four-man implosion, because of his Minnow and Fury, he was able to turn things around.
Well, let's go ahead and get ready to throw it over to our panel to break this down further for us, because again, it's an amazing game to see them bring it all together and of course play things through. But that's the thing. Let's go ahead and have it broken down by our panel.
Oh boy, what a game. Ooh. There you go. So our gold lane duos are having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Both of our gold laners on the other side. In the end, it felt like, you know what, Oheb could do something about it. But then again, the teamwork, the synergy of the super family kicking in hard, getting them game number 1.
Yeah, and we have to acknowledge the fact that number 1, it didn't go well for the Harith matchup, going up against the Lunox. At the end of the day, it was King Kong getting the MVP. Again, bulletproof still, 6-0-4. There's the most wins where he suffered no deaths in MPL Philippines Season 14. Kelra, let's go back to what he mentioned in the little face-off he had against Oheb.
There you go.
At least I know I can count on my teammates during the late game. That's what Kelra said. Oheb beat him in the early game. Lunox versus Harith, Lunox won. Oheb dominated Kelra.
Sure.
But as the game went on, Super Fam locked in, and it was just Super Fam all throughout.
And even, and again, that's just the, it feels like they're the epitome of the family branding, or is that branding? Because even if King Kong does miss out on a few retributions, you know who picks it up? It's Kirk.
Yeah. I don't know everyone.
Twice.
Yeah. Actually, in this first Lord fight first, Spider Miles was the one taken out. And it was unfortunate that when Oheb decided to enter this fight, he was just met with a crowd control chain that he could not escape. He was knocked up and then left to just be silenced and immobile, because again, we know the effect of what happens when NetherRealm's buff is taken away from you. Once he got out of that, he got knocked up twice, once by King Kong and then again by Kirk, or I believe it was the Eternal Guard of the Vexana. So Oheb just, he couldn't deal the damage that Blacklist International needed in that first Lord fight. In the second Lord fight, Super Prince, great item juggling so that Oheb wouldn't be able to take him down, so that Oheb deciding to go to the back line and trying to take out Super French, which was good targeting still, would not have the effect that Blacklist International was looking for, while the rest of the members of Fnatic Onic Philippines and their front line was just decimating what was left of Blacklist International there in that last Lord fight.
Yeah, definitely bought so much time there in that last engagement, making sure that if, you know, even if FNOP wasn't ahead each and every turn here in this game, they were relatively close. They kept it super tight. And again, just leveraging the usage of the Minoan Fury of
Yes.
the Minotaur here. The combos are unreal, man. The knockups, it felt like Blacklist was always in the air.
Yeah, they were just in the super fan bouncy house.
Bouncy house.
With the chain crowd controls that Fnatic Onic Philippines were dishing out. Spider Mouse, great timing as well. Not always initiating, but if ever the team fight goes on a little bit longer and Blacklist International are put into a false sense of security, suddenly here comes a big Minoan Fury. Because majority of the game, again, we have to acknowledge it was Blacklist International controlling it. It was just turned around in that first Lord, and once Fnatic Onic Philippines had breathing room and it wasn't Blacklist always constantly just pushing them back towards their side of the river, then Fnatic Onic Philippines came online. Super fam. Again, really, just their chemistry. You put it perfectly, Rockhard. Just their chemistry. It's what showed up here.
And that is with a new slot in with Spider Miles.
Yeah.
Right? So that's impressive in and of itself. So I wonder how much further they can push this, because honestly, that wasn't the cleanest. And again, they had to really scrap it out. They had to scrape through with a rampaging Lunox. You know what? It's a very difficult game, to be honest. And I could see in the face of Spider Miles as well that I don't think he was also satisfied with that game. I feel like he feels that he could have done more.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic Onic Philippines were scraping from the beginning, because they were scraping on Lord JM, man. 3 or 4 early deaths already for him. Was not a...
And that off-cam first blood.
That off-cam first blood, he was onwarded. Actually, you could see it in the minimap. You see the Terizla already on closer to the edge of the turret up top, and then he ended up behind Edith. That was an onward by Kirk that got it, the toss back. And Lord JM, it just was like a little bit too focused on winning lane that he forgot that King Kong could just swoop in and help Kirk out. But Blacklist International were trading that out with constantly harassing Kelra.
Yep, that's
But then, yeah, after that first Lord miss happened, just an unlucky stroke of events and good layering of crowd control knockups onto Oheb. Fnatic Onic Philippines just rode the momentum from there.
Yeah, you know what? In all these wins of Fnatic Onic, sometimes I don't know which one of these were actually luck, right? It felt like some of them were really good series of events that led to them taking that W.
Yeah.
And it was just impressive to see them, bounce back. I mean, obviously their whole lineup is bouncy.
Yeah.
Everyone was in the air. But at the end of the day, it does take a lot of skill. It does take a lot of communication to make a lineup like this work.
Yeah, and Fnatic Onic Philippines keeps proving it and showing it. For the longest time for us, chemistry has always been quite a vague idea. But really, with this super fam, with Fnatic Onic Philippines, you can see that. Only the top teams in the world were able to show that in terms of how well their chemistry is. Falcons APBren, Fnatic Onic, or Onic Esports in their prime when they won MSC last year. SRG in MSC 2024. Echo when they were rocking all the way back. Blacklist when they were rocking all the way back. Now this time it's Fnatic Onic Philippines showing, yep, this is what chemistry looks like in-game.
Chemistry, not the guys, not the subject that you guys study in school. A little bit, someone like that, but it's how they mesh, how they bond well together, and it does show. For Blacklist, so many talented individuals just doesn't seem to be falling into place. They're shining in different times of the day. I don't know. It's so hard to pinpoint.
I feel like it was also a stroke of bad luck there. Because once they got their things together, eventually we got to see good engagements by Lord JM and Haji. But yeah, a little bit more on that later.
Let's look at that further as we go into an interview with Mara Aquino right there on stage. I wonder who she's going to talk to here.
Here at the MPL Arena, kasama natin ang Battle Trips! Ulit-ulit, kasama natin ang Battle Trips! Okay, anong pangalan nyo at taga saan kayo?
I am Bianca Gracie Aldana, student leader of Central Luzon State University!
Ikaw naman!
Ako po si John Derek Cacho from CLSU at student lang.
Okay. Kamusta naman itong MPL Arena at kamusta ang experience sa Battle Trips?
Sobrang saya po kasi naranasan namin maging hotdog sa rep so sobrang lamig.
Kamusta?
Masaya pong makamit ng mga pro players at ang popogi po nila.
O, sino pinaka-pogi?
Di po ako makapili, si King Kong po ngayon.
Si King Kong, okay. O, ano po yung mga ginawa nyo?
naranasan din po namin mag-interview sa mga pro player din po.
Nag-media training kayo kanina.
Yes.
O, kamusta yon?
Yes po, natutunan po namin yung paano mag-question po ng pro player. Na-experience po namin magtanong sa mga pro players. And tinuro po sa amin kung paano po talaga yung work ng media. And nakaka-fascinate po kasi ang ganda po pala na parang nakikita nyo po yung kwento behind the players.
Yes! Swerte nyo nagka-media training kayo. Bakit nga ba importante yung media sa industry natin?
Kasi hindi naman po lahat sing swerte namin na punta sa battle trip para din po sa ano yun, timbahay, and team online para alam din nila.
O, paano nga ba mag-join sa battle trips para alam nila?
So, ang gagawin nyo lang is yung follow the MSL page and magsagot kayo ng mga form doon.
Imbitahan mo sila sumali sa battle trips para masaya din dito sa MPL Arena.
Umpisahan nyo na silang i-follow and i-like and subscribe kayo sa kanila araw-araw para maranasan na rin maging hotdog sa ref!
Kayo dito, join battle trips. At ngayon, we're gonna go to game number 2. Panel, pasok!
Cameo mid-interview, cool. What's up?
All right, what's up, guys? So right now we are again always hosting these on-site events here in the Greenson Hotel in Makati. So if you're in the area, if you ever wanted to experience MPL Philippines live and alive on-site with the players, coaches, everyone walking right behind us, just go ahead and pass on over to the PH-MPL website and book your tickets now.
Yeah. I like the opportunity that we get because it gets good opportunities for the students who live in areas outside of Metro Manila, or at least far on the edges of Metro Manila, even further, to give them a chance to come in here, watch MPL Philippines. So we've been doing that for 2-3 seasons now, and it's great to see. We got to meet a lot of new faces and small little communities, but out from that, especially when they learn from our fine men and women at the media core of MPL Philippines.
That's right. Lots of jobs waiting for you in esports, apparently. So wait for that. And of course, before we go any further into this one, we also got some pretty cool stuff that we do on site, which is the gameplay pose from Smart. The Smart gameplay pose, hashtag the power of Smart. All they need to do is copy the pose. What's
that?
Pose.
Whose is that?
I don't know.
Louis. I wish we had a player that posed like that.
Player going like that.
Oh, that's easy. Come on, come on.
Of course, it's a new guy.
Come on, you
it's
know that.
Spider Miles coming in.
Dude, they're supposed to copy. Oh my god.
Someone did not get the memo.
He missed the assignment. That guy didn't. That guy
pretty
picked it up.
close.
The other dude just wanted to be really gonna give him another chance
There you
after
go.
he missed out on the last one.
You missed the memo.
Get another guy up in there. There we go. He even got the smile locked in.
He got the smile locked in. He got the teeth.
No.
Come on.
It's a smile. It's a
Way back.
smile.
Oh,
Smile.
oh, tell me.
You know what? Fine. All right. We believe in second chances here in MPL Philippines.
All right.
Even got that meme photo locked in.
Very energetic guy here. Love it. I love what you're doing, bro. Keep it up. And yeah, this is Spider Miles. Again, can't get enough of this guy right now, which I feel like could have been. I feel like I did it wrong, but yeah, could have been a bit better probably. And again, maybe it's his first game back after how long?
Yeah.
Right? Sorry.
There would be. It's okay, man. There would be moments of hesitation there.
Yeah, I know.
He's what we were talking about in the panel or before the series started was that this Minotaur might actually be looking at the fights and be like, wait a minute, I'm just looking out for the Lunas. I don't want to get like turned into minced meat. So he really was just like, he was the counter initiator.
In fairness, he was very careful. He played this Minotaur very carefully, and
Yeah.
I guess that resulted to some moments, right? And of course, FNOP going blue side. Not sure that's going to be. I'm pretty sure their win rate is like 87, 89% on their side selection.
Yeah, hella high.
I wonder if that's going to get confirmed by our lower thirds.
Yeah, we're gonna see that.
90. There you go.
That's not just blue side. That's them picking their side. 90%. Stats wise, don't look good for Blacklist. Or actually, it doesn't even look good for majority of the opponents of Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's really hard to put stats next to each other, especially if you're talking about FNOP. Oh my goodness, you're going to get some really skewed results. But of course, the biggest stat here is to get that W. I wonder if they can do that here in the draft for game number 2. Looking forward to more maybe picks from Spider Miles. I am pretty sure they'll have, again, probably not going to get any of his heroes banned out here, so maybe he can throw back a little bit.
Whoa.
Maybe, you know, Fanny ban and the chip ban here.
Yeah. And Fnatic just straight up respecting still the Bane
MP
of MP the King. So Blacklist, I feel like they're weighing about Ling, Roger, which one?
Roger obviously is a great pick for Blacklist International. Not only is... Wait a second. Has Oheb ever played Roger recently? I don't
As who?
remember.
Who?
Oheb. Has he played Roger recently?
I don't think so.
That's something that we'll have to... Yeah, I think it doesn't ring a bell, so I feel like it could be a really surprise pick. Maybe Oheb picked it up in the offseason, in the times he wasn't playing. You know, stuff like that can really get into the cogs here. What is that? That's a Roger, of course.
Yeah, rush it.
Not gonna let that go.
Leaning a little bit more towards a King Kong pick. They'll take the high loss. Okay. Are they just gonna rush the Harith right away? But if ever Fnatic Onic Philippines can go Roger Ling.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's pretty good. I would be surprised if they go to Rizla, like what TNC did earlier. Early on to Rizla.
I would too. I have a feeling they might actually just pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, it can.
Well, I feel like get a jungle. Get the jungler now. Get the
Yeah.
Julian or the Ling.
That's what I was going to say. Remember what the consequences, if you pick up the Rizla here, you're giving away the Ling. Which again might already be... Okay, they go for jungle. Alright, like you mentioned.
Yeah, we didn't mention Julian or Ling, so is it going to be Ling Roger? Harith Roger? That's the beauty of the Roger pick. It's so flexible. Because they can even go carry for Kelra.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
Ruby might be tough here.
It's definitely going to get punished.
Yeah.
Especially with the Julian and the high loss. But again, so it's a wide open pool here for FNOP. Like, it doesn't feel like there's any wrong answers right now.
Yeah. I feel like I read Kelra's mouth just going carry or Harith, something along those lines.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't seem to be sure.
Oh,
that
whoa.
sounds like a Ruby.
Whoa.
He doesn't care if he's going to get punished, apparently.
Whoa.
As long as there's a Valentina, who can kind of add another layer in the glorious pathway.
Yeah, and you pick up the Valentina. Instead of picking up the Zask, you pick up the Valen, because now you're going to make Blacklist think about picking up the Zask. Because if ever Dominator's Descent and the Glorious Pathway are both great options for the Valentina to steal. If this does go into Ruby Gold lane, I'm thinking, oh, or did they end up picking? They go Tigreal. Okay, so
XP high loss.
Yeah. Those partners, by the way, of Kelra and Coach Why Not.
Awesome. That's cool. That's cool always to see these guys always present. And that's bulk.
It's bulk.
Yeah.
Y'all
I think they all realized it a little bit. It's Blacklist.
Gotta change the letters.
Yo, maybe it's their ritual to turn things around.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor.
Yes.
We're turning it around.
Turning it around. Right now, we're not seeing Blacklist as Bulklist.
Bulklist.
But they will turn it around.
And of course, King Kong's parents, present in almost every game.
Yeah, they're very supportive.
I have never seen more supportive parents.
Yeah.
I guess next is Yaoi's moms, like in terms of attendance rate.
Yeah, so very
right?
supportive parents.
Yeah,
I mean, King Kong's dad looks like the type of dad where in his younger years, he spent a lot of time defending ancients, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why he has he's a supportive gamer dad.
Probably gets used to 10 pesos an hour. Like
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking
Open
about.
time.
Open time.
Give me that, can't mention the brand noodles right now.
Give me those noodles. Give me those fried eggs.
Yeah.
Give me that green cola, soda. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can't mention it.
Are they playing?
They're
These
in game.
These two are playing in the arena. Cool.
Wow, okay.
That's a lot of trust.
I mean, I guess if you can finish it before the draft ends.
Yeah. Let's see.
Zaxban, they were thinking it.
They still take it out. I thought they picked up the Valentina so that they wouldn't have to ban out this ask. They're respecting Haji's pick. So what is this, Ruby?
At the end of it, I feel like...
excuse me. Oh, not Ruby. What am I thinking of?
I feel like they just picked it up for the Glorious Pathway mostly. And maybe another possible mid-lane mage.
Aurora.
Aurora,
that's what I was
there
thinking
you
of.
go.
I would like a Lilia. Is that... Wait, no way.
And
oh, it is
Aurora,
Aurora. Okay.
Aurora gets picked up. All right.
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking of Ruby when I said... Why I always said Ruby when I was thinking of Aurora. Huh?
All right, for the meantime, gold lane picks,
What's
possibly this Roger or... possibly this Ruby already.
Why not? It's like clutching his fist. It's like, what am I going to pick for Spider Miles?
Is he having a hard time? I wonder. Right?
Everything.
He does. It doesn't feel like an easy draft. For
Yeah, yeah. Because back in the day, what Spider Miles were thinking were along the lines of like Rafaelas, what was the name? Florin, yeah, Estes. Those were his heroes back in the day.
There's
So yeah, okay, yeah, carry that we called way
So
earlier.
You read it right.
Yeah.
He was thinking the carry. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a Ruby in the.
Go Rome.
Oh.
And the Caramilla. Hey.
Carmilla Rome, Ruby XP for Kirk. Interesting.
Claude.
Yeah.
Not surprising. Oheb going back to his roots.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look at this.
Throwback.
Kelra goes carry. And Oheb goes Claude. Taylor's oldest time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We've been saying this. We've seen this a lot of times. Let's see how it's gonna play out. Carmilla, we haven't seen her in a while, but in terms of the damage distribution, their damage output, are really even just a 2-3 man Curse of Blood from a Carmilla is going to be devastating. But that's thinking about the team fight.
Yes, that's for the 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, that's for
maybe
the
the
5v5.
3v3s or 4v4s. But if you're talking about lane, Blacklist has some pretty good options here. So let's see if that's going to be the case here. And again, that's happening in the late game. Throw it over to Naisu and Ingan to give us the action for game number 2.
Thank you so much once again to the panel out there, Rockhart and Renmar, and welcome to the English desk here for game number 2, the second match of the day. I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan, and we'll see. We'll see if this is going to go to another game 3 like we had in the first series today, or if it's going to end up with a sweep and Fnatic Onic still maintaining that undefeated streak here. But, I don't know, how do you feel? How do you feel about this little change-up now, too, for Blacklist International that we see? I like the fact that you still have kind of coverage here. And like Rockhart mentioned, you've got the old classic matchup between the two gold laners. We've seen this time and time again, the carry and the Claude.
You know, I'm still holding on to what I said earlier today.
Tell me about it.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
So I think Blacklist, if they execute this perfectly, they can force a game 3. And Lord JM, instead going with a high loss for me is a more safer pick. Can do Lord JM things like zone out and soak up the damage instead of, the Terizla, because if you don't hit the penalty zone, you're basically over. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Whoa. There's Oheb.
Okay, Kelra gonna get sandwiched again. Who's gonna get the kill? Super Friends this time wants to bounce back from a 0-0 start.
Did you see? Kelra knew what he did, and then he's like, yeah, I got my buddies here as well. Ends up going and securing first blood for the team. Win in the hands of Super Friends, and this is also a very, I would say, comfortable pick for Super Friends. He loves this Valentino. We've seen him do it before, even back in his debut season, and it was a standout hero for him. Now, going back to it, I don't want to pick on Lord JM too much from game number 1, but he was concentrated on so much that I think it really stalled out the game plan of Blacklist in game number 1. So this time around, like you mentioned, I also like this Hylos better in his hands. He's able to go ahead and drop down, even the Glorious Pathway the way he wants. Look at this fight for the turtle, though.
Look at the two frontliners of Blacklist. Not even bothered. The Super Friends cast his Glorious Pathway. Kirks goes in all the way to the back line. Who's going to get the turtle?
Wow.
MP the King picks up the turtle, but Kirk comes now. Lord JM pops the Glorious Pathway just to delay Fnatic Onyx counterattack. Blacklist gets the turtle.
All right, great. Blacklist gets the turtle there. But, man, I felt bad for a little bit because you are the Hylos. And Super Friends takes your Glorious Pathway before you hit level 4. Luckily, he ended up getting it after the turtle's already secured so he could cut off the path. But, either way, at least for Blacklist International, they get the objective, they get that secured, and no one ends up, going down any further during the exchange. Great placements there also with the ultimates that they had available to them, but right now it's more or less just stable. This stable early game, and they can play around it. They can have that opportunity in the early game to go ahead and scale up the way they need, because I don't know about you, Ingan, but I actually like Blacklist International's early game potential. Like, it's there with a Julian and an Aurora, but late game as well, they should be able to shine.
Here comes. Oh, it was Super Friends who catch that Frigid Glacier. For me, Blacklist, I think they doubled down too much on crowd control on AoE, to the point wherein if OHEB's not in the picture, they're gonna have trouble dealing with the sustain and damage coming in from Fnatic. A Super Friends gets a Frosty Breeze there. So, yeah, again, if OHEB's gonna have a bad start, he's 0-1-0, and this continues, I think Fnatic Onyx easily gonna snowball and end the game in like 12-13 minutes, if that happens.
So you're thinking an early, what would that be, after the first Lord? You think that's a game-winning push from Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Second Lord. I'll give it second Lord.
Put it at second Lord? Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing is, like, for Blacklist International, and maybe in the chat you guys can let us know, because there's not too much action happening right now, but is it more or less for Blacklist International to get to the late game where then OHEB is shining and he's locked in on the Claude like we've seen time and time again? Let us know what you guys think, because the fight for this turtle is going to break out now.
Okay, glorious pathway for Lord JM. Zooming out Kirk and King Kong. Super Friends has the Frigid Glacier, not going to use it yet. And this time, Kirk.
Wow.
Kirk's been getting all neutral objectives. Still has I'm Offended play, though, as Frigid Glacier will be casted. Haji's going to get there. Oh, look at that pull coming in from Kirk. Counter-attack coming in from Haji, but there are just too many Sonics up against the agents. Lord JM is going to fall down. A double kill for King Kong. And now look at the 1v1 here in the gold lane. And do you notice that Kirk has been getting the Lords, the Turtles, ever since game number 1?
I said this in game 1, man. It's the game above. It's in the audience. The buff. The Heartthrob buff. He's got it. And he's on point right now. And even with that, like, you already saw the fighting potential from Fnatic Onyx lineup. The hard part about all of this is you pick the Aurora. If you're Blacklist International, you have it to fight in those choke points and to follow up through your Tigreal. But then, Super Friends, man, how many times have we seen Super Friends take the right ultimate at the right time?
Okay, speaking of right ultimate, here comes the Frigid Glacier once again, but Haji casts his as well, preventing King Kong from going in with the Lycan Pounce. And now I think this is a free bottom lane turret for Fnatic.
They should be able to push that. But this is what I'm saying. Oh, Lord JM, going to take a couple shots. Should be fine. Tanky enough as well. And that's what I'm wondering for Blacklist International. When you're trying to play against what Super Friends has been doing, like, it's really has been Super Friends being a nuisance to Blacklist lineup. And they have to be able to go ahead and just fight at some point in this game as things continue to scale. 2,000 gold ahead for Fnatic Onyx, and they're not even doing anything fancy.
Okay, that's a good position for Spider Miles. He knows the conceal, able to provide information for King Kong. That's why he's able to escape. But look at the kill coming in. OHEB with the Blazing Duet wants to bring down King Kong, and they will do it successfully. But at what cost? A lot of ultimates. So that's why they need to take this turret down to make it more worth it.
They just decided to go ahead and trade. Turtle's going to be taken now mid lane, the focus here. Lord JM dropping the pathway.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Kirk goes in with the Don't Run Wolf King as Lord JM pops his Vengeance. So we saw a swap roll between King Kong and Kelra. Kelra's the one who got the turtle, focused on the neutral objective, and King Kong was the one trying to push the bottom lane there.
You be the jungle for a little bit. You know, we'll go ahead and work up off of it.
Because Kirk's the one getting the neutral objectives anyway. What's my use?
And at this point, you can see the items fall into place here. Orax, double Ward Axe is being picked up from Fnatic Onyx. Now the focus on this mid lane. And that's the thing. I think, you know, our panelists even mentioned this. The ability to just, hold on, Super Friends.
Oh, Super Friends also has a glorious pathway. It's now a chase.
Oh,
and
man.
TV's in front of Lord JM. Quick thinking, fast hands over Super Friends.
If you got a pathway, I got a pathway.
Yeah.
If you got a Frigid Glacier, I got that too. You know, like, Super Friends has just been doing it all game. But that's what I'm talking about. The panel mentioned they can brute force their way. Kirk again.
I'm offended onto MP the King, but he's going to escape that. Spider Miles going to cast the Curse of Blood. Going to connect onto one, but first on the conceal with the implosion, connecting onto two, plus the push. 5 members of Blacklist are here, but the Terrify from Super Prince prevented Blacklist.
Look at Kelra. Kelra's
Kelra
placing.
waiting. Okay.
All right, he's just there to possibly do something further. Super Prince, glorious pathways.
2 glorious pathways once again. Kirk wants to go for a pull there as they work on the middle lane turret and now going to disengage. Man, I just like to commend Super Prince. Did you see the Terrify? That was a good catch already for Perks.
Yeah.
And Haji even casted the Frigid Glacier. If Super Prince didn't do the Terrify, Blacklist would dive in, go in, because they were 5 agents during that time.
That's always the difficult part when you're dealing with a Valentina. And also, I mean, Kelra wasn't part of that fight, but also just having that Purify also helps, obviously, with those exchanges with that setup potential. And so I feel like that's been the problem that Blacklist International has had to solve. Like, they need to go and break this code. It's Kirk again.
Gonna find out. There's the 2 glorious pathways. Lord JM in the midst of everything. No casualties just yet. And a hard reset here for both teams.
All right, they're not... I don't think either team can really commit to a Lord fight unless they're able to go ahead and push out one of the side lanes even a little bit more here. Blacklist still wants to get that tier 2 possibly if they can push it in, but Kelra will keep that kind of under control. And so they find themselves dancing it off for the Lord. We talked about, or I should say, you mentioned the 12-minute mark. We'll see if either team can actually secure the first Lord here. It's going to be worked on by Kelra. They don't really have to push this too much. Glorious Pathway available. Perks conceal, but won't be able to find his own angle that he was looking for.
10 seconds before the flicker for Perks.
He has it. He's able to make the move. Again, they go in here, just pushing Super Prince and Kirk back a little bit further.
Oh, they're giving it to Lord JM this time. Is he going to be able to cast a Glorious Pathway? He did, plus the Vengeance, but he's going to fall down. That's 1 member down for Blacklist. Now, are they going to go for the Lord, or do they want to go for the kill? Okay, they're going to go for the Lord. 3.5k gold lead, still standing strong for the Sonics.
That's the thing. Blacklist knows they're down a member. Perks, he's kind of got the...
Look at Kelra! Forcing Perks to use the implosion because of the damage. Now flickers out. That's 1. Oh, Frigid Glacier will connect onto 3, but there's no follow-up coming in from Blacklist.
I don't know. MP the King might try to at least get some more vision on this. They know at least Super Prince is low, but it's too late as King Kong gets the Lord there. Kind of disjointed, but objective secured for Fnatic Onic. 10.5 minutes in. Nice lead for them as well. Blacklist will be on the defense. And really, your eyes have to be on Oheb now. Is Oheb where he needs to be item-wise on this Claude? You see the wind of nature now being picked up here for Kelra, and that's going to be tough because you also not only have to take care of Oheb. Yes, he's got to purify. Yes, he could BMI on out of there, but you also got to be able to catch down these members of Fnatic Onic.
Okay, now they're just waiting. Super Friend still hasn't gotten any ultimate yet as the Lord marches in the bottom lane. I just like to commend Kelra before that Lord clash. He actually zoned out Perks 1v1, forced Perks to use the Implosion and the Flicker, and even forced Haji to use the Frigid Glacier. So Kelra's been doing everything, even going up against Oheb, 0-0-2. But the things that he do says more than his KDA.
And that's what makes him so great. Kirk won't be able to land that one, but they're going to deal with this Lord push here, cutting it off with a Glorious Pathway. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
another 1v1 between the 2 junglers. Oh, look at the basic attacks from MP and King Kong, but MP's damage was just way too much as Blacklist bursts down the Lord and defends their inhibited turrets.
Okay, they hold on to the turrets for now, so it's not going to be the 12-minute mark just yet. Maybe off that second Lord, they get themselves enough time to kind of build up to actually contest it. That would be the best case scenario for Blacklist International, but like you said, I think one of the big problems is Kelra too. He's so...
They can go for Oheb this time. Oh, but...
He's
gotta respect. Gotta respect. Oheb still has the Purify, so at any time he could also go out.
Oh, look at this. Time and time again, man. It's Super Friends taking this Glorious Pathway. Every single time Lord JM initiates, you better bet there's another Glorious Pathway put down. And half the time, that's all that Super Prince is going to take. And that's why I'm saying, you know, we haven't even, honestly, the Carmilla pick, when you get to this point in the game, you see the items being locked in here. One Curse of Blood could just decimate Blacklist International, and that's what they've been building up for.
Yeah.
And that's what's difficult to kind of play against when you get to the objective mark, and you're 30 seconds away from this Lord here. If Blacklist can get a pickoff, I would love to see them get at least one member down of Fnatic Onic to give them that advantage for the Lord take, because right now, this kind of passive level of play, you just fall further and further behind, you know, in terms of economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do because looking at the battle spells of Fnatic Onic, they basically have 3 Purifies. But again, Blacklist, they're not just going to rely on the Implosion because they also have the Glorious Pathway and Frigid Glacier from Haji. So I do agree, a pickoff would be great for Blacklist, but that's a really, really costly pickoff. They have to expend a lot of ultimates just to take one down.
Yeah, they got to throw a lot at this, and you know, Fnatic knows this. Again, Super Prince still holding on to Glorious Pathway himself. Reset and Lord's gonna go through.
Kirk gets Oheb there, forces the Purify and the Blazing Duet. Here comes the attack.
There it is.
To Glorious Pathway. The first man down is Spider Miles. The next one is Perks. A roamer for a roamer. Lord J pops his vengeance, but he's not gonna out-sustain the damage coming in from Kellera with a double kill. And now they're going right after Kirk. The Heartthrob will fall down as King Kong works on the Lord. The Frigid Glacier from Haji as King Kong secures the Lord. It's a 3v3. Will they still go? MP still at full head. Oheb BMI's in onto Super Prince. What an exchange, 2-for-2. Both roamers and XP laners fall down, but Fnatic got the Lord.
And it started the way it should have. You know, they went for a pickoff. They managed to get one, and then, I don't know, it just didn't seem synced up properly from Blacklist International to the point where they weren't sure if they should have continued fighting on. Even the Retribution earlier was used to secure a kill. So still, they find themselves on the defense here, and now Fnatic Onic will go ahead and charge in, walk in with this Lord here. Blacklist has the tools to go ahead and hold on to hopefully their base turrets, if not at least one of them. They'll clear up the Lord pretty quickly. They hold down as much as they can. It won't get that charge in. So right now, they're going to drop it in. Glorious Pathway, drop down, hold on, but they deal with the Lord. Blacklist has to hold on to the base turrets here. Looking at that last fight, though, you could see where even if Kirk starts a fight against them, they have the tools, they have the power now to fight back in the team fights.
That's a good decision for Fnatic. Even if they have the second Lord, they could actually dive, but the problem was all their Purifies were on cooldown. That's why they didn't want to risk it. Perks, they also know that has the Flicker Implosion play going up, the 2 XP laners going at it. I think Blacklist are going to be able to extend this game and wait for Oheb to reach his power spike. But again, the question remains, will they be able to get a pickoff like you mentioned? Because they have the kit. At this point, they don't have to necessarily expend a lot of ultimates just to bring one member down from Fnatic Onic. So a pickoff would be really crucial for the agents.
And at this point, as you get further into this game, you know, the gold laners that we've been highlighting are really going to be shredding through that front line, and that's what the difficult part is. You think for Lord JM or for Perks, it's, you know, as simple as just getting a setup. I mean, we say that a lot. Just get the setup, the dream setup that you're looking for. But then once you get that, and you're just being shredded down by a carry, especially now that the Malefic Aurora is there in the hands of Kellera, you're hoping that the follow-up is there. And that's what I'm saying. Based off the last fights, when we look at it, Blacklist has not been able to find the follow-through off a setup, whether it's from Lord JM cutting them off with Glorious Pathway or Perks. But that can all change with one team fight. As we wait for the next Lord here, you can see the items. They're in place. They're locked in. Especially Oheb. He could be a big game changer for a team fight off the setup of Perks or even Lord JM here.
Yeah.
And so, as the game has gone, you know, they don't have as much space to work with in terms of Fnatic Onic, but they are in fighting form to go ahead and secure themselves this Lord. Kirk, though, again, not going to find that I'm offended setup. So they push them back a little bit further here.
Look at Kellera. Look at Kellera's
Seal.
position, but MP the King knows he wants to go right after Kellera pops his Purify there. Curse of Blood will connect to 4 members. It's a go signal for the Sonics, but look at the damage coming in from Oheb. He's going to pop in by Spider Miles Immortality. There's a play coming in, but Oheb answers right back with a blazing duet to bring down Kirk and Spider Miles.
Well, they got to deal with that mid-wave being pushed in too. Fnatic knows it. They're going to make a beeline to get that turret down. It looks like the rest of Blacklist will stay around the Lord. They hold on to the mid turret. And so right now, Blacklist finds themselves a huge moment of hope in this game right now. They'll get the objective, and we're going to have to take a look at the instant replay brought to us by Infinix. This was a fight that Fnatic wanted. Spider Miles takes one too many shots. Kirk tries to help him out. They get collapsed down on. Kirk pulls. He pulls him even closer, by the way. And now
Trying to burst down the mid lane turret here. They also have the Lord up top. And after all that, in 18 minutes, 90% of the time, Fnatic was dominating. It's Blacklist who gets an inhibitor first.
Okay. I'm surprised that they were able to just kind of run it down that far. End up getting a base turret. So take everything that's happened in the past, what, 5-6 minutes or so, and Blacklist has held on enough to not only take down a base turret, but also get rid of basically that 3 to 4K gold lead that Fnatic Onic had. So I said it earlier, I said, you know, they're in fighting form to go for these objectives. We saw how that just went, and they still have, of course, that Lord there top side to work with. So they could possibly get more turrets, if not all of them, down for Fnatic Onic. We'll see if this time around they have what it takes to go ahead and defense against a forced in push from Blacklist. Holding on, Super Friends has a Glorious Pathway himself. There's the pull.
There's a pull from Lord, JM, and the Glorious Pathway coming in from Super Friends as they work on the bottom lane inhibitor turret. All Purify still available for Fnatic Onic. Perks has the Flicker and the Implosion as well. Gonna wait for the perfect setup and just serve Oheb. Let him cook. But Fnatic Onic's defense is still there. They lost all inhibitor turrets. Now what's Blacklist call this time? Will they wait for the, what is it, third Lord?
Yeah, the fourth Lord.
The fourth Lord? I think they're going to do it because they have the advantage in terms of macro. When it comes to the Lord Dance later on, even if you know Fnatic Onic has immense micro and macro, Blacklist has the advantage because the inhibitor turrets of Fnatic are gone. So Blacklist can just play their cards right, play this methodically, play this by the book, wait for the Lord, and make sure not to get a pick-off from Fnatic. Because one pick-off can actually lead to a victory. They can just all go all in, go all mid after.
You know, when I look at this thing on, I almost like think with both these lineups here, and now that we're at the point where we're almost to the fourth Lord, I don't know about you, but it's almost a coin flip at this point. Like, both the lineups serve the same purposes. They both have great setup potential. And really, it also depends on what Super Friends takes for an ultimate. A lot of times from the Glorious Pathway, but you can see just kind of how patient both teams have to be. But I think you said it. The Purifies, the 3 Purifies here from Fnatic Onic could change the course of a team fight from Blacklist International. You saw earlier when they went for the base defense that they waited the moments for that Glorious Pathway from Lord JM. They waited for the Frigid Glacier to be dropped down. And so those are things that has to be kept in mind here as Blacklist has their eyes set on Fnatic. You see Super Friends takes his own Frigid Glacier for this fight instead of the Glorious Pathway. So we'll see. Lord still for the take, and it's evolved up to this point now, 21 minutes in. It is going to hurt whoever is pretty much tanking it up.
Yeah, true damage.
So they got to juggle this around too.
Okay, so there's a big, fat, slow push brewing at the bottom lane that eventually Fnatic has to take care of as Blacklist keeps holding onto this Lord. A soft reset. They're not going to commit until they know that someone reacts to the bottom lane. It looks like it's going to be Super Friends. Now Blacklist bursting down the Lord. Lord JM and Perks, the 2 frontliners zoning out. Who's going to get the Lord? It's still going to go on to MP the King as Lord JM falls in the hands of King Kong. Now the counter attack coming in from Sonics. They want to fight. They have to. But Blacklist was able to disengage.
They disengage. They had to send someone to deal with that wave pushing in. And Blacklist knew it. So they go and play with the advantage, even at the cost of Lord JM. That's fine. They secured another Lord. You know, they'll go ahead and work around the fact that this is going to be the one to push in. So anytime you're in this position, your base is all exposed, you're down, you've got pretty good clear at least. I would say, you know, you're trying to clear things out the best you can, but the clear is better from Blacklist International. So even if the Lord just gets near the base, this might be an end for Fnatic Onic Philippines. They might be facing a game 3.
Okay, Kirks starts things off with a pull. Frigid Glacier, they will evade that. Now the Blacklist still has the Lord here. Are they going to be able to go in? Oheb goes in with a Blazing Duet, connecting onto every member as he tears down the minions as well. The Lord still standing tall, but Fnatic Onic was able to burst down the minions. Going to get a kill onto MP the King. Winter Crown will be popped. Oh, look at Perks from the backline trying to save MP the King. Curse of Blood will connect. MP still manages to escape, but Kelra catches him off guard. That's 2 members down. Fnatic can actually go all mid after they clear the minions.
They're going to have to clear the minions, but I don't know if Blacklist will let them do that.
Okay, Glorious Pathway.
All right, he just dropped it down, delayed going back to the base here. They hold on, but all the lanes are pushing in, so even after getting those 2 kills, you're looking at 30+ seconds away for Blacklist to be full force. But Fnatic Onic, they clear out the lanes the best they can. It looks like they're just going to set their sights on mid lane, but the question is, do they only get a turret? And what can Blacklist do with the 3 members they have left up?
Still 20 seconds before Perks, before MP the King respawns. Kirk leading the charge. They're going to clear the minion onto the middle lane. And I think the question to your answer is, they're not going to get any inhibitor turrets.
They might not get anything here. MP the King, Perks will be up. You get that wave pushed in from Kelra. Wave in mid as well. Fnatic has to get a turret. It looks like they will be able to get the mid one. That's all they get. Slow but steady, 24-minute mark. And they still, this whole time, look at that wave now in their base on the top lane. That's something that Fnatic always has to keep in mind, always has to deal with. And that's the advantage that Blacklist can play around. We still got a turret on the top, turret on the bottom, they say.
Man, I can just commend the whole squad of Fnatic Onic. Imagine defending a level 4 Lord without inhibitor turrets, with a lot of setups coming in from the opposing team, with even a beautiful Blazing Duet from Oheb, they were able to pick off 2 and even get an inhibitor turret right after. So credits to Fnatic Onic for having that huge defense.
Uh-oh, Kirk.
Oh, Glorious Pathway coming in from Super Friends. Lord J has his own. Now the clash, they want to go for the chase. Perks again still has the flicker plus implosion play. But the problem remains 3 purifies for the side of Sonics.
A whole lot used in that fight. Kirk doesn't have the I'm offended yet. Haji also used the Frigid Glacier. Glorious Pathway still being waited here for Lord JM. So this Lord is going to be started up. It's brought to half health. Are they actually going to give this a go? Or are they going to push this situation further? It goes for a little bit of a reset. 4th of the health here on this Lord here. 5th one of the game. They're going to battle through.
Wild move by Kirk. He stopped the concealed play coming in from Perks as Lord JM uses Glorious Pathway. Almost low health here for the Lord. Now Super Friends has his own Glorious Pathway. Spider Miles and Mortality is not going to be Bob Perks. Connects with the implosion play, but Super Friends gets the Lord. As Blazing Duet coming in from Oheb. Omega kill coming in from Kelra. Perks falls down. Haji falls down. Oheb falls down. MP the King with a Winter Crown, but surrounded by 3. Eventually, he's also going to fall down. Sets his eyes on Spider Miles, but doesn't let him get a kill. Fnatic Onic takes down 4.
Fnatic Onic will have to defend their base from a push, but they got a whole lot in that team fight. And man, talk about Super Friends able to go and just do everything. Helping the team, save the team, and everything else, the objective. And now, Fnatic Onic will run it down mid lane.
Lord JM needs to channel his inner Chaknu. he needs to delay this as much as possible, but I think it is inevitable. The win of Fnatic Onic is just moments away from extending the streak. All I can hear is the Sonic screaming because Fnatic is now 9-0.
Fnatic Onic, you can see Kelra feeling pretty good as well with that rivalry matchup in the golden lane, but man, it's just too much. Just when you thought we'd be seeing a game 3, Fnatic Onic proves why they are at the top of the standings, why they have secured their playoff spot, and why they are still undefeated. And whether you have that switch up or not, Spider Miles comes in. What a debut for this season for Spider Miles, coming out swinging, and great game again that we got to see unfold here. Still, when you get to watch them battle it out, you know, counter OHEB, but just the teams in general, it's always great to see.
In 5 weeks, Naisu, every single member of Fnatic Onic has proved, has shown all their skills, all their excellence. And this time, I think we have to give game number 2 to Super Friends. I mean, from minute number 1, he was excelling down to the clutch Lord steal, the 5th Lord. So props for Blacklist. I mean, this code that they're sticking to, it looks like it's working. It's similar with TNC. It's something, it's working.
With Blacklist International, the different versions and iterations of them, they're getting closer, and hopefully they can work on things and refine them for their next matchup. But right now, we got to throw it over to the stage to hear from the undefeated Fnatic Onic Philippines with Mara. It's been nice tuning on. Let's head to the stage.
All right, everybody, give it up for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Still undefeated. Pero natakot ako sa huli. Kala ko magkaka-win-yins na naman. O, paano ka nabuhay doon? First of all, welcome back. How do you feel being back? At nung last part doon, muntik ka na mamatay, ah?
Ayun nga. Actually, pressured ako kasi dahil win streak kami, ganun. Baka ako pa yung mag-cause ng pagkatalo, ganun. Pero at the same time, grateful pa rin ako kasi yun nga, privilege is a...
Privilege?
Pressure is a privilege kasi nga, pag di ka nakakaramdam ng pressure, ibig sabihin may mali sa ginagawa mo. Kaya yan, grateful ako. Tsaka may tiwala yung teammates ko sa amin, kaya nga super fam tawag sa amin.
That's nice. Pero bakit ngayon ka lang?
Secret weapon lang.
Secret weapon! Natakot ka ba? Kala mo ba mamamatay ka doon sa ano? Wala na atang guhit yung life mo doon, ah.
Hindi, nagpahabol na lang ako nun. Buhay pa sila eh.
At hindi ka rin namatay. Congratulations. It's nice having you back. And hopefully we see some more of you. Si Calra naman. Calra, babalikan ko kasi, okay, ang init ng palag mo kanina. Mainit. Sabi nga, di ba, ikaw ang gold standard. Pero may kinoment ka one time sa isang interview na feeling mo, yung gold standard, binigay lang sa'yo yun ng casters. Pero sabi mo, parang feeling mo, wala ka pang napapatunayan or something like that, right? So para sa'yo ba, sino ba dapat ang gold standard?
Sa tingin ko si Benny.
Si Benny?
Si Benny Cutie. Kasi ang dami niyang achievements, marami na rin siya napatunayan kasi sa akin.
Oh, okay. But for us, you really are the gold standard. And now, it's time to announce the MVP. Who do you think it is? Say it out loud. And now, let's take a look at the screen. Calra! Calra, how happy are you with the way you guys have been performing? Still undefeated.
Wala, masaya lang.
Masaya. Masaya din ang inyong mga fans, the Sonics. You wanna say a message to them?
Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga nanonood sa online and sa venue. Pati din sa Blacklist fans team.
And now it's time to announce ang ating lucky fan na makakakuha ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hi! Hello! Hello! What's your name?
Richmond po. Richmond po.
Richmond. Ilan taon ka na, Richmond?
14 po.
14-year-old Richmond. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Siyempre po si King Kong.
Siyempre si King Kong. King Kong, dito ka. Okay, sige. Bakit si King Kong?
Malakas po siya mag-core eh. Parang ina-idolize ko rin po siya ngayon.
Malakas mag-core. Na-idolize mo ngayon sa core ka. May gusto ka bang sabihin kay King Kong?
Play well po.
Ikaw naman, King Kong, 14 years old, ikaw ang ina-idolize. Anong gusto mong sabihin? If you were 14 years old, tapos nakamit ka ng isang pro player, ano yung gusto mo na sana narinig mo dati pa? Ano, ano yung gusto mo na sana nung 14 years old ka, kung nakamit ka ng pro player, ano ba yung advice na sana narinig mo nung 14 years old ka? Okay, message na lang, message. Message. Oh, message. I-inspire natin yung 14 years old.
Message ko kay Richmond, gusto ko magpasalamat kasi sobrang nakakatuwa sa pakiramdam pag yung mga ganyang age parang na-appreciate na agad yung mga laro ko.
May advice ka sa kanya?
Kung anong gusto mo sa buhay, kung anong pangarap mo, sundan mo lang yung nialaman ng puso mo. Pero huwag mo kalimutan mag-aral.
Yes, that's from your idol. Now, you get to take a bow with your favorite team. Congratulations, Richmond. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. You get to walk with the team. Congratulations to Richmond. At maganda nga ang sinabi ni King Kong. Sundan mo kung ano yung nasa puso mo. At it helps also when you have parents who support your desires and your dreams. Babalikan natin ang ating game number 2 at pupunta tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
There you go. Guys, 9-0. 9-0, man, for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Another sweep here.
Yeah, they're non-stop. They have to work a little bit harder and harder to get their wins, but this guy, the Super Friends guy, apparently Valentina's Shadow Strike beats Retribution.
Got Last Lord.
He got that Last Lord with just the Shadow Strike, and that was him coming from cosplaying as a high loss. He purified, walked into a shrub, used Shadow Strike, got out, stole Lord, and Fnatic Onic Philippines continued that until the win.
And it wasn't always about just the Lord, right? It was about the fight after. So this is what we're seeing here as well. And there were a few close calls with Spider Miles here, but that Glorious Pathway really did help either team.
Yeah,
A great escape tool, and you can see the reason why Hylos does get picked up a lot here in this meta.
Yeah, Super Friends was juggling, man. If it wasn't the high loss ultimate, he'd be taking away the... Early on, he was taking the friggin' Glacier of the Aurora a bit more, which tempered the team fighting expectations of Blacklist International, because that was... You could see Super Friends as... The man was vocal in that one.
Oh yeah, I saw what you were saying. You were giving out a lot of love to your opposition. I saw that.
You know, Filipinos love to yell, "I love you" to our opponents.
Yeah, they just shout, "I love you" so much. And one of the reasons why obviously it's so easy for us to talk about this in terms of just being a little more chill about it is because Fnatic Onic they just went for it. And even with the addition of Spider Miles, and again, like Mara highlighted multiple times, a few close calls, right? It still did get the result they wanted to, even though the game time took a bit longer. So that's something that I want to also talk about, why it went that long too.
Well, I want to credit OHEP for that one. At some point, he started making himself a very, very difficult target to catch. A lot of the times, Fnatic Onic Philippines, when it looked like they would get the Claude locked in, he still have the Purify up. Blacklist International would respond well to provide space for OHEP to be able to free hit. And then that's when they would build their turnarounds. And the fact that the Fnatic couldn't catch the Claude, OHEP was able to free hit, and Blacklist International were starting to get their things together when it came to the team fights and responding and meshing a little bit better.
Yeah, in terms of meshing, you know what, Blacklist, we were talking about how good their chemistry could be. And I think they're definitely, just like TNC earlier, they look like they're on the road to do that, but not quite there yet, right? And the team fighting did show that. I feel like there was a moment there where I saw them, you know what, we were watching together, right? Frigid Glacier missed. I feel like the right call would have been to completely back out.
Yeah.
But they forced it with missing ultimates.
Yeah.
Those are the small things. Those really small things. where decision making really does come into play, right?
Yeah, when Perks was already picked as Blacklist were sieging and Fnatic Onic Philippines got to defend, questionable as to why they decided to remain. They ended up losing 2. And yes, the Fnatic Onic Philippines didn't end the game from there and the game still extended. But what that gave Fnatic was more breathing room to go out of their base, to push out into the map, get more proper spacing, position themselves better around the objectives, get better time to control the minion waves instead of the Blacklist minion waves always being the ones constantly crashing, which eventually bubbled up into that last Lord fight wherein, unfortunately, again, it was Super Friends who got the Shadow Strike onto the Lord. And when Fnatic Onic Philippines went back to their base, they had minion waves to clean up, but it was more manageable because they got to take care of their map a little bit better from that overstay by Blacklist International to try and end it.
Oh yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, the Prince. Them Super King very soon.
The Prince that was promised.
The Prince that was promised. Who plays Faramis.
I've been pushing that for 3 seasons. I'm gonna stop. No one's catching up on it.
So yeah, it was really tough loss for Blacklist, but the victory goes over to Onic, and we got one of the most Onic people in the room right now. It's why not from Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach.
Yeah.
What do you think about that performance? I just want to give you, let's do a quick panda thing. What's the grade for Fnatic Onic?
Sorry?
What's the grade over 10 for the team?
Definitely for teamwork, team play, and adding confidence to everyone. I believe it's a 10 out of 10.
Oh, it's a perfect 10.
10 out of 10, yeah. Because actually we were talking last night because last night we decided that Miles would play.
Yeah.
So we kind of had a discussion.
Just last night?
Yeah, just last night.
Wow.
So I asked everyone, to be straightforward with each other. Basically be
like their
truthful
opinions?
to Miles. And so we decided, and then this is the result.
Can I just dig in a little deeper? Sure. No one was against it.
Oh.
No one was like, are you sure, Coach? No one was like mild about it. I love it. I love it.
Wow,
So,
they instantly just said yes.
Yeah.
That's
and
great.
is there any like specific reasons why Miles would slot in compared to Brusco?
Not really.
No specific reason.
No specific reason.
Like not
It's-
because of the matchup.
No,
the player
no.
matchup. No.
It's actually something that I said previous interviews a while ago, but it's really tough to find that timing with everyone leveling up their game. It's more of us just making. We made sure that we were prepared playing with Miles. So this week was a culmination of that, and I was very happy that the players were. Miles, you're gonna need to do this. We're gonna need to do that. Just connect, and everyone was just really accepting of Miles.
Yeah. I feel like they accept Miles as well. I think that's their sign. That was Omega, by the way. Yeah, Big J.
Yeah. Speaking of Miles, maybe we could get a little bit more understanding of what happened in the game. If you're willing to divulge us any, were there any moments in the comms that maybe that you could hear the team encouraging Spider Miles? Because he admitted that he was a little bit
We
shaky.
heard that he was very nervous. Yeah, actually, see the difference with Brusco and Miles when the team is playing, since most of the games that we do every single day, Brusco gets to play more. So when Miles happens to play, the other teammates step up.
Yeah.
The other teammates kind of guide Miles in a way, slowly but surely. So getting that pace again, because he hasn't played for so long in MPL. But especially in game earlier, I heard a couple of calls, especially from friends.
Oh, I told you.
Yeah.
Prince is gonna say a lot of stuff here today.
Definitely.
What do you say? What do you say? So anything specific or anything like? What are the
More of just positioning, making sure that if you go there, rest assured that I got your back, kind of like that. So it's just reassurance with everyone that we're playing as a team.
Yeah, that feels good to say. So RG boys,
RG
with your
boys.
roamer, if you're the mid laner, back your roamer up, please. Trust.
There we go. So overall, I love talking about Miles so far, and I feel like I'm interested. I'm curious about the picks. You said he joins the scrims a lot, right? He joins the scrims a lot. Were you kind of? Was it the process? What was the process of moving him from healers, 5 five roamer ban for Miles before into a tank. How was that process for him?
Well, basically, once the season ended, last season, because Miles and I, of course, had plenty of conversations before. So he told me that, he did practice every single day with the hard tanks.
It's just hard practice, nothing special.
Yeah, really nothing special. And of course, Brusco is there, so they kind of guide each other. If we, use utility supports, Miles would guide Brusco, and otherwise.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It's very sweet.
Passing the torch. Well, for the meantime, obviously that's a big win for Fnatic Onic Philippines. 9-0, my goodness, coach. Come on, 9-0. Unbelievable. But for you guys, you can also win, by the way. If you want to win 90,000 diamonds, go over to the live experience, hashtag MPL S14 live experience. Win that, and then get a win.
Can I have some?
Yeah, we'll talk to you a bit later on for that. But thank you so much for us.
Thank you as well
Tony,
for having me.
we got Why Not, and Renmar, and Rockhart. We'll go on the game 3, match 3 very soon. We'll be back after a quick break. Thank you, coach. Bye-bye. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize.
Waiting for no one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Fun facts, mid-season special. So for this episode, I'm just gonna be using random copyright-free stock footage of cute animals and B-roll of myself editing this video in cinematic angles over voiceover. Let's start things off with the bulletproof leaderboard. At the mid-season point, King Kong leads with 9 bulletproof games. Kelra and Super Marco are tied with 8, and Benny Cutie and Doming are tied with 7. By the way, important thing to note, Super Marco actually leads the league in least deaths per game. Now let's look at the Maniacs. Demon Kite has 2 recorded Maniacs so far in Season 14, while Kelra and Super Marco has 1. And hey Demon Kite fans, he's also the multi-kill leader for Season 14 so far, with 2 Maniacs, 5 triple kills, and 10 double kills. There have been 65 games so far with an average game time of 16 minutes and 21 seconds. The longest and shortest games of the season were both won by Falcons APBren. So there's actually also this really cool fact where 66% of the teams that got the first blood in a game and 63% of the teams that got the first turtle eventually won the game. That's pretty cool. Hey RG boys and girls, let's look at the most picked hero per role. In the jungle we have Nolan. In the gold lane, Moskov. For the roam, Jawhead. EXP lane is dominated by Edith, and in the mid lane we have Aurora and Valentina. Go read the numbers, I'm not saying all that again. Let's look at the highest win rate heroes among heroes that were picked 15 times or more. Tigreal, Edith, and Roger. Read the numbers again. You can do it, I believe in you. So here's another cool thing that I want to share. It's the win rate of the most used hero pairings in Season 14. So that's all of that there on your screen. Look at Roger and Zask, 11 times picked, 82%. Look at those 2 little overachievers. And then there are the others. Yeah, I'll just move on to the next one now so that I can finish this video. The number 1 most first picked hero in the league is Roger with 13 picks. Of the 4 most picked heroes and the first 2 picks on the red side, that's these 2 right there. Yeah, that's it on that slot. It's Edith, Harith,
Zask, and Roger. So let's look back at stats that focus on the players. We have King Kong getting the most turtle kills so far with 40, and Kyle TZ has the most Lord kills so far with 20.
And so far in Season 14, Kyle, TZ, and Benny QT are tied with the most game MVPs with 5.
Hey, thanks for watching. See you on the next one.
Coming up in MPL Philippines Season 14, Week 4, the star match of the week. Witness a potential banger as FCAP and FNOP face off in a fully fierce fist fight for first place. Will the Super Fam keep their momentum alive, or will our world champion Titans break the streak? I mean, that's, if they beat their prior matches between TNC and Nurse Chief respectively. Will Kelra, the gold standard, be able to withstand a literally bulletproof markup with a Lolita Hanabi combo? What are we calling that, by the way? Lullaby? Lanabi? Hanalita? Look at the moves, look at the shields. Damn that CCMU. Feast your eyes on the star match of week number 4. FNOP versus FCAP. Live in Green Sun, Makati City. It's not that sunny. I know it's been raining like hell. Which effer are you? Who the F will win? We'll see you then. Stay safe, stay dry.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
Oh wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Asan?
Meron pa ba?
Let's go.
Meron ba? Meron ba?
Baka naman magdanti-gula pa
na.
kayo dito, ha?
Wala. Ayo, asa na?
Okay lang yan.
Tatlo na.
Parang 4 dapat, parang kaya pa ng 4.
Kaya pa ng 4?
Kaya pa ng
Isa
4?
O sige. Ano?
Parang madami po may gusto dun, oo. Kaya pa daw, isa pa!
Isa pa.
Let's go! So, sino dyan? Sino sa mga tinuturo niyo?
Omi, sabi ni...
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
chat. You will never learn.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone.
feel like I might kick over, but you can keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Lakas ng Pinas, malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, 'cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat-tawag loud, 'cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Tapos na. Nice, Kong.
Ayos, King.
Nice one, pre. Ano? Nice, Kong. Tapos na. Nice, boys. May 11, boys. Mid.
And welcome back. You got a preview of us. You heard the mic check. And now we are moving forward to our last match of the triple header here for day number 2. Again, I'm Isu, and joined here on desk, once again, the dancing man.
Hey, complete the wave!
There is no wave here.
Whoa! You completed it. Good job, good job.
It's only because we're live. No, I'm joking. But again, we are primed and ready for the matchup ahead of us, because if you guys missed the second match, as you can see right there, Kelra dominates OHEP. The empowered Blacklist International extends the streak to 9. This is the thing, man. I mean, for Fnatic Onic, extending the streak to 9 after that win against Blacklist International, they're still undefeated. They're at the top of the standings. If you guys have missed it, Fnatic Onic has already secured their spot for the playoffs for this season.
Yeah, in 5 weeks already secured for day number 1. And at this point, you can see Falcons APBren a couple of points back, followed by Aurora, Smart Omega, TLPH, and of course the bottom 3, RSG Philippines, Blacklist International, and TNC Pro Team, who also had a game just a while ago.
Yeah, then this is going to be interesting because the matchup we have ahead of us, as you guys know, for Aurora and Smart Omega, they're both at 5 points. And we had probably, I don't know, this can probably be argued, but I would say, at least for me, a personal favorite series when they first met up in the first half of the regular season, which, again, they played not too long ago. I think it was it last week? Was it
week number 2.
Week number 2.
It was long ago.
It feels a while, you know, but the thing is both these teams obviously very much trendsetters or game changers, if you will, ahead of them, because the thing is their 2 roamers are really what we have to talk about for that matchup, but I know our panel will have more to go ahead and say about all that, so I'll leave that to them, yeah. the smart guys over there. But I'm sure you're loving this matchup too. Yeah. Again, it's our highlighted match for the day.
Same with you. I actually love that match, week number 2, Aurora versus Omega. Who could forget the mind break, the 2000 IQ? A lot of content creators made content about what Shaknu did to force a game number 3. The high-loss pick, man. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot more of that for today's game.
A lot more high-lows?
A lot more high-lows, a lot more Shaknu, high IQ games.
Do you think he just goes for the Gatakacha again?
That's the thing, because last Omega's match was he used 3 different heroes.
Yeah.
No high loss. I believe he used Gatakacha. So I'm thinking he has something new. The Chak Mamba has something new.
I would say, I'm not sure. I know I'm assuming Renmar or Rockhart have this statistic. But I want to say Chaknu probably has the deepest hero pool right now in terms of roamers.
Yeah.
I know maybe we'll get a comparison between him and Renejay, but so far they have both been super impactful for all their games. So that's going to be it for right now on the desk. We're going to throw it over to the planets, Renmar and Rockhart. Take it away.
What are you doing there? And impact, right? Impact is the biggest question, whether or not you can deliver it, whether or not, you know what, Gatakacha's Avatar of the Guardian has the most impact in this game. Yeah. Maybe, we'll see that later on. But for now, it is us here in the Infinix Game Tambayan. On Rockhart, this is Renmar, and we're giving you some sort of breakdown here. And again, a very storied matchup between these 2 teams, Aurora versus Omega.
Yeah, I mean, the earlier portion of the season, in week 2, we talked about their history with the links they have with a lot of former members of Blacklist being on the side of Aurora. But now we are on round 2 of this matchup, now we can look at them specifically, at Aurora specifically, and Omega. And they've both undoubtedly shifted the landscape of our league, because whether they met your expectations or not, they have 100% changed the game and the rankings of the league with how well they're performing this season.
That's right. Might as well give them some blades, some swords, because they're both Titan Slayers, right? Exceeding expectations, and of course, they're trying to basically push the meta into its limits.
Yeah.
They are the game changers.
So, if you look at Chaknu, what stands out there, of course, is his use of the Gata Kaja. And it's great to see that they actually have different most used heroes. Tigreal, still undefeated for Renejay, and, well, Omega was on the bad receiving end of that. The Grok and the Matilda as well has been utilized for him, while the Gata Kaja has risen up in popularity for Chaknu, alongside the Edith and the Kufra, or excuse me, the Minotaur. I can't shake Kufra away from Chaknu, which is undefeated in his hands, but that is just only 2 games. Yes, Chaknu does have a deeper hero pool, but that's literally just one, so you can't really say he has a deeper hero pool. He just has one different hero that he's used over Renejay in the Roam role, who has 9 unique heroes picked over, while Chaknu has 10, so it's very close.
Yeah, if you are either one of these teams coaches, and you're trying to do what was done earlier against Falcons APBren's jungler, a 5 jungle ban, a 5 roam ban here, good luck. It's not gonna work because their pools are so massive, like you mentioned, 9 and 10 respectively. And I would not be surprised if we see some Tigreal bans here, some Gatot bans here. So we'll have to wait and see, because right now, for their first round matchup, it was definitely RORA-sided.
Yeah, well, game number 1, of course, Renejay with his implosion play on the Tigreal. Him and Chaknu were just exchanging setups. However, Omega drafted themselves in a tight corner where they tried to bring back the Fredrin, but we just felt the lack of damage that now comes from having the tank junglers.
Yeah.
Game number 2, Chaknu here, he came running back this time around with a high loss. Again, the high IQ play that we talked about in the bottom lane to make sure he could buy time after Aurora won a big team fight. It was just him versus 3. Omega defended, Omega pushed out, and they were able to win that game. While game number 3, a different set man was the one who popped up for Aurora, which is his aggression, dominating Ryota and the EXP lane. It was Edwards Arlott. Now, I feel like that's actually going to be one of the picks we're going to have to watch out for here for the side of Aurora, and that Omega will have to take into consideration for the drafting phase.
Yeah, the draft is definitely going to play such a big role here. I mean, we're talking about these 2 roamers, but we keep forgetting so many X-Factor players on either side. Yeah, I need to talk about Edward as well. We need to talk about the possible sets coming in from Chose, from either XP or Roam here. And again, so many things, so many moving parts here. And that's one of the reasons why this is the voted star match for this one.
Roamer Rumble, I actually like that.
The Roamer Rumble!
And it's round 2, Chaknu and Renejay, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually going to be a big part of this game. Again, there's a lot of focus on the center of the map now in this current metagame. However, a part of me is thinking that for this one, it might actually be an equation of who'll play better, Ryota or Edward.
That's right. So very underrated Ryota and Edward, definitely going to have to come in clutch later. But for you guys watching for the Auroras in the Philippines, there's a watch party happening right now in KMC Armstrong Cafe here in Makati City for Aurora's match against Smart Omega. So do check that out if you're in the area, or if you're just like a Filipino who just loves hanging out in the English stream.
Yeah.
Please go ahead and join your fellow Auroras. Pretty cool watch party. Maybe if you're also like a kabarangay, maybe you could go there and you could have some interesting conversations. Wink, wink.
Yeah, Auroras always have great watch parties up, so better check that out if you're in Aurora in the Philippines.
And of course, for you guys on the stream, who do you think is winning this match? We're going to read some of your comments later. We're going to see who you vote for. Is it Aurora or is it Omega? I'm very curious to see who you think is coming out on top here, because I looked at the voting sheet that we did earlier.
Yeah.
People are pretty split in the middle.
Yeah, like, to be honest, like, I voted Aurora for my prediction. I believe you did too, or were
I
you
did
an
too.
Omega man? So we both predicted Aurora will take this one, but honestly, this was a very tough one to call.
It was tough. I mean, I love you some RORA, but Omega's been tearing it up. They've
Yeah.
been crazy.
So even though like we both predicted Aurora here, I really wouldn't be surprised if this goes to Game 3 again, and then Omega maybe this time will get their revenge. However, other than the fact that game number 2, games 1 and 3 were pretty, if I'm not mistaken, after the early game domination by Omega in game number 1 in their last meetup, suddenly Aurora flipped the switch and just took control. Game number 2, it was Omega who came from behind, had to claw back literally from Chaknu just saying, no, we're not going to lose here. Game number 3 was a stomp. That's why I'm really thinking the R-Lot might be another X-Factor pick in the draft for Edward and Ryota.
Yeah, watch out for those 2 XP laners for sure. And I would say that maybe this has been enough time. Maybe from week 2, that was enough time for Coach Snap to watch through these videos and come up with something new.
For sure,
from the live streams he's been watching.
Yeah.
That's where the Gatot came from
Yeah.
according to him, and obviously from the different regions. So it's gonna be fun. And yeah, if you guys saw the recall earlier, you can use those coming on September 19. What's the best one for you? I've been seeing the previews from Advanced Server. I gotta say, I like TLPH's one. I like the Aurora one as well.
Yeah, man. TLPH brought out the BBH, the big buff horse.
Big buff horse. He just keeps doing that.
Yeah, he just flexes.
That's gonna be a favorite for sure. But for now, enough yapping. Let's throw it over to our stage for the team intros.
The final match of day 2 is about to begin. Introducing our marshals, Chico, Joshua, Pat, and Wilbert. In their previous meetup, they took their victory by shining their bright lights onto the battlefield. Can they do it again? Here is Aurora! It's time for revenge! The stage is set for Chaknu and the barangay to take their sweet vengeance. Sigaw, mga kabarangay, for Smart Omega! Show some love for the coaches. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. For Smart Omega, Coach Lembot.
It's time for the face-off. Renejay, Chaknu, step forward. Chaknu. Renejay. Paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang barangay? Ano ang palag mo?
Sila yung mananalo.
Chaknu, paano ka makakabawi kila Renejay and RORA MLBB? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagawin lang namin yung best namin.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's the second round of Aurora Rumble. Who will take their team to victory this second round? Let's find out together. Panel, pasok.
All right, that face-off was a little familiar For people who are watching their first matchup, this is Aurora MLBB coming out swinging for more victories.
Yeah, we're going to be spending a lot of time later on talking about the roamers. Renejay for Aurora. I mentioned Edward. I'm going to be watching out for Demon Kite. He was my pick for the potential standout player of the match because he has been on a tear. Around 30% in terms of the turtle control rate and 45% for the Lord control. That's the amount of time that him and his team have spent controlling those major objectives. And one thing that he has been is a killer this whole season.
That's right. They have been maximizing that control, but what will that control do against the chaos that is Smart Omega, who has been eking out some victories of their own. Right now, I think these two are neck and neck, third place and fourth place so far in the standings.
Yeah, very close in terms of the points. And we saw Anime Battle Part 1 between Andoryu and Demon Kite. And yeah, this time I'm going to look at Omega's Demon Kite. Omega's Andoryu as well in terms of how well is he going to be retributioning against Demon Kite and his timing of how he'll be able to read the rotations of Demon Kite so that he can temper him and stop him from getting those multi-kills that DK always gets.
It's a little funny because I feel like Andoryu has been growing every week. It feels like he's been getting better. Maybe that's just the confidence kicking in, or maybe it's just the knowledge of the game or getting used to the field. Right now, here are your Infinix keys to victory. For Aurora, continue flexing the Hitman, and the Heal Man, and the Set Man, and the whatever. Everything else.
Man. Everything, man.
Everything, man.
Yeah.
Manguyver.
Manguyver. Shout out for those who know and were, still understand the reference. Thank you for joining us still. Establish better Lord formation. Smart Omega. Again, we talked about the turtle and Lord control rate of Demon Kite. And honestly, one of the losses that Omega would take would be around the objective team fights, especially if they're not in the comfort zone of Jome split pushing with a Moskov and then coming in with a late entry. Show how else you can change the game. Come on, we already saw a Lunox priority by Blacklist International earlier. If I am looking for teams that are more than willing to pick up heroes that haven't been picked yet, but the thinking around it is sound, I'm looking at Aurora and Smart Omega to do that. And please, I hope they do it. Someone pick the Leomord, come on.
Pick it up, come on. How else?
Or the Belleric.
How else are you guys going to change the game? Come on, you've already changed it so much.
Yeah.
Or are you going to stick to it? That's the thing, right? If you're a game changer, it feels like it's in your DNA. Yeah. For Renejay, he has been tearing it up with so many different heroes. Chaknu as well. And again, Lembot and Snap bringing in the Gatokacha of all heroes. What else are we coming into for this MPL season, week number 5? And we got a selection update. We got Aurora on the blue side. I think their win rate is pretty stellar there as well. Most likely around 70 to 80s, I think.
We're going to get an update on that. I'm actually looking at their priorities. So usually on the blue side, they will rush their jungle pickup. Usually the Roger, maybe even the Lingov is going to be open for Demon Kite. But I feel like they're one of the teams that it's quite hard to read whether they're going to prioritize blue, especially since you still have Edith as a strong option for Edward that, of course, sometimes the Aurora would really want to get because Edward, going into this weekend, 4 out of 5 in that Edith, so you gotta respect that.
He's
4
like
out of 5.
almost undefeated on the Edith. He was undefeated and then he suffered the loss on it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, still a pretty solid win rate overall. So first pick, again, Rogers, great flex first pick. You can flex it on gold, flex it on the jungle. We'll probably see Doming pick it up once or twice. But here we go into the draft for game number 1.
Okay, Hylos and Harith are the contention. Omega respecting the Zask of Yue. When it comes to Yue, I'm thinking of 3 heroes that are really great for him. Valentina, Vexana, and the Lilia. And Valentina's the one that they ban out. So Omega are focusing on the mid lane heroes of Yue and pinching them there. I wouldn't be surprised that maybe one of the first 2 picks on the side of Omega red side will be a mid laner just to make sure that they could take away something from Yue. Or I'm really just over-assuming and they're still just going to let either the Lilia and Vexana through because that's still a very strong option.
What's pretty cool, not many teams actually focus on the mid for Yue, right? I feel like he has so much free reign, usually. I guess that's what Omega's trying to do here. I thought they were going to forget about it. I was keeping my eye. So close. They still ban out the chip.
Eternally banned in MPL Philippines.
100%.
If you find Chip, please let us know. We're looking for him.
Go
Go Roger.
Right.
There we go.
There's a Roger first pick.
I'll go Edith.
Edith and...
Oh, or Phovius, honestly, for Ryota. I'm okay with that.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Because if Phovius gets taken out, you can also always bring out the X-Borg for Ryota or the Arlot.
Yeah.
Right? So, I don't know how much they're willing to forego just to get that Arlot.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's going to
Moskov.
come in here. Moskov is one. Edith, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so
Alright.
they automatically just respond. Wow, with every pick, it's like, are they just always looking at Aurora?
It does feel. Yeah, that's true.
Right?
It's been happening. Even Renejay's been looking at the other side.
Yeah, they're just staring each other down from across the stage. I dig it.
Man.
So
That's intense.
Is Edward gonna go for the Phovius this time around?
All right, Phovius obviously not as, I would say, hyper impactful in terms of setting and in terms of mobility as the Arlot. I still feel like the Arlot's a huge pick here. I could possibly come in clutch. Sounds very familiar.
I think one of them was Vexan. I could be wrong.
Yeah, probably that.
Yeah, we're gonna have it updated once we get the info.
You don't have we can't see the API yet.
Yeah,
So
we're
right now.
just waiting.
Yeah. So overall, I feel like we're pretty much on track. Most people getting their comfort heroes, to be honest. I was a little surprised by how early the Moskov actually came in,
Yeah.
making sure it's not banned out against Jome or taken by Doming.
I think one thing I can confirm, it is a Phovius that was locked by Edward.
Phovius.
That we were talking about earlier.
There you go. All right, we'll look forward to that.
Good look at the phones.
Oh, thank you.
There.
Give us that.
Phovius Vexana.
What's Vexana. Good ear here, Renmore.
Yeah.
All right.
And it was a Julian that was picked up as
Julian
the
on the
third
other
pickup.
side.
Yeah.
Who they banning out, though? Thank you for this, by the way. Great
Yeah.
camera work.
As
Just when I
much-
need it the most.
As much as I love our fans, we can bring them back, you know?
Yeah, kind of get the...
As much as I love our fans.
There
we
you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. Galokacha, gonna get banned out. Aurora not taking any chances whatsoever.
Yeah. You really don't want to give the roamer setups. They're respecting the picks of Renejay. I would highly suggest you take out the Grok if you're Omega, or consider picking it up yourselves. However, with the Edith and Moskov, Rora is in prime position to pick up a Lolita.
All right. The Lolita does feel like it has a place here.
For sure.
Again, you're gonna have to look at not even the projectiles. Don't even need to care too much about projectiles. Just about the amount of setting and the shielding and healing it can provide.
That was a Nolan ban on the side of Omega.
Are we gonna see a Ling ban anytime soon?
Oh.
No. Both junglers feel like they're locked in already, except for
Yeah.
Aurora. They're probably not gonna ban out the Ling if they want to use it.
Yeah. However, with the options available, if that's a Terizla or a Grok, that's why they banned it. Aurora are still floating the idea that they're gonna that they could pick up Ling. I am okay now with just putting the Edith and the Rome and then the what was the other hero? I was thinking Terizla in the EXP.
That's safe.
However, they really do have to consider the Lolita here, man. I don't think Aurora or Omega would want Aurora to get the Lolita.
Huh. So it's more like you want to do a deny pick?
Yeah. But at the
Because
same-
of your Moskov.
Yeah, because of your Moskov, because of your Edith.
Oh,
It
yeah,
even
Primal Wrath.
It even reflects back the enhanced scythe of the Julian.
Oh my gosh, that hurts, doesn't it? Loyi, though, I love it. So far, Omega embracing the global presence.
Yeah.
Embracing, and it has worked for them previously, by the way. So, not bad at all. I like this. Now, here's a clincher. Who's jungling today? Is it Roger? Is it a Ling? No fanny bands? Unlikely, but you know.
Yeah.
Demon Kite has history with that, but unlikely.
Yeah. If it's the Ling, I'm gonna be quite scared for it because that last pick can really mess up a Ling.
Like a Kufra or something.
You still have Kaja, Kufra, Cho,
right?
all available. See what they go for.
It's a Ling.
They still go for the Ling, okay. And they pick up the Jawhead. Yeah, there's still a lot of lockdowns though. And let's see if the Phovius will be enough to hold the front line.
That's pretty fast. That's a
Yes!
Belleric.
Yes! Yes!
They bring out the Belleric. It actually came through. We knew they were going to do some game-changing stuff. And it comes through here.
Come on, Clippers. Come on, Clippers. Y'all heard me say it, right? Y'all heard me say it earlier.
You can probably clip it yourself.
Where's the Leomord? Where's the Belleric? And they go ahead, pick up the Belleric. And I know Midnight's also watching right now going yes, because in the panel he said he wanted to see Belleric as well. Now, this is my completely biased opinion as a guy who spams Belleric in low-end Mythic RG. I like him against Ling.
I actually like him against a lot of marksmen, honestly.
and gets a lot of marksmen. You're right, you're right.
Right, so let's see what our casters think about
Thunderbelt.
this. Give us to the game here. Nice uningan.
Thanks so much, panelists Rockhart, Renmar. It's me, Nice Suining, on bringing you game number 1, last match of the day here, day number 2, week 5.
Welcome
and it's
to
the
Mobile
rematch for
Legends.
Aurora and Smart Omega. And I share the excitement. I really do, because this is another hero that the Mamba's bringing to the table here, Ingan.
Yeah, Chaknu leading the league, most unique heroes used. Releasing another one, had to open my MLBB account because I don't know what's the ultimate of Belleric, what's it called? But apparently it's Wrath of Dryad, the AoE, the crowd control.
The vines.
The vines.
Big vines.
Big vines from Chaknu. Early flicker out for Renejay. The damage from Chaknu and Ukir though, you have to respect it. That's a Luyi and apparently a Belleric.
Yeah, it's great to see, man. And I said the same thing when Chaknu first picked up the Gatakacha. And again, I know it popped up in a different part of the world. We did see Beloyski play it before. But that's the thing, man. When you bring up these new heroes, well, I shouldn't say new, these non-meta hero picks, it's always exciting to see, especially in the hands of a player like Chaknu. Now, what makes the Belleric so great also against this matchup is, like Renmar mentioned, and even he mentioned Midnight as well, it's great against the Ling, right? It's even great to an extent against this Roger pick here because of the Thorns. His passive, those deadly Thorns, it stacks up. You're able to go ahead and use it. You get some sustainability with, the passive that he has too, plus the Revitalize. Like, there's so much. And then, if you really want to just catch that fight and fight around the Wrath of the Dryad, like you said, his ultimate,
Dryad,
it set things up perfectly because just look at the lineup that they have. This works so well with a Belleric pick, and look how fast they're actually taking this turtle.
And just like that, Antonio's going to pick up the first turtle. Wow. Okay, this is a different kind of Omega. Okay, we've been saying before, Kings of Sea, comeback kings. Now their average game's getting faster and faster every single week. And I'm not going to be surprised even if they release the Belleric, a new hero now, they can end things early because Omega's been performing fast.
It's funny because Renmar mentioned this too. He likes to spam the Belleric in his low mythic games. I too, man. Renmar, me too, but I play Vengeance. I don't play Revitalize.
I had to say low mythic games, yeah. Because it's impossible to see this in high rank. But not anymore. Not anymore. Not sure.
You will stand corrected,
I will.
hang on. Because now that it's in the hands of Chaknu in a competitive MPL match, I think doesn't matter what mythic rank you are, you're going to see this Belleric still pop up. And part of it too is, again, this composition that they have works really well here. Look at this. The Guard of Nature, he's back.
The last time was
Season 9.
Wow. Was played by Blacklist.
It was played by Essen from Blacklist International in the regular season against then Bren Esports.
Yeah, we saw Essen a while ago, by the way.
Yeah, we did.
The coach of Blacklist. And now, will this Belleric pick work for Chaknu? If we can recall their last series. Oh, but wait a minute. Renejay, Unstoppable Force plus the ejector onto Big J. First blood will go to Captain Renejay, but here comes a diversion play. They want to engage onto Dome, and they're going to get a kill. Might even get Renejay also, because finally the Wrath of Dryad is available. That's going to be 2 kills for Omega.
Oh, man, that's tough to deal with. It was a great initiation and setup coming out from RORA, and to see them go in with the injector, throw him over the head, get a kill, but then you always can't forget the diversion. The diversion really plays a part in this lineup that they have here, and they played the tune, they played the part really well.
now this turtle's up here, and with the way we saw Smart Omega play around the first one, just so decisively get it, and Andoru is 2-0 and just got the Blood Wings available, man, this is tough because RORA has to be able to get control of these objective spaces. Demon Kite will pick up the Berserker's Fury, but he's even got to hesitate a little bit on his initiations. For the objective, look at the diversion. They're going to send Chaknu.
Going to look for Yue. And in the middle of everything is Edward. Infernal Pursuit is there. Who's going to get the turtle? Still jumping, and it's going to go on to Andorio. The Temples of Blaze will be casted, but Demon Kite has to walk away. Renejay is going to fall down. A killing spree for Andorio. That's a 3-0-1 for this Julian.
He's just on fire, online right now. Andorio, we've seen him do this time and time again. Very impressive jungler, able to just pick, you know, these, whether it's a Julian, whether it's a Ling, whether it's another assassin, he's able to do it. Look at the damage, too. Able to just push off on the tier 1 now. Smart Omega, like you mentioned, this is a different version of the season. Now that we're in season 14, they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot in the early game.
Yeah, really different breed, different Omega. And if you can recall, the journey of Andorio went back and forth from MDL to MPL. Right now, the mainstay for Omega this season. So far, so good. And if we can recall, but wait a minute, Jome here forcing Demon Kite to use the Tempest of Blades as Omega rotates onto the top lane.
Jome picking up the Sky Purser here. Look at Chaknu. Look at the positioning. We'll see how they want to force this pressure on the purple buff.
Okay, Edward goes in with the Infernal Pursuit, but here comes Ryota with the Primal Wrath. Look at Chaknu for the backline, using the Wrath of Dryad onto Edward and the rest of Aurora here. They're going to get a pickup onto Renejay, Edward, and Demon Kite. When you thought they just want to commit Grand Theft Purple, they went for 3.
It works so well. Even with the patience there, and then the fact that you're complemented by a diversion from Mukir, Chaknu, you never know where he's going to be. We're going to look at this Infinix instant replay brought to it once again. You saw the fight. There's the ultimate that we're talking about. The Wrath of Dryad dropped down, and then that other skill, the one that taunts them, the Ancient Seed, it brings them back. You know, so even if you try to escape and then, boom, you're taunted.
Oh, Jome hits him with an Ezo Spear of Destruction. Wow. To be honest, they don't need Jome during that time. But of course, you want to give the kill to Jome, to Big J, the gold laner.
I was going to say, he just wants you to hear say it once. Big
J!
Big J! Hey, he got it, comes in, and all this does is furthers the lead for Smart Omega. Andorio getting the 3rd turtle of the game. They're in complete control from start to finish so far up to this point. So now let's talk about RORA. What do they have to do? What does Aurora have to do? One is countering those diversions. What do you mean by that? Like, they have to be on a lookout for all the...
Whoa! Chaknu Wrath of Dryad. Is it going to connect? It's not going to connect, but it's okay because they're going to focus instead on this turret, onto the bottom lane.
I wasn't expecting exactly to fall through there, but it was enough to cut them off.
Andor's going to evade that, but Demon Kite uses Tempest of Blades and also the Retribution. He's going to bring him down, but here comes Jome with his Spear of Destruction. Gonna answer right back, going to bring down Demon Kite. That was a good pickup from Renejay and Demon Kite. The problem is, again, the fast movements, the fast rotations for Omega is just too much for Aurora.
It's a lot to deal with. And that's what I was saying. One of the big things that RORA has to do to make sure that this game doesn't slip too far out of hands is paying attention to the diversions, or at least being ready for it, because sometimes it might be a little too late by the time you know what's happening. And so countering into that. Part of that, again, is itemization. You know, they're down 3,000 gold. The gold lane's pretty fine. Look at this. Once again, diversion going to be used, sending Chaknu to the same position before.
Oh, Chaknu goes in with the Wrath of Dryad, connecting onto 3. Demon Kite is going to fall down along with Edward. And Renejay, honestly, that was 2-3 seconds stun. At that point, you're just going to have to wait for your death timer.
Oh, Spear Destruction thrown down the mid. They're going to go for the tier 1, too. Domeng, not sure what he wants to accomplish there. Okay, he's going to be fine. But the tier 2 looks like it's going to be taken down as well. Still a couple hits away. Smart Omega will go ahead and back off. And it makes me wonder, man, like when you're trying to play against this composition and you're spending half the time in the air or locked up, what do? Like, how do you actually find positioning that you're looking for? You have the 2 kills that you have are based off the fact that Renejay was able to go in, get the ejector off like this, okay, and he misses it. So now that's not available. You don't have a flicker. Here comes that diversion.
It's going to be Chaknu again, but Domeng and Yue was expecting him. But Chakno already has a Thunderbelt, so in terms of defense, he has that. And now Omega with a 5k gold lead.
They want to fight this. Half health on the Lord. They know Renejay doesn't have a flicker available, so some defensive items for Edwards because they might have to rely on him to go in on this Phobius, be some of that front line. They're going to go push for it.
Okay, Finch points for Demon Kite is here. Baron Jom!
Wow!
Stucks him to the wall, and now the Spear of Destruction is going to hit onto Yue. They're going to evade it, though. Only Renejay will fall down, and Omega gets the Lord.
You see what I mean? Renejay, even on this Jawhead, just getting dealt with so quickly. Like, in a flash, he's gone. And so Smart Omega, massive lead, diversions being used again. You just don't know who Ukir is sending half the time. If it's going to be Chaknu or putting Jome in the side lane because he can always join with the Spear of Destruction.
Yeah.
So this is like, you know, I like to say keep your head on a swivel here. Aurora's got to like have a 360 head going around.
You know it's coming. The diversion's coming, you just don't know who is in it.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's Chaknu, and so far Chaknu has been great when it comes to casting his ultimate, always picking off 2 or 3, especially up against a Ling Demon Kite. Really having a hard time, not to mention Renejay 161 with a Jawhead, and we all know when you're a Jawhead, you can't have a KDA like that.
Well, here we go. Once again, diversion going to be used, and they send Chaknu.
Chaknu, Wrath of Dryad once again. First man down is Yue, but here comes the counter attack coming in from Aurora. They have the Lord still. Yue is going to fall down. Renejay's going to fall down. They're gunning after Demon Kite here. Here comes Endoryu with a stun. Pins him down in a triple kill for Endoryu. Jones locks his eyes on the prize. Tower locks, and Omega will take game 1 with a Belleric pick.
You can see the smile on the Mamba's face. Chaknu bringing another pick to the land of Dawn here, and they'll take the victory of game 1 so quickly. A new timer, and even for Big J, man. Whole team, the morale is there. They're doing amazing.
I have 2 takeaways from this game.
What's the 2 takeaways?
1, when I play RG later, I'm scared to see Belleric. That's it. That's 1.
That's 1.
The second one, the panel will explain.
Well, yep, exactly. Let's throw it over to the panel to talk about game 1.
There you go. The Belleric, he can barely contain himself. Renmar can barely contain himself with the victory that the Belleric has given over to Smart Omega against Aurora.
Yep.
Here.
What a pick.
What a pick.
Dare I say, that was pretty good. Yeah. As a Belleric man myself. 70% win rate this season, by the way, in my RGs. Not bad. Not bad. Well-deserved MVP. That's my bull right there. 2013, Belleric making his debut after so long. I haven't seen Belleric since forever, Rockhard.
He has not died in that game as well.
And it's Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt, man, just throwing it up, giving so much and taking so little to Aurora. So right now, obviously, what do you have to say about this?
Guys, we were talking, I mentioned that Demon Kite was the MVP I predicted, or standout player of the match, up against Omega. So, Omega respected that. They respected what Demon Kite can do and what the lineup of Aurora can do, so they picked the hero that messes up the entry of a Roger, that messes up the entry of a Ling, and will make it hard for the Jawhead to even decide who to toss. You're not going to toss that tree back to the rest of the team, well, because he's going to bring out the Wrath of Dryad. I spammed him, but I've forgotten the ultimate name. The Wrath of Dryad,
Easy to
if I'm not
miss.
mistaken.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Easy to miss.
That taunt, comboed with the low Yi. It's just, the story tells itself. Crowd control, rotation, dispersion, Wrath of Dryad, have them all rooted. You set up the Julian, you set up everyone else. This is as crowd control, wombo, combo, RG style composition that you could go for.
That's right. That's exactly what I said when I also, funnily enough, I saw this in a game of We Are Legends.
Oh yeah?
It was comboed with a Lolita and a Hanabi and exactly the same. So when I saw it, that's exactly what I said. This is an RG lineup.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think maybe Snap watched that and said, you know what, that could work against heroes that we are seeing right now. And he's right.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back into that game and look at what the rotation of Ukir and Chaknu did. Because both of them picked up blessings on their roam boots. Obviously, Chaknu would be the one to rock it first, and maybe Ukir picked his up around level 4, level 5, most likely before the 5-minute mark so that they could still somehow split the EXP, help clear minion waves, but then at the same time making sure that they're not getting anything from their side laners. Maybe that's why Okir would pick it up. I will have to go back and recheck that. However, you saw what Aurora faced. They were hesitant every time to enter. The moment they see that Beleric, knowing the combination that Omega could dish out, Aurora had to be surgical. While Omega literally just had been like, yo, you have your ult? I have my ult. You ready? Okay, let's fight. While Aurora's like, which one of them doesn't have their ult anymore? Can we go in? Oh wait, no, we gotta wait. It was so hard to pull this lineup off up against the combination of that we see on the side of Omega.
It's hard to be decisive if you can't really tell, if you haven't had a lot of experience facing this lineup. You can't tell if you're making the right call to go in, take the fight, if you haven't really seen it work before, which is one of the surprise picks that I was talking about here. This is like, and this was done by a team that was a non-MPL team. They beat an MPL team with that.
Oh, interesting.
So, anyway, really good stuff happening, and you could barely contain yourself. Like,
dude,
I was having a lot of fun watching you.
Womi and I just kept screaming from across like the panel. I mean, if you're looking for like deeper analysis, that's as deep as you could go. If you want to add a little bit more, okay, the nice little rotation in the bottom lane where after Jom got taken down, Omega is instantly clapped back with a diversion from Low Yi to send 3 members of Omega down to make sure that they could get Domeng down, and I believe they also got one more. Then they built out from that. The fact that Aurora, every objective team fight, they really just couldn't go in. There were so many things that they had to consider. It's no surprise that it went like this.
That's 14 minutes and 38. It felt so fast though.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a 14-minute game, to be honest. And I like that there was barely any room for wiggle.
Yeah.
Right? There was like, I was thinking, okay, Aurora, what are you going to do against this lineup? What's the game plan here? I myself could not think of anything I would do inside that game that would make a difference.
There was one sequence in the mid lane where both teams decided to clash, and I feel like that was Aurora's goal to try and turn things around.
You have to try,
yeah,
right?
You have to try, and they did. I can't recall if they brought someone low or did get a pick off. However, what I do recall was it was a great start by them. It looked like Aurora wasn't the way to winning that team fight, despite them being down 2 to 3k gold. But then suddenly, because Jome's not there, you come in with the Spear of Destruction. The Moskov came in, which meant that when Demon Cat finally got down from the Blades, there was Moskov just to knock him back, mess up his entry and combination, and then Omega turned that around.
That's tough, man. That is a tough pickle.
Yeah.
And that will put Chaknu's unique hero picks to 11?
Yep. 11 unique heroes.
Oh my goodness, seriously.
That's a lot.
What can this guy not play? I think he can play a Layla role.
We've been wishing for that for a long time. I don't think we'll ever get it. I think by the time we get to Layla roams, I can officially retire from MLBB Sports.
For sure. That's safe to say.
That's the moment where I'm just gonna. I'm too old for this. I'm happy, but I'm too old for this.
I've officially seen everything.
Yeah.
And I'm done. All right. But yeah, in all seriousness though, what was the counterplay there? You know what? While you were saying that in the middle of that game, I was thinking maybe if they can't face it, they just avoid it, try to go for towers. But no, you're going to get hunted down, and you're going to lose if people are chasing you most of the time.
Yeah. If that was a different roamer, maybe, just maybe.
Like what? Minnow?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something a little bit beefier.
More AoE.
Minotaur, a little bit more AoE, yeah. Because there's always a window, like if you're a Beleric, where in the early game, if you're not careful, and come on, I'm a normie, I'm not a pro, which usually I'm not. It's easily punishable.
Yeah.
You don't have an inherent dash. You only have a movement increase when you use your second skill. Before you can hit the enhanced basic attack that heals you. So there's always a risk of you getting caught out early and your team snowballing from the fact that they get you 2 kills down early. However, Aurora wasn't able to get that. Chaknu was careful, and Aurora was even more careful and hesitant every time they saw that Beleric pop up.
That was 218, so no matter how careful they were dying non-stop. Like, it happens so much. Right now, though, Omega will pick blue side, and now they have a new weapon in their arsenal, Renmar.
Another one.
Another one. So, that's tough. That's honestly tough. and I wonder if we'll ever get to see the end of the of this hero pool. But for now, the hero ocean. It's not a pool anymore. It's an ocean you can swim in, and no one can ban out Chakno completely anymore.
It's tough. If you're going up against Fnatic Onic Philippines, you can't ban out Kirk. If you're going up against Smart Omega, you can't ban out Chakno. But inversely, again, the same thing goes for Renejay. Their unique heroes use was only off by 1. Now it's separated by 2. And we said in the Infinite Keys to Victory, be the hitman, the heal man, whatever man you decide to bring to the table here. And you know, thinking of Chakno and Renejay,
what?
There's one wishful thinking hero that I want to say now. That maybe, just maybe, someone will be willing to try it out in MPL Philippines.
Name it.
Bring back Akai, but put him in the roam.
Akai roam?
Yes.
You know what, funny enough, I was thinking that for TNC's game, because Kaizen loves that hero.
No.
I was thinking maybe it'll make an appearance in the jungle, but yeah, it didn't happen. And any specific reasons why Akai?
It's a deterrent. A lot of the top meta heroes right now want to get close. Harith, Roger, Ling, those 3 specifically. Well, the Akai, if you use the heavy spin, especially for the Ling, again, for the longest time, especially when the utility meta started coming up, and even in the early days when it wasn't the utility meta, and Akai was slottable in the roam, when Ling would pop up, people would be putting Akai in the roam from time to time. Call back to the old early next play days. Yaoi would go Akai roam, right? If you remember that.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny because it now feels like we're going around and around.
Yeah, exactly. What season was it that it was always Belleric, Lunox, Esme, Minotaur? Season 3?
From 4?
4? 3, around like that?
Because, okay, Assassin Youngles were big, and then, you know, heroes like the Akai would come out, the Cho would come out. And then they become the junglers.
Yeah.
And now, now the assassins are back, and now Belleric's coming back.
It's a never-ending cycle.
It's a never-ending cycle.
Yeah.
Man.
In terms of jungle jungle or tanky junglers,
Gatot's back as well.
Fighter junglers.
Don't forget.
Yeah, and Gatot's back as well. I think that's still gonna be tough considering the damage output of assassins just way out.
It's a lot.
Out punch. The tanky fighters,
except
if you're an alpha or a Bane. Those are still really like the go-to in terms of the utility.
That's right.
So the more unique roamer picks, I feel like, is even more important to have now.
That's right. My brain is melting. Let's kind of slow this down a little bit because they actually sent us something.
What is that? Oh, cool.
We got some letters from fan letters who were writing outside. I think this one.
I'll pick one for you.
Yeah, this one looks.
You want that? Okay.
Yeah, go for that.
I'll get the pink one.
You get to pick one as well.
You can read the
I'll read it out real quick.
Double check first, because as you're reading it, might be what is it?
I wonder if you can zoom it out. What a letter! Good luck to all players from Cebu City. All right.
Oh, this is cute. Whoa. Okay, this is cute. This is from someone named Luna. Hi, Flap TZ. Do your best, please. Fist bump me again.
Again.
Hopefully that's not an innuendo.
All right. What are the other ones? Hold on. All right. I'll get this one.
You get to read yours first.
What that?
This one just says, go Abunjing, Edward. From Taylor Allison Swift. Yo, we got Taylor Swift watching.
Taylor. This one says
Smart. Fan letters here, y'all.
Oh, look. Smart Omega. Galingan nyo palagi support daw always. Just do your best. I'll always support you. No name.
Yeah.
That's fun.
ID number 308. No, I'm not going to complete that. But it says, good luck, Flap. That's it.
Wow, so we got a lot of people. Man, thank you so much for your letters. Keep supporting our teams. Let's go into the draft for this one. Because I had to really put myself on a bit of a break there. I was overthinking so many possibilities now.
Yeah.
Now that we mentioned that, you know what, maybe some of the old heroes might come back.
Yeah.
Again.
Just run it back.
Started by Gatot. Started by Hylos. And then Gatot. And now Belleric. Who's gonna come back again?
Come on, I'm still waiting for a Leomord. I mean, going into this, I already said Leomord, and then even tossed up the Belleric idea.
Confirming.
If it's gonna, well, Midnight did tell me something interesting about the Leomord though. That if there's a team that's gonna try out the Leomord, you need something to supplement it. It needs to have an Angela.
Okay.
Apparently, there's a condition to it.
It's difficult. Honestly, I've been trying.
Oh yeah?
And I've been trying and I've been crying in my ranked games. It's it's hard to pull off. Even in the jungle where it's now the most optimal place to put the Leomord in.
Yeah.
I've been crying hard. And I'm trying to get my ranked games up for the Leomord. I'll find a way. I will find the good mix. I'll try to find the good build. But it's definitely possible. Someday.
Someday. Hopefully we get to see that day happen, because I would lose my collective marbles if that does. So, I feel like it might be nice for this one to just maybe not even think that the Belleric's going to show up again.
Yeah.
Let's ease back up.
That's
Go back into the basics.
That's the thing though, Renmar. Yeah. It's always going to be in the back of your mind, whether or not it's going to appear or not.
Come on, just first pick it.
No, okay.
Moskov or high loss? Well,
it's a high loss, all right. Makes it less likely, but not impossible.
Yeah, it depends. High loss Belleric, how would that fare?
It's kind of... they might be contradictory because one of them wants to you to move, and one of you wants to fight in a location with the Rapid Dryad.
Yeah, that's true. See. So they play the... Okay, of course, if you're Aurora, you're going to take away the Harith from Omega. You don't want the Edith and the... the high loss and the Harith together. So they block pick it. They get one. They probably expect that the Moscow's going to come in again for Jome. So let's see if they will decide to pick up an assassin here. Fanny open for Demon Kite if he wants to. Ling Nolan. See what it is? They go for Jushin.
All right.
Ooh. Oh, excuse me. I forgot she exists. I'm used to seeing her banned out.
Very understandable, to be honest. Now Hayabusa is making an appearance. Andori specifically loves to play that hero.
Yeah.
And Big J not going to be letting go of that Moskov anytime soon.
Yep. As expected, I would like to see Aurora decide to go pick up the jungler now. Pick up the Fanny, pick up the Ling, if ever.
Fanny?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen Demon Kite go crazy again on the Fanny. I would love to see that. You're right. But honestly, they do have like a lot of firepower on the Harith, less firepower on the Zushin.
Yeah.
Now that people are realizing, you know what, he's more of a tank now. He's more of a mage tank.
Exactly. So I wonder if they're going to pair with a Lolita or a Jawhead.
Spicier?
Yeah, because those are strong pairings, actually. Lolita with Jushin or Jawhead Jushin. We saw Jawhead Jushin happen earlier this season. But, okay, they're not going to pick the Roamer just yet. They pick up the Phoveus. There are two dash passive activators for Phoveus on the other side in the Moskov and the Hayabusa. So this has to be a tanky frontliner. I feel like it just can't be like pick off for the pick of Chapnu, because
Agreed.
I personally do not like lineups that put so much pressure on the Phoveus as being the frontliner.
Maybe, I guess, at the same time, it's going to be hard to draft a Jawhead in this lineup for Aurora. Because, again,
I agree.
Those are two pseudo tanks. They don't really mix that well together. As much as it's a great combo for the Zushin, that will mean they probably will have to go for a hard tank like a Minotaur or a Grok. Well, again, Grok not as tanky as he was before.
Excuse me?
Was that an Eve ban?
I love the artwork of Kyrie, by the way. That's
that's a great Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie. 100% Kyrie.
100% Kyrie. Can confirm.
Usually Eve is just an answer to the Faramis, but you don't see Aurora leaning towards the Faramis.
Almost, there's only like a 1% chance that's going to happen on Faramis Roam. And also, if they do that, their squishy lineup is going to blow up.
Then again, trying to imagine a scenario where it is an Eve, a little bit slower, the slows. Team fighting might have been difficult for Aurora, that's why they took it out.
Yeah. Eve getting banned out is not something you see every day, but when it does happen, you know that a team has a certain way of playing that they want to do. Man, right now for the other side, we haven't seen Arlot yet.
Yep.
And I love the Loyi ban. I think Loyi is a great ban here. Again, limiting the amount of stuff that Okier can do here. Who so far has had a field day on that. With Chaknu's Belleric pick, he now leads. Yeah, that's what we said earlier. 11 hero picks, unique hero picks. Haji and Kirk. Oh, Kirk has 11?
Yeah. As an XP laner.
We should have talked about because he
yeah.
was on XP. We
Yeah.
didn't get to talk about it as much.
Yeah. I mentioned it earlier.
Okay.
The
I
earlier
was not
series
paying
and even this
attention.
one.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. Going into this
Good
week.
job, Kurt.
Going into this week, he was the great job, dude. Going into this week, he had the most unique heroes pick at 11, and he was the only XP laner in the top 10 of most unique heroes pick.
And somehow they're the winningest.
Oh yeah,
that's right. All right, so Demon Kite Hero is getting banned out here. Apparently, the Fanny is still out for contention, but I feel like Omega is confident he will not pick it up. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's like Omega saying pick up the Fanny. So they get and steal lockdown. They go ahead and pick up the Joe first.
Try to hunt down the Haya. That's pretty smart. And the Moscow.
And you get pick off, but no hard tank. No hard tank for this one.
All pseudo tanks.
Yeah. Once pick off. Oh, this is gonna be this could be a slow game by Aurora. Depends on the pick of Omega.
It can be a slow game or a fast game, depending on, you know, if someone goes for a Way of the Dragon, gets picked off. That's a Renejay classic, right?
Yeah, Lilia, I think it should be. Or
oh, they go for the Pyramid.
Yeah. And Fanny that we mentioned earlier.
Again, I mentioned it, but it was unlikely for me. So, wow, Demon Kite must be digging deep for this.
Yeah.
I would have actually liked the Fredrin more here, honestly, in the high jungle, to be honest. But you know what? It's their game. It's their win. They want to go for it. You know what? Who came out on top here, Redmore? I feel like Omega still had the bit of a better pick.
If you're thinking about it, team fighting, yes. If you're
team fighting, yes.
For Aurora, the problem in their lineup is also one of their strengths. Because easily this could go down the route of Demon Kite snowballs, reads the rotations of the Hayabusa, and dominates. But inversely, Omega could just dominate via team fighting.
We'll see which side the coin tosses as we go to our casters.
I'm about to toss a coin, Rockhart. Let's see what it lands on. Boom, heads. I don't know which team that's going for, though. Welcome to the English desk. Again, I'm Naisu. Joined here with me is Ingan, and we're jumping into the land of Dawn. It's game number 2 in the last series of the day. We'll see if Aurora has the lineup they need to take it to a game 3, because if you guys missed it, game 1 was a very quick game for Smart Omega, and this lineup, we've seen iterations of it before, and this is a whole lot of utility, man. I just straight off the bat, you take a look at the emblems fall into place here. Even with Renejay's fancy footwork on the Cho, you have a Matilda, a Faramis, and a Hylos.
Yeah, if you're Demon Kite, you're expected to snowball, but how though? Like, it's hard because, again, the protection coming in from Ukir. Ryota also has the Glorious Pathway and the Revitalize. Plus Matilda Chaknu, but look at this. Andori goes in. 2 versus 3, but the damage coming in from Aurora is just too much for Omega so far. And Renejay flickers in! Wait. I thought there was going to be a follow-up coming in from Demon Kite, but still they're just zoning out Omega and invading the jungle creep. Renejay might go down in the hands of Andorio. There it is, but in exchange for Demon Kite, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
No, a 2-for-none trade. Omega wins, yeah.
I was going to say, I was as shocked as you were.
Yeah, I thought Andorio died there, but he was the one who slayed Aurora. So 1-0-1, a good start for Andorio.
And that's the thing, like going back to the lineup that they had, it's good to be aggressive, especially you have this Cho pick here. It's a marquee pick for Renejay. Well, look at the damage already.
Good pull coming in from Ukir. Wiki Shadow kill from Andorio. Luckily, Renejay survives.
Okay, going back to the point, you have to do a lot right if you're Aurora here to get through the amount of sustain, the amount of utility that Smart Omega's lineup gives them. And we've seen teams do it before. It's all great. This is going to be objective, easily secured for Smart Omega. But that's the thing, you know, when do you hit that switch if you look at this lineup from Aurora? Part of the fact, too, that Demon Kite is playing this Fanny is you know that if you aren't able to match up, and that's why they're being kind of so aggressive, because if they fall behind, Demon Kite is then susceptible to getting pressured for his purple buff, and we know how important that's going to be for him as the game goes on here.
Yeah, basically the purple buff is going to be a neutral objective that both teams will contest. try to prevent Demon Kite from snowballing. And this is where, this is what Redmar was saying a while ago. Aurora's strength is also their weakness. Their snowball capability is there, but with the current rate, Omega's playing at 2-0, they were able to get the kill onto Demon Kite. It's going to be hard to snowball from here.
Okay, when we look at this too, you have to look at, because I know I've been talking about a lot of the sustainability and utility from Smart Omega. Let's think about RORA here, because Renejay, just like we saw from the previous game with when he was playing the Jawhead, it's more or less the same concept, right? You want to just kind of get in there, get the kickoff, and hopefully get a pickup. If that doesn't happen, if it fails, I would say generally at the show you have more options to get out of those dicey situations. But if they fail there, and then they struggle, I mean, there, you can see it, right?
Okay, Ukir pops his Purify. And Demon Kite goes in with the Cutthroat Steel Cables, but look at the save coming in from Ukir with the Nether Realm. RORA has to back away. Now another initiation wasted for RORA.
That's it. So you're going to see that many times here. You guys watching at home, you're going to see that kind of interaction happen. There's going to be a Purify, there's going to be a Nether Realm, there's going to be one of those utilities thrown out here. And RORA has to check those boxes off. So they've got a whole list of items, kind of chores, if you will, to go through. And Renejay has to be that guy. For the most part, it's going to be up to him. And so sometimes, good job pulling that through, too, that purple buff. Sometimes he might get it. Sometimes he might just get a Purify like he did right now. And that's all part of the plan. So then Demon Kite has to be able to shine on the fanny pick with the damage that he has. You can see this. They've got the information. We got a couple Purifies out. Let's try to take this turtle here, and that's exactly what they put the pressure for. Jome is also in the mid lane, so they can join it.
Edward goes in with the Infernal Pursuit onto Chagnu. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Demon Kite being zoned out by Ryota. It's going to be a Retribution battle, but Demon Kite still gets the turtle. And now look at this. Aurora finding Andoryu, finding the turtle, and just outplaying Omega during that time.
RORA gets a whole lot out of the exchange. And I'm going back to what I said. It was Renejay that checked those boxes for them leading into the objective, and then they were able to cap it on out. And that's kind of going to be the game for them. So they might feel a little, this whole list of things they have to go through. But as long as Aurora gets that down, they allow Demon Kite to shine. Even if it's not getting kills, but he's able to get these objectives, that's great for Aurora as they build up time. Because again, we're talking about Domeng on this Harith. Will hit that spike when he needs to. And even for Yue, a Jushin pick that we don't necessarily see. I agree with Redmar. Coming into Season 14, I was always expecting to see her, and then she kind of just fell off the face of the earth. You know, she really wasn't picked up much. But she still provides quite a bit to the team in terms of utility and how that flare is utilized as well for Yue.
Yeah, not so much the damage, more of the crowd control. But again, the mobility of Omega is just too much. They also have the Matilda with the Guiding Wind. So anytime can give a signal or help for the rest of their members to go out in case they get caught by the Lantern Flare. But here comes the members of Aurora. Flicker in, coming in from Renejay. Kick onto Andoryu. Andoryu has to walk away. Here comes Demon Kite. Glory Pathway is there also. But here comes Chagnu and Ukir. I'm not sure who got the purple. But now Chagnu still continuing to go right after Aurora. And let's see who got... Andoryu. Still Andoryu. Okay.
Andoryu managed to get it. Again, he's going to be fighting both the junglers. Goes in with a shadow kill, but not sure. There's a follow-up.
Domin goes in with his Amin Force, finding Andoryu. Look at Demon Kite, the cables. Cables in, cable out. Spear of Destruction is going to hit, but he's not going to... Oh, he did. And the clash will end.
Big J shows up, and that's the thing. You got to keep doing that. Turtle's now up here, third one of the game. RORA's in a good position to go ahead and start this up. They know a lot of that utility, a lot of those ultimates were expended, but the Purifies are still there too. So Smart Omega looks like they're just going to give this one up. You still have Andoryu top side of the map. They might just try to trade an objective if they can find it, because right now Aurora will secure it last turtle of the game. And as you see, Tier 1 top side will be the trade as Smart Omega goes for that. So still holding on to what they can for now, but right now Aurora taking their time finding objectives. They've got 2 turrets down plus that last turtle, and everything that this leads up to is once we get to that Lord in about a minute and a half or so, we get to that point, Smart Omega has to have that answer, and that's always the troublesome part is you're going to notice this. Aurora tries to get the ultimates or battle spells out before the objective take.
Yeah. And it's coming to the point that Omega, they do have the sustain, they do have the mobility, but for some reason they're lacking the damage so far. There are setups coming in
Whoa,
from Ryota, but Jom will be picked off there by Demon Kite. It's the go signal for Aurora to go once again. Edward, Infernal Pursuit onto Ryota, despite the glorious pathway. Now picks him up with the Lantern Flare. Ryota won't be able to out-sustain the damage of 4 members of Aurora.
Wow, even with that, so, you know, we didn't get to see what happened, and now under the turret, Domeng.
Oh, Domeng goes in, but is Admin forced. The turret is still there. Demon Kite, will he try to go for it? They're going to go for the turret instead, but here comes the kick from the Renejay. Catches Andoryu, is going to bring him down, and we can hear the screams from the crowd because Edward goes in with Infernal Pursuit. But Jom with a good Spear of Misery to bring down Edward.
Still worth for Aurora there. Not only did they get another turret down, they got a couple kills as well. And, you know, that's Edward's job. He's that front line. He's throwing himself there for the follow-ups. But at this point, Smart Omega fallen behind a bit here. And, you know, it was a great pickoff, really, from Demon Kite. That's what he had to do earlier on in the 1v1 against Jom. And so Jom, you know, I would say for the first time, at least throughout the series, when he does pick up the Mozkov, you know, he's going to feel that pressure. Sometimes he's not safe if he's just sitting in the side lane farming up like we've seen so many Mozkov players do just because of the threat now, even for Demon Kite. If he can just swiftly, you know, pop in, get the kill, that's great for Demon Kite and Aurora. So now with the Lord coming up, I mean, you could even see once the utility, even just one of them is down, it might backfire in Smart Omega. Andorra is going to go ahead and get his purple buff started here. Team gets in position for Aurora around this Lord, and they try to force them out of it. Again, it's all about positioning with this, especially in this area for that. Flasky the Waste is picked up. Lord is up for the taking. Note the positioning for both teams. Managing the waves the best they can. Lord's going to be started up by Aurora, as they should with the lead that they have. There's Renejay going to the front.
Oh, looking for Ryota this time. Edward continuing the Infernal Pursuit. Domeng goes in. And now here comes the glorious pathway. Edward still working on Shaknu. Demon Kite just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Renejay with a beautiful knockup. Picks off Andoryu there, but here comes Okir with the Nether Realm to save his members. And Demon Kite with the steel cables. Cutthroat, in, out. Andoryu still alive here. Jom and Ryota will fall down, but Renejay is out as well. And look at Domeng and Iue. A double kill for Aurora.
Smart Omega just got handled. And even though they tried to get outside of the map for a little bit, Roro wasn't having it. And Doru, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull off the impossible, just zoned out. Zaman Force dropped down too by Domeng. And that's going to be an objective. That's going to be a Lord going to the hands of Aurora.
And this is what you want if you're Aurora. Isolate the clash. Don't go 5v5. Don't go in situations wherein Ukir can utilize the Nether Realm as much as possible. Although you can go to really, really tight places to activate Demon Kite with the steel cables as much as possible. If you isolate Omega, almost all their kits become non-existent.
Yeah, it almost becomes obsolete at that point. Yeah. And so now look at the pressure. This is what I was saying could have happened to Aurora too. But luckily for them, they've gotten the control for the majority of this game. At this point, they're going to take the resources out from Andoru. So he's going to feel that pressure. And right now, like you said, if they fight in the choke points and Demon Kite comes sweeping in with this Fanny, that's a disaster for Smart Omega, especially when the Nether Realm is already gone, even the Revitalize here. So they got to deal with the Lord. It should be a quick work, but the shields are definitely going to be popped here. Renejay will take a couple shots, but the objective right now for Aurora is these turrets in the base.
Okay, so Renejay has to respect the damage coming in from Jom. Omega also has 3 Purifies. The pull coming in from Ukir. Now Renejay can escape there. Lantern Flare from U is also there. They were able to defend all 3 inhibitor turrets. Now, I mean, I have to commend Demon Kite and Renejay here. Demon Kite started things off with 0-1-0.
Yeah.
But Aurora made sure that Demon Kite was still able to get his buffs, which activated him. And for Renejay, despite 3 Purifies, you can see all the way of the Dragon still connecting. For somehow, always catches either Andoryu or either a Ryota, and this time Ryota is going to be caught there by the Lantern Flare from Yue. But still, Omega defends their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, I would agree with you here. And I think anybody that's ever played a Roam or let's say a Cho, and you've gone against multiple Purifies, you know how difficult it is to actually get that pick off, to get that way of the dragon that you're looking for. Because sometimes you're putting yourself out there in the front lines just to get a Purify down or one of the utility spells here. And so Renejay's been doing a phenomenal job at accomplishing that. And that's why, again, like you mentioned here, Ingon, is why Demon Kite has had this game on the Fanny so far. Not to mention, it's just a signature pick of Demon Kite as well. And he plays it really well to the point where he's confident enough to go 1v1 against, I would say, almost anybody, you know, at that point. And so if you're Smart Omega at this point in the game, 13 minutes in, you've really got to stick together. You've really got to play your own form of an Ube strat, right?
Dance
like,
to your own beat, basically.
Yeah, you can. And even for example, like Jome, you guys are so used to seeing Moskov players just sit in a side lane and go untouched and then join the fight with the Spirit of Destruction. But he almost can't do that because of the threat of Demon Kite right now. So they're forced to always stick together, and this was very different from the game that we saw from Smart Omega in Game 1 because of the fact that they had that Louis Yi combination where, you know, he was just sending everyone everywhere. Here comes Renejay again, spotting out.
He has the conceal, but Ryota stuns him. Now you and Renejay just working on the zoning onto Omega as Aurora tries to burst the Lord. Here comes Edward with Infernal Pursuit.
Oh!
Renejay gets caught up there. He's going to go down. Andorio wants to go for the Lord steal. Spirit Destruction is going to hit, but Demon Kite gets the Lord. They have to disengage now. Netherrealm will be casted, but Aurora still standing their grounds. Wants to go for more, but they will still get the Lord.
Oh, man, that Spirit Destruction went right between everybody. And although they got Renejay, still at the end of it all, Aurora will get the objective. Massive lead for them. And you can see it, even when it looks like there's some fighting in there for Smart Omega, they have a numbers advantage. They can't actually withstand all that damage. The economy is so different in favor of Aurora right now, so they're going to have to find themselves on the defense in the base as Aurora looks to go ahead and take out all these turrets with this push.
The inhibitor turret onto the middle lane will fall down. Demon Kite Steel Cables wants to go for Endoryu as Omega tries to defend the Lord. Look at Yue just spamming the Lantern Flare, wanting to pick someone up. It's going to be onto Ukir, but Ukir manages to escape. They still have minions onto the mid and into the bottom lane. And one inhibitor turret left for Omega.
So they hold on. Massive lead right now, still ballooned a little bit further, nearly 10,000 ahead for Aurora. Smart Omega holds on to the one base turret on the bottom side. And just how the last fight we saw, you know, you're going to have to wait a minute and a half for the next one. So that's about the amount of time that Smart Omega has to figure something out, to farm up to where they need to be to get a potential pick off themselves. But really, when you look at it, who are they going to pick off from Aurora? It's almost better if they just get to the point where they're in full fighting form for the Lord, because I think the next push in, that's the thing they always have to worry about, is once it comes into that Lord walk into the base, Aurora's lineup will allow them to put so much pressure that your back is almost forced to your crystal, and then you're just gonna, the game is gonna end.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying they have to go ahead and get this table turned right now, because a massive lead like this, 10,000 gold deficit, if you're Smart Omega, you got some work to do here, and you can see that.
At least a pick off, ideally, without using, but Demon Kite goes in, brings down Chaknu, even with the circling eagle, manages to catch him off guard with the steel cables, and that's one member down for Omega. Now the question is, will Aurora wait for the Lord, or will they force a push?
Demon Kite, Demon Kite. He does this on the Fanny. Like I said, he'll do it time and time again. This time around, he picks up Chaknu. So luckily for Smart Omega, Chaknu will be back up, or at least should be back up by the time this Lord fight actually breaks out. He's up in 10. The items, though, you know, this is what I was talking about, where they really need to build up here. You don't have all the defensive items that you need. The massive gold deficit between the two junglers. Looks like Andoru just picked up the Malefic Roar. But still, the difficult part for Andoru is actually finding the space to initiate and get into these fights. Sometimes, because of the fact that he barely got the purple buff earlier, you don't really have the opportunity to go in there. And you can see how much focus has just worked on zoning out Smart Omega from joining this Lord fight. And Demon Kite will actually just go ahead and make his way probably for his purple here in a couple seconds coming up.
I think he wanted to attempt to go for Jome, as Jome was clearing the bottom lane. And now after Andoryu gets his purple buff, they can easily burst down this Lord because they know that Jome has to really manage waves in the bottom lane. But again, this is a Moskov with a Spear of Destruction. And we'll see. Will Omega still contest? Or will Aurora just finish this off?
All right, they're working on the lore. They know Jome's down there now. Demon Kite, the rest of the team's going to go in, it looks like.
Renejay goes in. Here comes Ryota. Edward once again with Infernal Pursuit. And look at Demon Kite! Brings down Chaknu once again, like the replay we saw a while ago. Glorious Pathway and Salmon Force is here. Andoryu doing his best for the Wiki Shadow kill, but he's going to fall down as well. Ukir, 1 second before he responds back. The Lantern Flare from Yue will bring down Ryota. Still trying to out-sustain the damage in a triple kill from Domeng with minions onto the middle lane, and we are going to a game number 3.
And Aurora will come out in game 2, just like we saw Smart Omega do in game 1. And for the highlighted match of day number 2, we wouldn't have it any other way going to game 3. Great performance. Once again, you saw that Fanny pickup come through for Demon Kite in the draft, and everybody knew to keep their eyes on him. And I know the panel has a lot to say, of course, for this one. We'll see if everything came to point here. Gentlemen, what do you have to say about game number 2?
You know what, Naisu Ingan, you're absolutely right. The blades of this Fanny were so sharp, it cut through this Netherrealm with no problem whatsoever, giving Aurora that very dominating victory.
You cut through the Netherrealm, you cut through whoever the hell is in front of you, and that's coming from the fact that Omega got the first 2 kills in this game, and then you turn it around just by playing better around the objectives, and by forcing plays before the objective would even begin, so that Aurora would go into a disadvantage, Omega would go into a disadvantage, and Demon Kite even being able to secure the crucial turtle number 2. Damn.
Damn, that is all you were asking for. I mean, earlier you were talking about maybe this might be, you're waiting for Demon Kite to have a breakthrough game.
Yeah.
This was it, man. And that was a swing pick on that Fanny, which, again, I personally was a little hesitant to suggest for them. But you know what? They made it work. And Demon Kite proving that he is still one of the assassin junglers to watch out for in this league.
Yeah, man, you can't doubt that number 1, Omega went into that knowing that the Fanny will definitely be picked up. The 4th pick of Aurora was the Cho. That's the space provider, and you take away the lockdown that will really mess up an entry of the Fanny. So that's safe. You already set up the Fanny. But Omega decided to still play into the Matilda for Ramis idea. Yes, again, they got the first 2 kills, but then eventually we saw that in the early portions of the game, the damage profile, and you were pointing this out to me, Rockhart, wasn't enough. That Faramis, the damage being dished by the Faramis and the Matilda wasn't enough to be a nuisance to Edwards Fulvius. And Edwards Fulvius, the pick that I was thinking that maybe too much pressure on him as the frontliner, essentially became the best frontliner for Aurora. While Renejay was getting the info and picking off, Edward was the one holding down the line and defending and being a nuisance towards Omega.
And then you also have to wonder, is that basically what turned this around? Is the pick, is that mid-pick, by the way, beautiful pick kill there. That pick into the Faramis instead of maybe like a Lo Yi, which again was kind of banned out already by Aurora. Man, if that came through, that would have been it. But right now, because of the damage profile being so different and because of just the tenacity of Aurora, their movements on the map so quick, so snappy.
Yep, you said the right thing there. Snappy were their rotations. Even considering the fact that they were up against a Matilda and a Faramis that will rotate faster. No, Renejay was just quick in the decision-making, in the shrubs he was holding, getting the information. And we mentioned the factor of Demon Kite reading the rotation of Andoryu's Hayabusa well. That was provided by the vision given by Renejay.
One of the very rare moments where Andoryu did not shine on a hero, but was outshined by none other than Fanny, of course. Assassin versus Assassin, it's really interesting. But this is, again, I was kind of waiting for, I was just waiting for Andoryu to pick it up. When are you going to go activate? Didn't see it eventually.
Yeah, the lineup of Omega played around their ultimates and their sustain, their battle spells. Play around the fact that if they have the Purifier so that they don't get kicked or crowd controlled. There's a lot of that on the side of Aurora. And then at the same time, the ultimate of the Matilda, the Circling Eagle, the Netherrealm of the Faramis, while Aurora was a little bit more free flow in their options and what they could do. And really, Yue and Renejay set the right tempo here, out-rotating Ukir and Chaknu. And there's one last thing that I really want to point out that Edward did. He would time when he would... There was one moment in the mid lane that it was Omega and Aurora fighting under the first turret. Even Nisu reacted like, whoa, when, when the Phobius locked in from afar on the Hayabusa.
That's a good reaction.
Yeah, the Hayabusa
Nice.
was already far, but the Demonic
Accurate.
Force passive of the Phobius was already activated. He locked in his basic attack on the Hayabusa, and once that's locked in, that animation will not cancel. So he was able to go from like in front of the first turret to behind it using the Demonic Force passive, and that helped them set up the crowd control to take down Demon Kite. Excuse me, Adoryu in the mid.
In case you're not updated, Demonic Force is the passive, and Infernal Pursuit is the jump.
There is the ultimate, yes.
The ultimate, just for you guys who might be wondering. So right now, with all of that said, it's the unlikely lineup, but they made it work. So much what ifs on that lineup, by the way. What if Renejay misses out on that hit? What if Edward gets caught in a bad Infernal Pursuit? What if Yue can't dish enough damage? All of that was essentially answered blow by blow by Aurora here against a lineup that technically has a very strong mid-game spike with that Moskov, with that Hayabusa. And it's impressive. It makes me wonder, maybe Chaknu should have stayed on the Hylos or something.
Oh, you mean on the Belleric?
Oh, come on.
I mean, if it stayed on the Belleric, I feel like, you know, could have been a little bit better. But nah, those are big ones. Those are
You're
big
right.
what ifs.
You're absolutely right. What if this was a Belleric? What if he was still a set man? What if he was...
I'm just kidding. Thank you for backing me up, but I'm just kidding. That's me wishful thinking at that point,
It
too.
can work. Honestly, it
Well,
can
thank you
work.
for defending me.
I agree. The Matilda was not it for me. The damage was... Oh my goodness. It was... I was hoping for more damage from that lineup.
Yeah. Because of the lack of the damage, Yue could fight a little bit longer on the beacons, keep dishing out the crowd controls, even though there were a lot of Purifies of 4 on the side of Omega. At some point, it was bound that they'll be crowd controlled. There's a lot of crowd control. Again, Phobius is deceptive in that his new kit gives him a lot of crowd control abilities, especially when you're resetting his cooldown, his passive, and getting his cooldowns much quicker when you dash around in his vicinity.
And those are the things that you kind of... makes Phobius like one of those really strong picks right now. Like, I feel like it wasn't even the perfect Phobius game, but it still worked.
Man made it work. Yeah, exactly.
The man made it work. Exactly. So, despite the lineups being against it. So, I love it, and I wonder what Omega's got for us right now. Because I don't know if... I think it might need like some sort of like a surprise, like game number 1, to really secure it against Aurora right now, who seem to be on a roll. Aurora on a roll. Man, that's gonna do something to your tongue here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel like for Omega though, just make sure if you're gonna give the Fanny to Demon Kite, be prepared to deal with it. Have the right pieces to deal with it.
Maybe have a Koof route.
Yeah, again, they
was not banned out.
Yeah, they would rather ban out the Bane compared to the Fanny. I think that's a little bit not sus, but I would have rather taken the Bane over the Fanny of Demon Kite.
Ban the Fanny instead. Like, maybe you can deal with the Bane. It's more predictable compared to Demon Kite earlier, who really popped off, man. That was fun to watch. And it's a great reminder for all of us watching, for you guys as well, that you know what, Demon Kite's, he's a bit low-key compared to these other junglers who are like listing each other off, top 1, top 2, top 3, top 4. True. But he still has some spice to his gameplay.
Yeah, still one of the top junglers in the game. Again, Demon Cat made a name for himself in Season 8. Rookie of the Season way back then, playing those assassins, splitting the map. Nisu became a fan of RORA Philippines in Season 8, and then even more so in Season 9. Even though Demon Kite quickly had to transition into more of the utility with the Demon Slayer jungle emblem, with the Barras and the Fredrins rolling up. At that time, it was still just the Barras. Oh no, Fredrin didn't even have a spot in the meta. It was Tanks-a-Lot that was being played and stuff like that.
That's right.
Yeah, so Demon Kite has it in him. Gotta respect his assassins.
Miss Tanks-a-Lot.
Sure, SDZYZ and TNC miss Tanks-a-Lot too.
What if Demon Kite brings it out? What if
Well, tanks a lot.
No,
No,
I'm kidding,
hybrid
I'm
for
kidding.
sure.
Hybrid, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like more like assassin, like the way Irad plays it.
Yeah, the War Axe Thunderbolt if the Lancelot comes up.
Oh, we got some comments here from our YouTube. If Moscow goes for the pickup, it's gonna be hard for Omega to clash.
Yeah.
So he feels like Omega already lost because of that, because of the Moscow. That's an interesting comment. What's a long comment? Oh my God.
All I know is I'm looking at that second comment, just going
Beleric!
Beleric. Oh, Beleric again.
Are you sure that's not you?
No, that's not me.
That's not you? Are you sure?
My official username on YouTube is at Redmar Santa Cruz. Subscribe. Subscribe.
What? Don't get caught out because it's useless for the Mafilda.
Yeah,
Mafilda's useless because of the fanny pick. That's what
assassin.
he's saying.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. You could have prepared us for this, man. It's a long one.
Yeah. That's good analysis.
But yeah, but you know what? It's a long one, but we appreciate it. You guys watching, you guys are the best. And if only you were given a chance to become an MPL player, you're probably a pro player right now.
I love the belief that you show to our viewers. I believe in you too.
They're so good in analyzing.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like if they were given a slot, you'll probably do good. Who's top Moskov there? Replace Jome or something, right? So.
Nah, no one can replace
No one
Big J.
can replace Big J. I'm sorry.
Big J's irreplaceable.
That's
Rockard. What
blasphemy.
you talking about? Exactly.
It's blasphemy.
Blasphemer.
Game 3, we go for Aurora's blue side, which, again, historically, apparently, is not that high, apparently.
Yeah.
On their win rate. So I was surprised by that fact. It was less than like 60, 55%?
Around 45%, yeah.
Yeah, wow. And anyway, in this scenario, with Aurora with the first pick, it's now Omega's turn to
Pick the
answer.
Beleric again. Oh, no.
Pick the
You
Beleric
mean
on
answer. No,
slot
no.
number 5.
No, you said answer.
Yes,
No,
that's
no.
it. That's actually the solution. Pick Beleric. No. I think that's where Omega's actually strength lies, to be honest. Not just in the game. It's like in the battle rap. It's called the rebut.
The rebut. Oh.
They're so good at the rebut. You see why Chaknu asked Renejay to go first earlier? He wanted to do the rebut.
The counter punching. Okay,
Counter punch.
I get you.
Right? So maybe that's why this might actually turn out better for Omega. Aurora going blue side. Oh my goodness. All right.
44.44%.
That's interesting. I did not. So they're. Maybe they're the team who likes to rebut or counter punch. Either way, side selection here is 44.44%. Not that high, but you know what? Aurora's been getting the wins. They're top 3 right now, tied with Omega.
Yeah.
3 and 4. They're both free. They're both third. So actually, this game is gonna determine who's actually third. Solid third. I love it. I love it.
Until tomorrow.
Very excited. Until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's go into the draft for this one. And I want to see me some spicy stuff. Omega, will you oblige or will Aurora come out on top with the W with just their solid gameplay?
Okay. They go for the Harith ban. I think Roger and Moskov are the gold laners that we're going to be looking at here. Let's just see Doming switch things up. But really, in terms of the gold lane picks, we're just rotating around the carry, Harith, Roger, Moskov. It's mainly those 4. We see the rare Lunox from time to time, Nathan also. So Aurora will take away the Edith. Don't want to give that to Omega. In terms of the first picks open, again, Roger, Moskov. I don't want to float the idea of the Zask that much anymore. But I wonder if Omega will oh wait, no, I think they need to ban Jushin.
It feels like the Zask is not as dominant as it was like a few weeks ago.
It's very selective now.
It's starting to become quite easy to answer. Sometimes Nolan, pretty easy. Sometimes they just outright retribution it.
Yeah, or they sometimes ignore it.
Or just walk away.
Yeah, just walk away.
Apparently, people have figured out, you know what, you can walk away from it.
you can reposition. We don't care.
Yeah.
You don't exist until we've taken down 2 or 3 members of your team, and then we take you down.
It has 1 jump.
Yeah.
And that's it. Just so you guys know. Just because Zask uses the ultimate doesn't mean you need to fight it. Sometimes it's better to just walk away.
Walk away, make him reposition, and then fight turn it around.
My mission.
And sometimes the turnaround after the domination is actually the win.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, guys.
Oh.
When you're facing Zask.
I think with Valentina gone, High Loss gone, Aurora can go Zask. But they'll have to risk Jawhead, Phoveus going to Chaknu and Ryota.
Which again, they don't really
So they ban it.
Zask man.
But Jushin, they're willing to give it.
That's an interesting decision for Coach Lembot here and the rest of Smart Omega.
Yeah.
Giving away the Zushin. I don't think you would die that much. I think once.
He was great in the last game.
He was great in the last game. I barely noticed any downtime for Yue. So I feel like it's a good, maybe second pick. I don't know if it's first pick material. You still want to go Roger here, right? Or Edith. Banned out. Edith's banned out.
The game starts.
Roger.
Yeah, Roger.
Okay.
Are they going to steal the Jushin here? Well, I mean, they can wait until later. It was pick third earlier, but...
Yes.
With again, coming from the fact that you had a great Jushin game, I want to see a contention.
I am not the only one bound by these.
So it is Phoveus, as I mentioned earlier.
Nice steal. And there's a Moskov. All right.
Okay.
Big J has been very adamant on playing playing
Yeah.
playing Moskov here today.
Yeah. Not just today, but like the past 2 weeks.
Past 2 weeks, right? He has been almost solely playing Moskov.
It's fight as 4 for Omega. Let the Moskov split push, and then whoa! They got the
Oh, that's dirty! That's dirty!
Yeah, and Omega cannot pick carry anymore.
No thought counterplay. Oh, that's dirty, man.
Yeah, those are great picks.
I still think this is a great Beleric game.
You know what? Yeah.
It is. For Omega. For Omega, right? It's still a great one because obviously the Roger can't do much if the Beleric just is in front of your face. You're going to have be forced to back off. And it also buys a lot of attention for your Moskov to do some work on the back line.
Let's see if it's going to be considered by Omega and picked up later as they go for the Hayabusa first. So they lock in their assassins. If ever...
denied. Oh! Ouch!
Yeah!
I thought that was denied. I just want to
Congratulations.
play ML, man.
I just want to do my job here.
Do my job.
Let's
here.
analyze.
Why are you guys showing us that stuff?
If ever Aurora decides to maybe put the Roger into the gold lane, actually.
Yeah.
There's still other jungles open. Again, Fanny is still available.
Never forget. That was the error last game. You forgot about the Fannies.
Yeah.
Upon the edge of the void.
So they're banning out the Nolan. One of the other options. Makes sense. The burst.
But still leaving the Fanny on. That's actually risky. At the same time,
among the planes exists the
Still banning the Eve.
which
again?
I was made
Huh.
So Aurora knows something we don't about Okir.
And the usability of the Eve, by the way, which has been banned out again for the second time today.
Yeah. Aurora banned it earlier.
All right. So,
Yeah.
huh. Maybe something happened on scrims.
Yeah, that's right. Like I feel like Aurora knows something that we don't about Okir's.
Okay, there it is.
Good ban.
Very, very well thought out ban.
Very good.
I love that.
If I'm Omega, pick up a Ruby as your 4th pick. So at least Roger will have a little bit of difficulty.
Minotaur is not weird, but again, it's something that you kind of have to consider that plays against a Zushin. The Zushin is just, it does so much. It does, it kind of discourages a lot of picks.
Yeah.
You know?
If ever Omega wants to play into it, they can pick up the Grok. Oh, but it was bad. Yeah. So, what were the ones we mentioned? The
Minotaur, Kufra. No, sorry, not Kufra. Or yes, Kufra.
Yeah. Tigreal.
Tigreal, there you go.
Tigreal's still an option.
There you go.
will find a
Probably it.
even when all is
It's a
forlorn.
Vex.
They
They're
got
leaving
the
their
Pierce
own
pick
for
first.
last.
Yeah.
Can still be a Cho. I don't like the Cho against Gatot, honestly.
Or a Beleric.
for Beleric. For Omega. Again.
Layer the crowd control.
Tiger.
Tig for Renejay here, I like.
Yeah.
Or maybe this
Oh, wait.
is-
This is Rome Gatot most likely, right?
Rome
yeah,
Gatot.
so there is the
Cho, if they want to.
Alpha. No, I'm kidding with Alpha.
No, Alpha mix.
You think for Aurora?
You don't see your roam, it might be risky.
Wow, what a flexible lineup.
Oh, it is Tig.
There's the Bane and there's the Tig. All right, they go for it anyway. It's XP Gatot.
Seems like they had info on each other because Omega banned the Bane in game number 1.
That's right. That's actually correct.
Game number 2 in the last game, I mean, yeah.
It was banned out
Yeah,
in
it
the
was-
last ban.
Yeah. So, they get the Bane, so we'll get to see the Bane Tigreal combo with the Gata Kacha. That sounds terrifying.
That sounds terrifying indeed.
Oh my god, the combo.
Bring it out.
Yikes.
Beleric. Here he comes.
We speak
It's
of
the
the
Minotaur.
Carmilla?
Carmilla.
Okay, they needed a little bit better damage distribution, I guess. Ooh.
That was something that was a problem earlier.
Yeah.
Remember? Right. So, yeah, I guess. But then again, Carmilla, pseudo tank, like we mentioned, can't really absorb as much.
Yeah.
But I guess skill is going to be the issue here.
In terms of the lineup rating, it seems like the numbers seem to favor Omega. Their push potential, late game potential, definitely on the side of Aurora. I gotta agree to that. But the early to mid game for Omega seems to be faring better. With the aggression that can be dished out by Carmilla, Vexana, Hayabusa in the Roman mid. I'm looking out at Turtle Fight 1 and Turtle Fight 2. Who wins that might win the game.
See who takes it. Throw it over to Naisu and Ingan for game number 3.
And there you have it. Thank you for the breakdown again, Rockhart Renmar over on the panel stand. And once again, for the last time for this evening, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Ingan on the English desk. Game number 3, last match of the day, the highlighted match here. Who would have thought these are the picks we would have ended up with, man? I would say, you know, it's funny looking at the lineup rating because, yeah, it's quite different.
Yeah, I was honestly hoping for a Chaknu setup roam. Again, wait a minute, Chaknu has to pop his Purify here because, again, the problem of Omega still remains from game number 2. It's the Yue Zushin. How do you stop that? Ideally, you want to go for dive in and be beside Yue, be beside Zushin to avoid the Lantern Flare.
Yeah.
But in this case, Chaknu has the Carmilla. I agree with Renmar in terms of early to mid. It might go to Omega. But for the late game, you know, might go to Aurora.
You feeling Aurora for late game?
Yeah. Apart from, of course, Jome with the Moskov. But they were able to solve the Jome problem in game number 2.
Yeah, with the Demon Kite, right? With the Demon Kite, with Fanny.
With Fanny. Yeah,
with the Fanny.
With Demon Kite, yeah.
That's why it was banned out too, but you can see this, a whole lot of action top side. You get a flicker out. So they're going to deal with that, but the thing that really stuck out to me is, like Renmar mentioned, the fact that you have this Gatakacha with a Tigreal and then a Bane. Whoa, Andora's going to get first blood though, but a little off camera there, but that's the thing. I think that combination alone is going to be quite deadly to work against here. So already though, Andoru getting that first blood is going to help him early on.
Okay, this is what Renmar was saying. The early game power spike might fall in favor of Omega, but this is what also happened during game number 2.
Yeah.
Remember, Andoru started 1-0-1, Demon Kite 0-1-0, but during the 8-minute mark, I think, Aurora was able to turn things around, and Domeng goes in with the Lycan Pounce onto Jome as Renejay tries to delay Andoru with a purple buff.
They're trying to delay, and Andoru dealt with all of this in the previous game. So this time around, with the lead that he's gotten himself, as long as he continues to build that, that's going to be the same thing. But Bane, like we know, in the jungle, farms incredibly fast. You know, very quick. I know, you know, our fellow caster Leo out there, he loves this pick, jumps for joy when it is locked in. So if he's watching at home, shout out to him. Right now, though, this turtle for the taking, it looks like it's going to go to Omega.
And Ryota zoning out 2 members as Andoru picks up the turtle. Look at the Starfire onto Edward. Here comes the deadly catch, but Ryota continuing the infernal pursuit. Andoru gets a kill onto Demon Kite. AOG is there just to delay, but he's going to fall down. Brings down with him Ryota. Edward still escapes. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but Omega picks up the turtle.
Omega picks up the turtle, but I feel like they could have gotten more there, but unfortunately they weren't able to cap out on Edward. You know, part of that, again, Vengeance played a part there. It was great to have, but yeah, that's tough. Smart Omega still getting the objective, getting this little lead that they have they can work around with. And Doru, like I mentioned before all that broke out, was as long as he can build up on the lead that he had, which he has, he got himself another kill. That's going to be great for scaling quickly, and that's exactly what you want to do on this Hayabusa pick, because all that does is allows Jom to just farm up, have his gold lane experience, do his thing, and get to the point where we've seen him happen time and time again on a Mozkov pick. Part of that equation, though, is also I'm wondering, like for Chaknu, we've seen the Carmilla pop up a couple times now, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know, but leave it to one of the players in the league that has the most unique hero picks popped up. I think he's at 11 right now.
Yeah, and the last one we used Carmilla was actually Spider Miles.
Yep.
With his debut pick, game number 2. We didn't notice much flashing plays from Carmilla, of course. But of course, you can feel the curse of blood coming in, especially during huge team fights. And that's what you can expect later on from Chaknu. Although there's not going to be a game-changing set, one curse of blood during a crucial neutral objective data might be enough, but Omega focusing their attention onto Doming. Doming's not having a good time right now. Even before the rotation from Chaknu up top, Jom's dominating the laning phase.
Yeah, Jom's doing a good job in that lane. He picks up the Corrosive Scythe now too. Earlier on, you saw this time, you know, Andoro went with the Hunter Strike first. We'll see if he actually decides to build Skypiercer or not. Eternal Guard going to drop.
Guard onto Renejay. He's going to fall down. That's one initiation gone for Aurora, but here comes Yue with the Lantern Flare. Picks up Ukir. He pops his Purify. Edward! Is he going to go down though? Manages to escape here, and now they're working their way onto Yue. Andoryu goes in with the Shadows. A killing spree. That's 3-0 already for Andoryu with his Hayabusa.
Scaling is exactly what's happening here for Andoru, and Smart Omega now also, after that skirmish, will go and start up this turtle. It looks like, though, RORA wants to delay this.
Okay, Renejay still here alongside Edward. Andoryu finding his spot, finding his space. Demon Guide is here working on Chaknu, but gets the turtle along with a Wiki Shadow kill. Renejay with Implosion, catches Andoryu, blood to deathly catch, but Argane gonna bring him down. He picks up another kill as Demon Guide tries to walk away, but brings down Chaknu with him. Ryota manages to bring down Demon Kite, but the fight is not yet done. Edward going head-to-head with Ryota. Two tanky XP laners, nothing's gonna happen there.
Yep, and again, amongst it all, Andoru doesn't go down, ends up getting the turtle, and that's going to be a problem as the game continues on for RORA. You now have to deal with this hyper scaling up Andoru as he jumps in, but that's at the point where he is. He can go in between these turrets, even to the point where, and eventually he's down between the tier 2 turrets.
Jom with a big Spear of Destruction, but Doming manages to escape with a good Wolf Transformation, good flicker.
Use that flicker defensively. That's what he's got to do at this point, but that's the thing. Jom can just show up, you know, and join those fights, join those initiations here. But that's the thing I was going to say. Aurora, they still have to deal with Andoru, and look at the focus on the top.
Oh, Renejay pushes Chaknu. Now Doming commits the Implosion, but the Eternal Guard from Ukir is there. Jom doing the free hit. Here comes Edward with AOG connecting onto 3. But is he going to be out? Is he going to out-sustain the damage? The Vengeance is also there. And now Yue, Spear of Misery, Ryota, Infernal Pursuit, killing spree already for Ukir. 2 members left up top for Aurora as Omega still standing strong, but will bring down Ryota.
Jungler battle the 1v1.
Oh,
can we get a look on Demon Kite? He's going to chase Andoru.
Here comes Demon Kite. Andoru 1v1. Does he have the ultimate though? Uses the shadows and out. Plays Demon Kite. Plus they get a kill onto Doming. Look at the barangay. Dominating every single lane.
Oh, that's unfortunate, man. It's what, a crab pirate versus a ninja. That's not a fair fight, man. Your crab cannon can only go one direction. Well, you got 4 quad shadows around you. We're going to look at the replay here brought to us by Infinix. And there's the 1v1 we're talking about. Look at this. Where are you going to shoot your cannon? There's so many. And Skypiercer procs too.
Oh, and another clash is here. Shut down. This time AOG connects onto Andoryu. Renejay is also going to die there. Deadly catch onto Ryota. Will he out-sustain this? He's going to fall down in the hands of Demon Kai. There is a turtle up for grabs. And that's 2 members down for Omega. Here is the comeback we're all been waiting for. But Jome works on the bottom lane. Spear of Destruction is going to hit as Aurora secures a turtle.
Okay, the trading is happening at this point. And so at least, you know, RORA will grab that turtle last one of the game. They get some gold in their pockets that they can work around with, plus some turrets. So as much as Omega has had a good time controlling that early game and getting to that point, now you're in the position where, you know, RORA has actually got a good fighting chance for the objective. They still have plenty of time, minute and a half, to build up the items that they need and get to where they need to be. But right now, it's just kind of controlling that pace, getting to being able to match up against Smart Omega in a full team fight. Because so far, we've seen these, like, disjointed kind of across the map unfair numbers or unfair advantage happening, whether it's Jome, whether it's Endoru pushing. But when it gets forced to an actual Lord fight, a Lord shuffle like we like to say it right now, that's where you get to see these lineups shine. And right now the focus seems to be here on the tier 2 top side.
All 5 members of Omega are here. Chakra still has the Curse of Blood. They can initiate. Renejay has no flicker. And now, man, I have to commend Edward because Edward's keeping Aurora afloat. That's 2 consecutive Avatar of the Guardians connecting to every single member, plus the shutdown onto Endoryu. And if the graphics are right, I think his second item was a Winter Crown after Thunder Belt as Renejay tries to work on, tries to escape Chaknu and Ryota. I think his second item was a Winter Crown, first item Thunder Belt. So the concept is really AOG than just pop the Winter Crown.
Yeah. Like, as much as possible, you want to just kind of jump on in, get the taunt off, the unbreakable if you can, and then pop that Winter's Crown. And he's got a Vengeance as well, you know? So he's got a lot of options here on Edward's entry point. But him or Renejay can actually do that for the team. And that's what I'm saying, like, their team fighting capabilities are great around a Lord pit, an objective pit like this. Because then Demon Kite can also lock down, you know, with the Deadliest Catch, and that's something that Smart Omega always has to watch out for, especially for Endoryu, as now they might try to get Endoryu to, you know, face front, get into the actual fight. Now, Endoryu can play it safe and just kind of show up, you know, with the Shadow and then go in for the Retribution, but for the most part, he's got to rely on his frontliners to start things up, and that's why Ryota's been doing this constantly, don't they?
Oh! Oh! Spear of Destruction! Jome! Big J! What a big outplay! Deadly catches there, pops and Purify onto Demon Kai. He's gonna fall down. Okay, unleashes the Eternal Guard. 3 members of Aurora are down. The next target is Edward. Jome cutting things off as Endoryu picks up a double kill. It's only Renejay, the captain, left.
Big J comes out with a big play. And so they'll get a little bit of push on the turret, but ultimately they had an amazing fight. And now they'll get the objective. They'll get the Lord here. Man, if you're Aurora, you don't even know what happened.
Man, even me. I honestly didn't see the Spear of Destruction because I was focused on what Yue was doing, trying to zone out Omega. But man, it takes a lot of guts, a lot of skill to go up against the possible next gold standard. Do that. Another outplay from Jome. And from then on, Omega extends their lead, 5.4k gold lead. And looking at the damage dealt, Ukir with almost all his internal guards always connecting to the right targets at the right time.
I love to watch Jome play. I know, you know, we say Big J, Big Jome, but Jome, man, the improvement in this player ever since he first stepped into the MPL and then started really showing his mechanical skills. It's great to see him. I know we often see him on the Moskov, but it just feels like it's second nature to him at this point. So with all that being said, Lord making its way down the bottom. Tier 2s are going to fall here. And Smart Omega sets their sights on the base turrets of RORA. Winter Crown being picked up here for Ryota. Expect a possible initiation coming through from them. They wait a little bit longer as that mid wave going to be timing well with the bottom push now.
Here comes Edward with the AOG, but Jome still manages to escape there. Winter Crown will be popped by Ryota. Is he going to fall down? He will, as the Lord bursts down and hit with their turret onto the bottom lane. A killing spree coming in from Midoriya as he brings down Edward. Goes in once again, brings down Renejay as well. It's not even done. Then he catches there Midoriya onto the crystal, brings down Demon Kite. A maniac for Endoryu.
Oh, Doming, I think he wants to possibly push this. It's only him. You got an immortality on Chaknu, but it's going to be up to him to push into the base here, defend Doming all alone for this wave.
5 seconds before Edward respawns, they have the minions. Is this the revenge tour Omega is waiting for? Doming trying to delay as Joe works on the crystal, and the revenge tour is complete as Barangay brings down Aurora.
Man, oh man, that's exactly what we expect for the second half of the regular season. Smart Omega feeling really good about this series, and what a showing it was for a highlight match here. Big Joe gonna put his shoes back on after that matchup.
Big Joe and Doryu as well, picking up another. That's the second Maniac we've seen today. Day number 2. Wow, what a mind-blowing game, Naisu.
Amazing series. And again, each player here, you know, I know we talk a lot about Chaknu, but each player involved in this lineup from Smart Omega has improved just so much. And they're in a great position for the current meta that we see here. And even the compositions that they bring to the table, I love to see the variations of it. And RORA as well, on the other hand, you know, they got close coming through here for this series against Smart Omega, but it wasn't enough in Game 3.
And you know, with this win, Omega finally breaks the tie of Aurora, and Omega sits pretty at the 3rd seed behind the Falcons APBren as these 5 young men bows down. Still a good performance for Aurora.
Just once again, this just shows how competitive, how intense this Season 14 for the MPL Philippines is this time around, and you just don't know who's going to make it to the playoffs just yet. But that's going to be it for me, Naisu and Ning on here on the English desk. Let's go ahead and throw it on stage with Mara at Smart Omega.
Let's give a big round of applause to Smart Omega! Chaknu! Chaknu! Kakabala, magsisintas daw muna ng sapatos si Chaknu. Chaknu, ikaw na muna. Oh, nasa iyo nga ang spotlight. Pero ito, si Doryu, kasi ikaw yung katabi ko. Ganda ng laban. Congratulations. Alam mo ba, ikaw ang topic also ng mga casters ngayon. Sinasabi nga nila, ang lupit mo. May mga iba nagsasabi na para sa kanila, number 2 ka ngayon sa junglers. Para sa'yo, kung meron kang katapat ngayon, head to head, sino sa tingin mo yung kapantay mo?
Hindi ko alam, mas malakas sila sa akin lahat eh.
Feeling mo mas malakas lahat? Hindi ka nabibilib sa sarili mo?
Nagagawa ko lang naman mga ginagawa dahil sa mga kampi ko eh. Kung wala sila, siguro di ako ma-spotlight.
Very nice. So you don't think na meron kang katapat ngayon sa MPL na makakompare mo, na feeling mo, parehas kayo ng strength? None?
None po. Di ko...
Okay. Now, nakabawi kayo ngayon sa RORA. Sino ang gusto nyong next? Second round na to.
Gusto malaban lahat ng tumalo sa amin eh. Yung talo kasi namin nung mga nakaraan, parang wala kaming palag eh. Parang babawian talaga namin.
Sino yung susunod?
TLPH.
TLPH, meron ka bang palag sa kanila? Ano?
Ano po?
Ano yung palag mo sa kanila?
Sila na lang.
Oh, Chaknu, call a friend. Ikaw naman, Chaknu, nakabawi ka ngayon sa RORA tsaka kay Renejay. Okay. Ano nga ba? Uy, at paano mo sila pinagandaan, first of all? Kasi ang ganda. BLCK last time was Season 9. Paano niyo pinag-isipan na gawin yon and piliin siya?
Wala, trip-trip lang namin yan eh, sa rank game eh.
Trip-trip lang sa rank game?
Oo.
Yun lang,
Hindi
that's
kasi
it.
natatalo yan sa rank game namin, kaya sabi ko, pasok natin to.
Oh, good choice. Sa mga nag-rank, nag-RG dyan, anong gusto mong tip sa kanila sa BLCK?
Pasok lang kayo ng pasok, maunat naman yan eh.
And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Can you guess who it is? Sino?
Ukir.
Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Ukir! sobrang humble nito. Sobrang humble. Okay, anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga kabarangay natin?
Sa mga pumunta sa stage, sobrang salamat sa suporta nyo guys. Tsaka sa mga boss namin. Tapos tuloy nyo kami suportahan guys. Gagalingan pa namin.
Oh, sabi ni Andoryu, yung susunod, you got your eyes on TLPH. Ano kang palag?
Sa TLPH?
Oo.
Wala, ano. Nagpagupit na ako sa Hanji. Katulad na ata ito sa'yo.
Ah? And now, it's time to announce our lucky fan na makakauwi ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hello! Good job, good job. Congrats! Para kang galing, Thailand? What's your name?
TJ.
KJ?
TJ.
TJ. TJ, sino ang favorite player mo dito?
Chaknu.
Chaknu! Bakit si Chaknu?
Kahit anong hero yung bigay sa kanya, kaya niya laruin.
Wow.
Abangan natin Zilong.
Abangan natin. Gagamitin mo ba ever ang Zilong? Kaya mo daw lahat eh.
Siguro magpasok na kami sa playoff.
Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Chaknu? Nasa harap mo siya ngayon.
Good luck sa mga future games. Papasok na yan sa playoffs and M6.
Chaknu, ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanya? Our lucky fan.
Thank you sa suporta sa amin. Sana huwag ka magsawa.
TJ, congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds! You get to take a bow with the team, okay? Smart Omega, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Wow, bait naman ni Chaknu. Congrats, Coach. Ayon nga, sa Smart Omega, gusto nilang bawian lahat ng mga koponan na nakatalo sa kanila. And today, they were successful. So we're gonna break that game down for you and go back to our panel. Pasok.
There you go. That was Smart Omega with a 2-1 victory against Aurora. I am flabbergasted. Everyone on Omega this time really did step up. We were trying to have a conversation like, wait, what's MVP there? It was Okir, it was, we're talking about like different people.
Yeah, Doryu got the game MVP. Okir is the series MVP.
Series MVP.
Yeah, so the stand-up player of the match series MVPs are awarded on stage, but in the game, definitely was this Hayabusa, man. It's Hayabusin in this game. And when you have a Carmilla with you, it's a little bit easier and better to distribute the damage that comes out with your Hugi Shadow kill. And the Cursed Blood, Curse of Blood was a problem for Aurora. And most importantly, alongside that, the fact that Ukir made himself untouchable. Actually, that's why I believe he got the series MVP in that last one up on stage. Because he didn't die. He was 5-0 and 9. He maximizes Purifies, maximizes positioning, that the entry of Edward would be deemed useless most of the time because Omega countered it. And Andori was outplaying the hell out of Demon Kite, which is why, you know what? I believe too much in the Wombo combo potential there, that when you're up against an incredibly mobile assassin that's hard to Wombo combo against, and really you're just way too mobile to catch, you're going to be outplaying and running circles around the Bane. So definitely well-deserved MVP here for Andoryu. Aggressive at the right times, and that's what you need when you're in a Hayabusa.
And it was explosive, right? Not just Andoryu, every single player, Chakmu, out of nowhere with a Carmilla. Unique heroes up to 12 now.
Yeah, 12 unique heroes.
12 unique heroes for Chakmu right now. And everyone was just flying. Big J with his moments as well. Coming in clutch on the bottom side of the map. I remember myself shouting there.
Yeah.
So and you can really like toss a 5-sided die. And anyone could have been MVP there. And yeah, 13 minutes in that one, 7-20, definitely as dominating as I think our game number 1, right?
Yeah, I like the item priorities here from Omega, rushing the Thunderbelt for both the Fulvius and the Carmilla, and then you go into the Oracle, and third item, you Immortality it. Instead of building the other utilities. You have the lead already, you want to sustain that lead, you build Immortality so that if ever you get picked, you just pop the Immortality and you don't give the kill.
Again, not giving away any kills. I think that kind of helps slow down the role of Doming and Demon Kite as well in this game. I feel like that was so crucial. because Demon Cat really did do a lot of damage in that one. Andoryu, though, despite a bit of a rocky start in the Hayabusa in the series, really did catch up.
I also want to call back to that play where it was very near the end when Joe was able to Spear of Destruction Doming after he was brought low by the Hayabusa Shadow kill, and then the team were coming in from the Moskov, forcing Doming to go back. He was slightly out of position. 4 members of Aurora weren't even close by to shadow him. And the other members of Omega, there were 2 close to Doming and 3 others who are even closer to him compared to his own teammates. So a little bit of a miscommunication I feel like that Aurora needs to work out on. And this was a key to victory earlier for Omega. Just improve and be a little bit smarter, sharper with your positioning around the Lord fights, and they were just that for this game.
And key to victory number 3, show us ways on how you can change the game. And they were definitely game changers here with some really out-of-the-box thinking with those picks. And I would say Aurora tried to kind of replicate that with a Gatot Kacha curveball into the XP lane.
Yeah.
Didn't work as good as they thought it would, or it didn't work like Omega, the way Omega played it. Omega played it way differently, and it showed. Barely able to touch in towers, and Omega was also banning out this Bane.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that a little bit more later on, because that's something like we mentioned earlier. It felt like there was a lot of, what do you call that, insider information that they were probably taking from the scrim. So to confirm that, of course, we got a guest.
Hello, guys.
Coach Stronger here from
Hello.
Omega, joining us here for the English panel. How are you, brother?
Yeah, doing great, doing good.
All good?
Happy. So proud of my boys.
Yeah, there was something that I remembered. It was I believe it was back in MPL Philippines Season 12, seeing Omega, all of you together, that first round exit, it was heartbreaking. And how times have changed, how things have changed for Omega. I want to hear from you. What does this version Omega do best? Why are you guys so strong right now?
I think the reason why we are strong right now, it's because I think we don't want to feel the sadness or the depression that we felt past 2 seasons, especially last season.
Yeah.
Because I think that was the first time Omega didn't even able to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah.
Right. That's why right now it's like all in or go out.
All in.
All in. All in and just be happy.
Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. So here's the thing. You guys were doing counter picks on each other. Bane, you ban out the Bane for Blacklist, and they ban out
Aurora.
Sorry, for Aurora. Sorry!
It's okay,
Sorry.
it's okay.
They're very familiar enemies. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then they were also banning you out. Can we just ask, where did you pick up this BLCK? Who came up with this, and why did it work?
I think it's something to do with how Chakno is playing right now.
The way that he's playing.
Yeah, the way he's playing, and what are the heroes that goes with the way he plays.
Yeah.
And how we can maximize it.
Yeah.
So I think that's how we look into this whole season run.
Yeah. Well, that did make sense because it was Chapno himself. He mentioned that he was just like, it was undefeated in our RG. And then even his tip, when Mara asked, hey, what's your tip for BLCK players? Just keep going in.
Keep going in. So you thought about Chapno's game style, and then you thought, well, you look like a BLCK.
Yeah, just like that.
It could work out.
That's so simple.
Yeah. Yeah, Rockhard, I really want to understand the dynamic and the coaching staff for Omega because actually, we haven't seen you go up on stage. You're behind the scenes. It's Coach Lembot or Coach Snap who gets featured. We want to know more about you. What does Coach Stronger bring to the table? Because fans of Omega even are sometimes asking, where's Coach Stronger? When you're always there.
Oh, yeah.
And you're always there in the behind the scenes.
So many seasons.
Yeah. I think what we do right now, or what we decided on, I think we just focus on what we are good at. Like, for example, Snap is a former player.
Yeah.
So he really knows what's up on the highest stage and rank game. So he's the one who's analyzing for us, or he's the one who's drafting for us.
Yeah.
And then Coach Lembot played ever since MLBB.
Ex-pro.
Yeah,
So
of course.
he knows the tiny little bit of things.
Yeah.
So he's the one who what you call this? He's the one who, the technical coach, micro coach.
Wow.
He's the one who, my players doesn't like him. Because he's the one. Yeah, he's the one pointing out. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Yeah.
He's like the daddy.
Yeah.
The big daddy.
So what about Go Stronger? What does Go Stronger bring
What
to
I
the
do, basically, I enable them. I'm their best friend.
You're the best friend. You're the best friend. All right.
Thank you. That's a great insight.
Yeah.
Thank you. And for you guys, a big shout out to people who are watching from Southeast Asia, man, that they're also watching you guys, and South Asia, North America. Big thank you. If you want to be a restreamer, scan the QR code right there and register now. Be an official streamer. Wow, it's been a treat having you here, brother. We don't get to do this a lot, so it's nice to have you here. And congratulations. There is your official standings.
Yay.
You are now tied on second
Yes.
with Falcons APBren. What do you think about that?
What we wanted right now before coming to playoffs is to at least first, second, third.
First, second, third.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the sweet spot.
Just keep it there.
Yeah, keep
You
it
want to
there.
stay there, top 3, and then we'll just hope for the best, yeah?
Yep.
Oh, that is amazing. And there you go. We also saw the play of Fnatic Onic. Very good opponent for sure. I'm sure you're starting to prepare for that already. And of course, Aurora MLBB got given a defeat today. So that's pretty cool. Thank you so much. Go Stronger, man. That was an amazing treat.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you.
really,
Nice to
Coach,
meet you.
glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Enjoy your victory, brother.
Yeah.
And
Sure
now, this is something that's going to be super duper interesting, brother. Blacklist is, of course, still there where they were. And now Aurora and Team Liquid PH are neck and neck together. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a tight race between Omega, Aurora, TLPH. To see how far RSGPH has fallen, still trying to find their bearings and their understanding of the meta that will work for them this season. Liquid has been quite shaky, still figuring things out. But right now, it seems like there's really a clear top 4 in the league. It's Fnatic Onic, Falcons, Omega, Aurora. Question is, when will TLPH and RSG turn things around? And most importantly, will Blacklist International TNC Pro Team be able to pull off at this point a miracle?
TLPH at number 5, the current MPL Philippines champion.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Let's have a look and see. We already talked to Stronger. Let's see what the players were actually saying in that game. We're going to hear from Omega.
Yeah! That was cool.
That's the way to do it. That's how you win.
Yeah, it was really interesting. They were literally begging Jomo to do a great job. But please don't attack him just yet. He's the last Avengers. Don't attack him just yet. And Jomo was just like, yeah, don't worry. No, I got this. It's fine. It's fine. that was
Who's that guy shouting? Was that Chaknu?
I feel like that was either Okir or Chaknu. That was
Chaknu,
hilarious.
right?
It's one of my favorite mic checks.
It's a machine gun. I love it. I love hearing these comms. More mic check, please.
Yeah.
All right, so we got also the standings, obviously, for our Infinix Fun Siklaban. Is it Fun Siklaban or Fan Siklaban?
The Fan Siklaban.
Both. Where TNC, the Phoenix Army, are actually quite leading here today. They lost, though. They're still on top of the standings for some reason, even though FCAP did give them a victory here. And Blacklist and Aurora getting a piece. That's an interesting outtake. A bit opposite. I guess it's opposite day for match 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Match 1 is pretty on point with what happened on stage.
Fancy Laban today was intense. The Fancy Laban games I would overhear, people are shouting.
I heard!
Like the call, like, okay, the way they're seated is, they got no headsets on. It's like desk here, it's like desk in this area, desk in that area.
Yeah, here and there.
And then they're just going to be yelling, shot calling, all of that. Sometimes they have to be quiet and they have to whisper. But when things get intense, it's like, whoa!
Insane. Absolutely.
Star match.
And so far, our star match results: PH versus TLPH versus Aurora.
Yeah.
Fighting off in that number 4 and number 5 slot. And
yeah, around there.
that's gonna be something, because honestly, a lot of people are still in talks, like they're having conversations about Team Liquid Philippines, their changes, right? The changes they're doing. And Aurora, who seemed to be, despite that loss, was still really close. So.
Yeah. For TLPH, one thing I'm looking at is there have been a few draft disparities. For me personally, decisions that I do not agree with, but then it would translate into the game and not work out well. So let's see if they can straighten up the drafts up against RORA.
Well, we'll start to find out, and that's going to be happening on week number 6. For now, though, it is Mara Aquino with the closing. I'm Rockhart. This is Renmar. It's been a pleasure giving it to you today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
It may have been a long day, but we were surely treated to non-stop action in the land of dawn. Marami pa tayong mapapanood bukas at unti-unti na din nagiging klaro ang mga koponan na makikita natin sa playoffs. What about you? What's your prediction for the playoffs? Simula bukas, let us know. I'm Mara Aquino and I predict whoever wins the match will win the point. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!